Hello, everyone. Welcome to our stream today. Special thanks to all of our patrons. Uh, we just started a Patreon, so if you didn't know about it, you can go to patreon.com/zetamath, and you can become a patron if you are interested in supporting the stream and all of the various Zetamath enterprises, the puzzles I make, the math videos I make, etc. So if you're interested, you can do that. But special thanks to all of those of you who have. And yes, this is Orb 3 by DiMono is going to be our first puzzle. It is notably not Orb 2 by DiMono. But yes, this is Orb 3. So happy to have everyone here for this. So Orb 1 was one of my very favorite puzzles. Oh no, this is not Orb 2. No. I want to do more than one puzzle today. This is meant to be, and this may be a complete lie, but at least according to LMD, this is meant to be an easy orb puzzle. We'll see. We'll see which it is. I would say Orb 1 was hard but reasonable, like 4-ish stars, I would say. Orb 2 is 7.5 stars or so out of 5. I think this is meant to be 3 stars, but anyway, what's going on here? By the way, welcome, Clash Code. I'm not sure if I've seen you around here before, but welcome. Oops, I don't want to color. I don't think I'm going to want to color ever in this puzzle, hopefully. Let's see. So what are my modes? Sorry. Sudoku. Yeah, so why is tab going between... I want tab to go between those and not that one. Okay. Oh, well, glad you've been lurking. Glad you have decided to break the barrier into chatting. So what's going on here? So we've got a bunch of grids, and so there are no 9x9s, but there are a number of 6x6s. So this grid is a perfectly normal, this square is a perfectly normal 6x6. So this thing I'm highlighting that I don't feel I've highlighted in a particularly sexy way, but we'll go with it. This is a normal 6x6 puzzle. And all the 6x6 grids that are sort of floating around here are normal, except for this center one, which is normal except that it's irregular. So in this case, the regions are sort of slanted. But that means that in each of these 6x6s, I have to put a digit between 1 and 6 in all of the cells in such a way as to assure that every row, column, and box has each of those digits once each. Now, also floating around the outside are these 4x4s, which are not quite standard 4x4s. So they're almost standard 4x4s, but with the tallcat's description of the break-in to Orb 2. But with the added caveat for the 4x4s that their digits could be any 4 digits between 1 and 6. So there are 4 digits that show up in every row, column, and box in each of these 4x4s, but we don't know what those 4 digits are, and they could be different for each of the blue regions. But we at least are given that all the 6x6s use the digits 1 through 6, which seems especially kind of DiMono. Now, do note we have some oddities, like the fact that... let's see, that's not a good place to pick. Where is a good place to pick? Maybe I don't have a great place for this. But note that... this cell could be the same as that cell. That's fine. Because these, even though they're sort of in the same row, they're not in the same row of the same grid. So be wary of that. So I really like these puzzles where you have to decide what digits are used. So if you did my puzzle hunt, which floated around in various places on the Discord and Logic Masters Germany, and was a reward puzzle for Patreon at some point, for not for my Patreon, but for the Cracking the Cryptic Patreon. Uh, that used a bunch of grids where you had to decide what digits to use, and I think that's a fun mechanic that is somewhat underused. So I'm glad we get to play a little bit with that today. Welcome, Friar, by the way. All right, so we have a couple flavors of rules. So we have killer cages. That just tells you the sum of the digits. So in this case, the sum of these digits is 12, and there are no repeats. Excuse me. The outside clues are X sums. So whatever this digit is, let's say it is a 3, that would say the sum of the first 3 digits in this grid, in this row, are 12. So for example, we could do that, and that would be a perfectly legitimate way to fill this X sums clue. And then little killers tell you the sum down the diagonal, and so notice some of the diagonals are quite long. So we might have to worry slightly about the giant diagonals. We might also have to worry that I don't know how to select more than one cell along a diagonal. There we go. So the sum of these digits is 25. Okay, so that is that. So let's get started. So this 25 X sums clue is going to be interesting, I think. In fact, there's a few 25 X sums clues. So I only get digits as high as 6. So I can't possibly make this X sums clue work in fewer than, in 4 or fewer digits. Because if I wanted to make this a 4, then I would need all of these to be 6. And that's not going to work. Now, if I wanted this to be 5, then I would need the sum of these digits. Oops. I would need the sum of these digits to be 25. So that would be a 5. So I'd need these to be 20, and that doesn't sound possible. Because if this was maximized, this would go 5, 6. Go 5, 6, 4, 3, which is 11, 18, and then this could be a 6, would be 24. So yeah, I can't get to 25 if this is a 5. So first digit, all of these 25 X sums clues, they are all 6s. And we're off to the races already. A little digit dance. Okay, so that is good to know. So let's see. Is that going to let us do anything, though? The first digit dance of the year. Yes, yes, that is a good point. So one of those is a 6. One of these is a 6. Okay, so what can I do 12 in? Well, I definitely can't do 12 in 2. But I could do 12 in 3 or 4, I think. It seems plausible. Actually, can I do 12 in 3? Yeah, if I do 3, 4, 5, that would use all the digits for this box. Because remember, I only get 4 digits in this 4x4 square. Let's see, what's the sum of the digits from 1 to 6? So the rule of 45 in these 6x6s is that instead of summing to 45, things sum to 21. So these 3 sum to 12, and these 3 sum to 11. That doesn't seem super immediately helpful. Let's see. Okay, so these sum to 12. Is that interesting? maybe not quite. I'm trying to figure out if I'm supposed to do anything with these 12s. Like, is there some magic thing about these 12s that I need to appreciate because 6 is one of the digits? Well, I'm at least going to mark candidates for them. Oops. Ah! Nope. That's not what I wanted, and you know it. That's not what I wanted either. These things can be at least 3 or 4. They can't possibly be 5. If this was 4, it would be saying the sum of... okay, that's the point. If this was a 4, it would be saying the sum of all the digits I use in this 4x4 is 12. But that's a huge problem, because one of the digits you'd be using is 4, and one of them is 6. And then you'd have to use 2 ones. So in fact, actually, all of these have to be 3s. That is my next trick. All of those are 3. Because it being 4 would be summing all the digits that are used in each blue rectangly hoodad. Okay, so now, where does the 6 go in this column? Well, the 6 can't go as part of the 3x sum, because if I put a 6 with a 3, then I'd need another 3. And even in this weird puzzle, I can't repeat the 3 that quickly after the first 3. So that means that that digit is a 6, and similarly that digit, and that digit. Those are all 6s. Let me slide my chair slightly forward. Okay, so now we've got multiple digits floating around. Oh, sorry, I don't know this one's a 6, because I don't know there's a 6 in this grid at all. There we go. But these grids, I know there's a 6, and the 6 has to go there. So by Sudoku in these grids, the 6 also gets placed here, and there, and there. Let's see. And these 2 digits have to sum to 9 without being 3, 6. So they're either 4, 5. Wait, they just are 4, 5. Right, they have to be 4, 5 because I'm not allowed to use digits higher than 6. So yeah, these are all 4, 5 pairs in order to make this work. Because I'm not allowed to use a 7, so I can't do like 2, 7. That will not be allowed. So these are all 4 or 5. Okay, so that feels like some progress. Okay, so... and now that bounces back and tells us something about what's going on in this grid. Because now we know the sum of these 4 cells is 18. And so the sum of these 2 cells, in order to make this 25 clue work, these 2 sum to 7. Yeah, so so here are the rules. I can actually put them on screen just so that we can be certain that that is the way the rules work. But it does say digits from 1 to 6. So there are no surprise -2s, which I think in Orb 2, I think there's like a -2 is one of the digits, if I recall correctly, and like a 16 is one of the digits or something like that. There are no weird such things. Oh yeah, does this not have to have a 3? Sorry. This doesn't have to have a 3 anymore, because again, I just somehow missed the fact that one of these didn't have to have a 6. And so yeah, this could be a 4 if the sum of all the digits here is 12, which seems plausible. Yeah, so good catch, Nicholas. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, so it is 3 or 4 if we want to mark it. So these two cells, as well as these two cells and these two cells, all those collections of cells have to sum to 7. And again, just to repeat why that is, these cells are 3, 4, 5, 6 in some order, so they sum to 18, so these need to sum to 7. So they are either 3, 4, or 1, 6 in this instance, which is, I realize, a lot of things to mark, and also is interestingly identical to that piece. We'll get to that in a second. Let's see. Here, yeah, it is the same thing. 3, 4, 1, 6. Nothing is ruled out. And here is 3, 4, 1, 6, except that one can't be a 1 by Sudoku, so this one can't be a 6. Okay, so... oh, wait, this one, the 6, is actually in the grid. This one, something interesting happened. No, sorry, I put that in the wrong place. That's what happened. Nope. That's a 12 clue, not a 25 clue. This is the 25 clue, so these are 3, 4, or 1, 6. But I don't actually know anything about which it is. Okay. Thank you, chat, for catching me on that. Okay. So that's some amount of progress. This 12 is also a 3 or a 4. Yeah, 12 just is always going to be 3 or 4, regardless of what universe we're in. Because even with the digits 1 through 6, I can't do 12 in 2, and I definitely can't do 12 in 5, so that works there. So that one doesn't have a 2, 5, but this can't be 2 or 5. So this one can't be 2, 5. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm overgeneralizing right away. So Ambrose completely right. This could be 5 and this be 2. So yeah, the left one here, I don't actually know that there's not a 2, 5 involved. Okay. So yeah, so we've pencil marked 5 digits into a 6x6 Sudoku. So go us. Let's see. Oh yes, I can place the 4th 6. Someone has pointed out. Good point, everyone. So once I've placed these 6s, that's a 6. That's a 6. And that's a 6. Thank you, Alex. Can I figure out the 25 clues? Yeah, so that's what I've been doing, tallcat, is to say these are 18, so these need to sum to those need to add up to 7. So that's exactly where we got these from. But keep in mind there's no reason why these can't reuse the 6. Oh, sorry, Andrew. We have a lot of A's in chats. But yeah, so that's so yeah, in a sane universe, hey, welcome, Playmaker. In a sane universe, we'd say, well, we already used a 6, so we can't use a 6 here. But as it would happen, we can reuse the 6. Now, it is true these two cells can't be a 6, which could be relevant somehow. So one of these is a 6. And so the 6 in the column is in one of these places. Let's see. So 12. Okay, so this is 12 and 4 that can't use a 6. So that's got to be 1, 2. Oops. So this 12 cage is now forced. So I don't think I even need chat to tell me that this has to be a 1, 2, 4, 5. Because, again, the 6 here sees the entirety of this 12 cage. And there's only 2 ways to make 12 and 4. And so this is 1, 2, 4, 5 overall. And so that is 1, 2, 4, or 5. And so that clears out some of that. So one of these 2 cells is a 3. I might as well pencil mark. Nope, not that kind of 3. Interestingly, I also know one of these 2 cells is a 3. But it could be that this cell and this cell are 3s. Sorry, this cell and this cell could both be 3. As far as I'm aware, at least. Okay, Ambrose says column 4 of the bottom blue needs a 3 and a 4, which removes 3, 4. Ah, yes. Okay, so that is a beautiful point, Ambrose. So I know what this is a triple. It is a 3, 4, 5, which means at least one of 3 and 4 is here. But that's also in this 6x6. So I can't use both 3 and 4 here. So in fact, this has to be 1, 6. So that is an excellently spotted pick up, Ambrose. And so that's 3, 4 there. Just to finish off the box. So very well spotted. Let's see. Now, does that get us somewhere? Well, it means there's a 2 up here. Because we haven't used 2 yet. And so there's a 2 down here because of the given 2 in conjunction with that. 12 and 3 is not super restricted, is it? You experts at 6x6 killer Sudoku can tell me if this 12 and 3 is more restricted than I'm giving it credit for. Yeah, it could even have a 1 in it. It could be like 165 or something like that. Yeah, and so then, interestingly, at top, it does not work. Because the 3 and 4 could be here. And hence, this doesn't have to be a 3 or a 4. Or I don't have to have a 3, 4 in this box already. And likewise over here, likewise over here. Actually, no, over here it does work. Because over here I know these are 3, 4, 5. Oops. And so I know one of these is a 3 or a 4. So these aren't 3 or 4. So that actually reduces my options. So this is either 1, 6 in one of the directions, or it could be 5, 2 still in this box. But the argument overall at least works. So let's see. Okay, so Clash says in column 1 in the northwest box, there's a 1, 2 pair. Because the 1 and 2 can't go in box 3. Ah, yes, and this can't be a 1 or 2 because there's not a 1 or 2 here. So yeah, it's maybe worth marking for my own sanity, that's a 3, 4, or 5 because it's in blue. Yeah, and so by virtue of that, Clash is completely right. That means that the only places 1 and 2 can go in column 1 are there and there. Okay, so that is actually interesting for this little killer, because now the minimum here is 3 and 4 for these two, so that would be 7. Oh, never mind, sorry. That's going to tell me that this is at most 5, which, spoiler, it was already at most 5. Let's see, I am going to mark that one of these has to be a 3. Let's see. That would be press tab twice. Yes, I pressed tab the correct number of times. Okay, so tallcat is down here and has noticed that I can't put 3, 4, 5 into this 12 cage. And the reason why is I have to put that 3, 4 into the 12 cage, but I can't because this digit can't be 3 or 4. So this 3, 4, whatever it is not in the 12 cage at all. So that means this is either 1, 5, 6 or 2, 4, 6. So there's always a 6 in it, I guess, is the key takeaway. It's interesting, one of these doesn't have a 3 or 4 in it at all. But yeah, this always has a 6. Which is interessante. And there's never a 3. That's another good point. There's never a 3. So the 3 is always up here in this chunk of this column. Interesting. 2 is placed in the northeast 6x6, box 1. Good point. Good catch. Okay, excellent catch, Clash. So in this box, I can't put 2 up here because, again, I probably should just, in every one of these, just mark that these are from 3, 4, 5, where it's relevant, just so that I keep track of it. I don't have any idea what the digits are over here, so I won't mark that one. But that means the 2 can only actually go here in this box. So that is an excellent catch, which then immediately places a 2 up here by similar Sudoku. So, yeah, so 2 is now, yeah, and this could have a 2 in it, annoyingly. But yeah, this Ambrose is pointing out how adorable this sumless 3x1 killer cage is, where it actually says something. So I can't use 3, 4 for that 7. For this 7. Yes, okay, yes. Good point, good point. Okay, so Ambrose sees this again. So we had an argument that we couldn't use 3, 4 before for a number of these others that involved it seeing at least one of 3, 4. And here, actually, there has to be at least one of 3, 4 here. In fact, actually, there's a 3, 4, 5 triple, so the 1, 6 are here. Oops. Undo, undo. Tab, tab, 1, 6. But the fact that there's at least 1, 3, 4 here means that these two digits, which I know add to 7, don't use a 3 and a 4. And so this is a 3 or a 4 because it's not 5, which means that this is a 3, 4 pair in this box. Let's see. So that was a very good spot, Ambrose. The 25 little killer crosses the whole grid. So yeah, it crosses through a number of different Sudoku puzzles, we'll say. Uh, so yeah, so if this is a 3, it would have to go 3, 4, 5. And so it would in fact have to go 3, 5. Sorry, 3. In fact, it would have to go literally 3, 4, 5. Uh, yeah, and if this is a 4, yeah, then it would have to go 4, 1, 2, 5. Can I fit 1, 2, 5 here if this was a 4? Because this couldn't be 2 or 5. So that would have to be 1. This would be 2, 5. That could be 2, 5. That's fine. Sorry, I'm getting hung up on this, which is probably not the right thing to think about. But I'm. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, this is the right one to think about. This one can't be 3 anymore, because if this were a 3, it would be 3, 4, 5, and it can't be because there's already a 3, 4, 5 in the row. Okay, so I apologize for doubting myself. That has to be a 4. And so now this is a 1, 2, 5. And so that's the 2. And this is a 1, 5. And so that's not a 5 or a 4. It's a 3. Does that place a 3 somewhere? Yes, it places a 3 there. And so that places a 3 there. And so now we have all the 3s in this grid. I keep trying to use my my button to multi-select cells, but that only works in the other one, which is why I keep going back and then having to press a different shortcut to do that. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, and now this 3 gives us that this is a 4. And so now this is a 1, 2, 5. Okay, and so this is a 3, 6. Which is going to place a 3, I see. So these are 3, 6, just to finish the column. So those aren't 3. So those aren't 3. So that is 3. So 6 is one of the digits in this puzzle, and that's good to know. Okay. On the top of the last 12 cage. Oh, I think this 3 is the 3 we're talking about in that statement. Unfortunately, knowing there's not a 3 in this doesn't tell me anything. Below the last 3, 6 pair. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. You were pointing out, yes. There's a 2 and a 5 in the row. So this is a 1. There we go. So that's a 6 and that's a 1. I wish I had a tab button on my numeric pad or on my number pad, but it did not come with one. I probably could ask Tristan to like reprogram it or something, and then it might have a tab button. But the lack of a tab button means I have to use my keyboard as well, and I like to not touch my keyboard when I'm solving. So these are a 2, 5, 6. Yeah, this is 2, 5, 6. Just to finish the row. Oh, this is known. That's a 4 now. So one of these is a 4. Let's see. Okay, so now does that eliminate the 4 option on the right 12x sum? So, yes, if this was a 4, I would need these digits to be 1, 2, 5. So Ambrose is right. Uh, is Ambrose not right? Yeah, this is not any of 1, 2, or 5. So yeah, so this can't be a 4 because this would have to be 1, 2, 5 by previous work. So this is a 3, so that's a 6, and that's a 3. So let's see, that doesn't quite place 3 yet in this column. So I could place 3 in box 6. Which box 6? Uh, let's see, 3 down. Yes, 3 down here, because of that 3, that's a 3. Let's see. So up here, do we know anything? No, I don't think we know anything. Uh, but oh no, this cage doesn't definitely have a 1 in it. Let's see. Let me scroll back to where tallcat told me what the options were for this cage. Let's see. tallcat said the options were 1, 5, 6, which looks still possible to me. Or 2, 4, 6. Well, it can't be 2, 4, 6 because it doesn't have a 4 in it. So this is a 1, 5, 6 cage by the tallcat theorem. So that's not a 2, and these are from 1, 5, 6. So that being a 1, 5, 6, 3 means that these two digits are a 2 and a 4. So these two digits are a 1 and a 5. So that's not a 5. Let's see. And this digit is either a 2 or a 6. I don't think I know which one yet, but it would not shock me if it turned out that I did. Let's see. So that is all good progress. Trying to be careful not to scan this 4 across to here. Oh yeah. Basti points out, as soon as we knew this was a 3, it had to be 4, 5. There was no other option. So actually, it turned out that all of the blue 4x4s, they were all 3, 4, 5, 6, even though they did not have to be. And so, let's see, does that do something? And so that places 4 in the southeast 6x6. Does it? Because that digit and that digit can't be the same, but I don't see why I know which of them has to be a 4. I don't think. East blue 4x4. The sum is filled with a 4 or 5 pair, determining the digits for the box. Yep, got there. Welcome, Andrew, by the way. I think you are a different Andrew than the other Andrews who hang out here, so welcome. Let's see. Let's see, so these digits I know are from 2, 4, 5. I guess I was hoping I would know something, but I don't think I actually know anything about that at all. I know the 6 in this box is up here, but that's not super helpful. Let's see. 4 and 5 above the 3, 6 on the east blue. Yep, these are definitely 4, 5. And so that's particularly important for this cell because that cell is in this grid now. Yeah, so if this wants to be a 3, it would have to go 3, 5, 4. And then this would have to be a 6. Let's see. Yeah, that's a 4 or 5. These are 3, 6. Thank you. That's assuredly going to come in useful at some point, and I'm glad you prodded me into pencil marking it now, because otherwise I would have forgotten, and then we would not have done this. So let's see. Yeah, you definitely. I love these sort of interlocking grids, or they don't even have to actually overlap literally like this. Uh, but things where there's interconnected grids, I think is very cool. Um, I really loved Sam Kappelman Line's 6 by 6 by 6, where it was like six by sixes that if you stacked them on top of each other would still work. Uh, that was awesome. Let's see. Oops. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Let's see. Yeah, the 2 here has to go into those places, but that's not super useful. Did you do that puzzle? Did anyone do that puzzle? I think that puzzle was really cool. Okay, so this is... So all of these digits are at least... at least as big as 3. So when I'm looking at this 12 diagonal now, I'm thinking about, hey, welcome, likewise. If this is a 5, I'd need these two things to add to 7, so I'd need them to be 3, 4. If this is a 4, I'd need these to add to 8. And so I would need them to be 3, 4. Is this always a 3, 4, 5 triple? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, if this is a 3, I now need these to add to 9. No, it could be a 3, 3, 6. 3, 3, 6 is the other option. With the 6 going there. The outside clues are X-sums. Okay, let's see. I haven't thought in a bit about the fact that these two cells have to sum to 7. Let's see. Oh, tallcat says, see something. You can actually place a 2 in one of the irregular green regions. Wait, so one of these is a 2. Wrong kind of 2. There we go. Okay, so one of these is a 2. By the fact that this is a 2, and now I have this weirdo 2 here. Get the other green box. 2 has to be in the right. Yeah, so... Oh, yeah, okay, so 2, yeah, so 2 is in one of these cells in the row. So the 2 is here? No, the green box above... Oh! Yep. This is... I was trying to see something really complicated when the thing that was really simple was here. The 2 here has to go there. So that's not a 2. So that's a 2. Sorry. Wrong way around. So that's a 2. And this I can de-pencil mark. Good catch, tallcat. Okay. So yeah, 2 is up there somewhere. And now where is 2 in the top row of the southwest 6x6? Southwest 6x6. Oh, interesting. A good spot again, Ambrose. So where is 2 here? It can't go in green, and it can't go in any of these cells, so it can only go here. That is a great spot. That is a 2. And so by the fact that these 2 cells add to 7, that's a 5. And so that's a 1, and that's a 5. So let's see. That's got to do some more by Sudoku, right? Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't tell me anything. Oops, sorry. Did not mean to shake the world. Well, I do see that this is a 1-2 pair by Sudokuing. Let's see. So this, I guess, is a 4-5 pair. So these are a 3-6 pair. The 5 looks left. The 5 does look left. Excellent. So now that's a 5. So this being a 5 tells me that's a 4, tells me that's a 5. That's the 5. That's a 3, that's a 4. That's a 5. Let's see, this is not a 5. So yeah, this is a 3 or a 4. In the northeast, oh, you think we can't have 2 6s here? Just by arithmetic, or is it some Sudoku-y thing involving the various pieces? Okay, I can now place the 6 in the top row. Yeah, so there's a 6 in one of these 2 cells, but it's not here, so it's there. So that is a 6. That's a 1. That 1 sees down to see that that's a 2 and that's a 1. Let's see. So one of these 2 is a 2. Hey, Rift Clown. Yeah, so that, no, sorry, that does not look that looks that way. So yeah, there's 1 and 6 are in here. That's, let's see, the southwest 6x6 corner. Ah, yes, this resolves this whole mess. Good catch, Andrew. So that's a 3. That flavor of 3. That's a 4. That's a 3. That's a 4. So let's see. Does that do anything exciting over in this universe? I'm going to go with no, at least not immediately. That I'm able to see. Yeah, so Nicholas has done the math on this 25 diagonal and figured out that if you minimize it, that you need at most 14 here. So these can't both be 6 because that would make it at least 15. Why can't the 12 little killer be 3, 3, 6? This is orb 3. Oh, no, wait, sorry. This 6 looks over there. Is there a 6 looking at this cell? Ah, yeah, where is 6 in row 6 of this? This is 6. Oops. Yes, welcome to Lovecraft Sets a Sudoku Puzzle. So now 6 is there. Uh, did the well run dry there? The well might have run dry there. Uh, can now pencil mark 6. Ah, okay, so yeah, so here's a... I think this is the point. There's a 6 here and a 6 here, so that's never a 6. Because these 6s align, so that's never the 6. And so the 6 in this region is in this column, and so it's one of these two places. I think that's the same point that Carl was getting at, although I think he may have seen it a slightly different way. Welcome, Skip. Skip sounds slightly familiar, maybe? Have you been here before? Am I imagining it? Fortunately, I'm getting lots of different people here, so apologies if I don't immediately recognize you. So let's see. So okay. Yes. Thank you, Panthera. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Particularly liking is the least effort of all of those. But if you want more effort, you can go back and like previous videos, subscribe to the Scream, subscribe to the Scream. Subscribe to the stream, or if you want to even really go the extra mile, we have a Patreon at patreon.com/zetamath that you can donate to. The Scream. Uh, let's see. Okay, so people have been telling me in chat. Yes, the next Scream, speaking English with Zetamath. Yes. People are telling me I know which of these is a 6. I don't see it yet. Oh. Okay, so I see it now. Okay, so this 1-6 pair sees in here. Got it. Okay. So thank you, people who have been telling me this. This 1-6 pair sees here, so these aren't 6. So one of these is a 6. Not that kind of 6. That kind of 6. Which means this isn't a 6. Oh. Which means this is a 6. Wrong kind of 6. That kind of 6. So that places this 6. Got it. That's not a 6, of course. Oh. I keep hitting the tab button, expecting it to delete, but tab and delete are different keys. I figure if I do approximately one Penpa puzzle per stream, then in approximately 100 streams, I will be able to use Penpa and feel competent about it. Okay, 3-6 pair in the southwest, likewise says is resolved. The 3-6 pair in the southwest, yes. That's a 6. That's a 3. Good. Let's see. So, might as well write in what these are. These are a 4 and a 6. These are a 3 and a 5. And that's resolved because that 3 looks down. So that's a 5 and that's a 3. So these two cells, I can continue this game. These are a 1-2. So these are a 5-6. Vim is a very good description of what it feels like to use Penpa for me, and I don't think it's like that Penpa's harder. It's just I've used it less, so I just feel way less comfortable I will eventually get a tab key on my keypad. That might help. Okay, 5 is on the 25 diagonal. Let's see. Let's try and select the 25 diagonal. I was really hoping I didn't have to think about the 25 diagonal, but oh, I mean, nothing wrong with liking Vim. It just doesn't make it easy to learn Vim. Like, I do everything in LaTeX, but I would never describe LaTeX as easy to learn. Let's see. Okay, so let's actually regrettably do this math. So this is 6. So we're minimizing this. So this is 6. This is at least 3. So that's 9. This could be a 1. That would be 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that being like a long string of 1s. So I think that would be 14 as the minimum for all of these. So these max out at 11. So I don't think that quite gets us there. Other than the previous observation that these can't both be 6. But sadly, the fact that those aren't both 6, I don't think gets me anything. Okay, so... Oh, this 3 here tells me that these aren't 3. I can at least do that. This diagonal being all 1s doesn't work. Yes, there is lots and lots and lots of LaTeX on our main channel. I can fill that box. Oh no. Let's see. Oh, this, I think probably this was the box we were discussing at the time. So that is a 3, 6. Let's see. And get 6 in the box 1 over. So, yeah, so, yep, so... That was a lot of yep-sos in a row. So, tallcat is pointing out. Now that I have this 3, 6 pair, I know that this is a 6. Yeah, and I guess all I know is that one of these is a 6. Where is 1 in the right? Ah, yes, good point. So yeah, I can't make all of these 1 because then I would wipe 1 completely out of here. Let's see, Panthera says I can fill 1 in the bottom right green. I don't think I see it. I must be missing something obvious, which is very plausible. One is in row 6, column 5, 6 in the green box. Why can't 1 be here? I think someone is seeing something smarter than I am being about the about this box. Okay, there's a 1, 6 pair. Ah, the 1, 6 pair. Gotcha. Okay, this 1, 6 pair. That's the key. Okay, this 1, 6 pair puts a 1 here. Not that kind of 1. Which means that there's a 1 here. I got there eventually. It took a while. And so there being a 1 here means that's a 5 and that's a 1. Which... well, certainly tells me that's not a 5. So these are from 2, 3, 4. These are from 2, 3, 4, and this one's not 3 or 4, so this one is a 2. So that's not that, so that's a 6. Oops. That's not... sorry, that's not a 2. So there had to be a 6 in this cage. It's not in this box anymore, so it's there. I will try every mode except the correct one every time. So that ping-pongs around here some. So these aren't 6 anymore. So this is a 1 or a 5. Not that kind of 1, 5. That kind of 1, 5. To finish the row. I need a 6 in this row, and it can only go here. Ah, 1, 4, 5 is what's left in the row, but there's a 1 and a 5 already here, so that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 4. Let's see, that 4 means that's a 5, that's a 1, that's a 5, that's a 1. So these two digits are a 3, which has to go there, and a 5, which has to go there. That's not a 5. That's an 8. Take 2. That's a 5. Okay, so not a 5. Okay, so amusingly, we've got this little deadly pattern that's going to be resolved by the other grid. Because that's all that's left here floating around. Okay, so this being a 2-4 pair, though, places 4 here. Apologies to the fact that I've been ignoring chat for a moment while I just fill in some Sudoku-y goodness. So that means 4 is here. Which means 4 is not here or here. So that's a 3, that's a 5, that's a 4, that's a 3. So that's, that is all good stuff. Let's see. I'm just scanning real quick to see if there's other goodies floating around here. Okay, let's see. What does chat say? Let's scan back. 1 in the upside down L can be placed. Let's see. I don't see it yet. Pointing 5's in the bottom right green, which propagates into the southwest white cage. Yeah, I think we... oh, no, okay, we didn't get this. Okay, yeah, so sorry. Good point, Empress. So, oops. So one of those is a 5. So this is coming from this being a 5 tells me those aren't 5, so one of these is a 5. And the fact that one of these is a 5, now by looking at this grid, tells me that that is in fact a 6. And that's a 5. Which tells me one of these two is a 6. but I don't know which one yet. One in row 5 in green. Ah, yes. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Carl. Wrong kind of one. There we go. That flavor of one. Just because it can't go in this cage, can't go any of those places. Okay, so that means the one up here is in one of these two cells. Okay, this 12 diagonal got resolved when this became a 3. Because the two possibilities were that this 12 was a 3, 4, 5, or that it was a 3 and then a 3, 6. But it can't be a 3 and a 3, 6 anymore because this isn't allowed to be a 3. So these are from 3, 4, 5. Which means that this is the 6 for the box. Which means that this is the 6 for the column. So that's a 3. So that's not a 3. Let's see. So we've got all the 6s in this grid. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea, Aaron. If chat could have. Now, I would not want to write that utility for this specific puzzle. But yeah, it would be awesome if there were something that would let you say, okay, if chat says something, it would just highlight a cell and then label who said something about it so I could scan the chat. That would be very cool. Let's see. It feels like all of this up here must have done something, but I sure don't see what it did. Yeah, I do not see what I am gaining out of this, but I'm sure it's something. I'm sure it will become clear in time what it is I was supposed to have gained out of that. Let's see. Yeah, so this 8, so this is a good point. So Andrew points out this 1 8 a degree of freedom from the 25 diagonal, which now, by the way, has a 3 filled in on it. So that's something. Yeah, so the 25 diagonal, let's sum the things we know for sure, is a 3, 4, 5, 10. Now, this is a minimum 3, 1, so that would be 14. This is now a minimum 2, would be 16. This is a minimum 2 as well, would be 18. This could still be a 1, would be 19. So, in fact, I need these to sum to at most 6, if I did that correctly. Let me know if you saw anything wrong, but I think I need this to sum to at most 6, which I think means that, in fact, these are both 1. Which would make that a 6 and that a 1. I did not do that right. That a 6. So now these cells are... Oh, this 3 sees down. That's a 6. So these are... a 1 and a 4. These are a 5 and a 6. But I know the order of the 5 and the 6. It's a 5 and that's a 6. Yeah, double 1 was the only option now that we... Because this one actually, the key there, I could have emphasized this better, but I was trying really hard not to lose track of my counting. This one actually ate 2 degrees of freedom because it ate the ability of both of these cells to be a 1. And so it actually upped our minimum by 2, which is then what collapsed everything. Tallcat points out that there's an X sums clue here I probably should look at, which I'll agree. This has to be a 4 now, so that's a 1. Thank you, Tallcat. These are a 1-2 pair. So these are 3, 4, 5. This being a 6 now percolates into this box and tells me that this is a 3. So that lets me place the last 3 in this box there. So that all works out. Yep. This 12 little killer clue, remember, had to be exactly 3, 4, 5. So that's the 3 out of all of that, just by virtue of the fact that, well, it can't be anywhere else. So you come here for this striking commentary, such as saying that something can't be somewhere else, so therefore it's not. These cells are from 1, 2, 3, but I don't think it's interesting. Well, I know this one can't be a 1, I guess. Yeah, Aaron, definitely let us know. That could be very cool. I know Ranks both is working on a new alternative to F puzzles and the cracking the cryptic solver, and is a Sudoku streamer, so he might be interested in this if it can get to a point where it's usable. Hey, DiMono. Yeah, hopefully I haven't gotten anywhere too disastrous yet. Row 1, column 4 of green can't be a 6. Oh, because of the 25 diagonal. Let's see. I would believe that. Let's see. Although, actually, we ate so many... we ate so many degrees of freedom by making both of these a 1s. Let's double check. Okay, so we're trying to see if it works if this is a 6. So that would be 5. That would make 11, 12, 13, 18. Okay, these could be a 1, 3, so that would be 22. And then these would be at least 26. So, yep, I agree. This can't be a 6 by the 25 diagonal clue. That is not the that is not the delete. Okay. So that is a 6. So we got that one out. So now that places the 6 over here. Yeah, that was the last 6 that we had floating around. So that's not a 6. So this is a 1-4 pair now. That's still not the delete key. Let's see. Same for row 2, column 4 in the southwest. 6 by 6. Row 2, column 4. You're saying this also can't be more than 5? Let's see. Yeah, so if this is 6, I think the claim is the puzzle's broken. So let's try that again. Okay, so we're going to try and make this cell a 6. So 6, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18. These two are going to get us to 22. This is going to get us to 25, and then this can't be a 0. So yeah, that can't be, this cell can't be a 6 because of the little killer. That is the one that's on the little killer, so the 6 goes there. I agree. Hey, Jablika, welcome. I will say this: Chad is a lot more willing to look at little killer clues than I am, especially little killer clues that are umpteen million digits long. Uh, I definitely put that off as much as I possibly can when I'm solving by myself. So, appreciation. So that is a 3, that's a 4, that's a 6. What are these two digits? They're a 1 and a 4. I don't think I know the order yet. Yeah, I don't seem to. Hey, Nathan, welcome. Yeah, this one does not see over there as much as it might want to, but it is forbidden. Let's see. Okay, so marking possible 2s will eventually give me 2 in the northeast 6x6. Northeast 6x6? Yeah, so one of these is a 2. 2. I don't see it yet. Let's see. 2 must be at the top of the upside down L. Ah, yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So one of these is a 2 because that's this space sees a 2. So beautiful. So one of those is a 2. So that's not a 2. And so one of these is a 2 and one of these is a 2. And so those 2s align, so to speak, which places a 2 down here. That was a very good spot. Nicely done to Josh for that one. Let's see. The green cell on the 25 diagonal below the vertical black domino has a minimum value of 3 because there is a 2. Let's see. Okay, so the green cell on the 21 diagonal below the vertical black domino, so that one has a minimum value of 3. Because there is a 2 in the right side up L region. Do we know this cell isn't 1? Yeah, the I don't think I know this cell isn't 1. Uh, I would love for it to be the case that this cell couldn't be 1 for lots of reasons, but I know that cell can't be 1, speaking of cells that can't be 1, because there's a 1 looking at it. So that means one of these two is 1, but I guess I kind of already knew that. Let's see, this is a 2, 4, 5, but that's fine. Let's see, we're definitely doing pretty well, I think. Yep. One of these two is a 1. Actually, okay, so that's going to give me a 1. Okay, so one of these two is a 1. Because if I look at this L, that can't be a 1. So one of these is a 1. One of these is a 1. So this isn't a 1, it's a 4. And that's a 1. So that gives me at least a little bit of progress. Let's see. So that's not a 4. Let's see. What are these digits? Are these digits anything interesting? Let's see. These are a 2. These are a 2, a 3, and a 5. Ah, sorry. This one's not a 2. I saw the 3, but the 3 is too far away. These could be anything. It could even be a boat. Let's see. So the topmost blue box needs attention. Okay, I will I will give the topmost blue box attention. So for example, when you say it needs attention, you might be hinting that I definitely know this is a 3, owing to the fact that I've put everything else in it. That's a 3, owing to the fact that I've put everything else in it. And so that's a 3 by Sudoku. That's a 4. So that's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 5. That's a 4. And that's a 5. Okay, so that was an excellent... that was an excellent suggestion to actually look at this box for the first time in umpteen years. Was well worth the effort. Let's see. So did that give us something over here? Maybe not. Okay, but let's look at the bottom blue box. Okay, so the bottom blue box I don't think is going to give us anything, but we can finish it. Because that's going to be a 4, that's a 5, that's a 4, that's a 5, that's a 4. That's 4. That's 5. Yeah, so that's all wrapped up. Yes, trying to decide. Yeah, a lot of people at the beginning of the puzzle were saying things like, "Oh, you can place the 1 in the top row," and then realizing that I would have absolutely no idea what they meant if they said that. But people have been getting a little better at trying to say a better description of where things are, just because this puzzle is a bit disorienting. Let's see. This is a 3 or a 5. That's a 2, not a 3. That's a 3 or a 5. Row 8, column 14. Yeah, that's what happens when I do pen puzzles on stream. There'll be these giant grids, and people will say things like row 8, column 14. And I have absolutely no idea how people can tell that. Let's see, that's 3, 4, 5. That's not a 4. Oh, enjoy your New Year's Doctor Who special. Let's see, the 1 here is in one of these places. Let's see, the 5 here. Okay, so this is interesting. The 5... No, never mind. Sorry, it's not interesting. The 5 in this box is in one of those places. But that is not helpful. Let's see. Is there any chance that this box is dictated? I don't think so. Column 1, row 5, in green box 3. Let's see. So this is 3. Yeah, what can it be? It can be 2, 4, or so just by the row, it can be 2, 3, or 4. But then if I actually look in here, it can't be 2. By looking down this direction. In fact, I might as well write down that this is also 3, 4, 5. And that's not a 3. So this is a 4, 5 pair. And so that's a 3. I suspect that whoever said that saw it in a smarter way than I did, but I got there eventually. So this is not a 3. Let's see. So this is 2, 4, or 5. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Did that break me in here anywhere? I don't think so. Finishing the middle box may be helpful. I'd believe it. Let's see. So I don't think I know quite enough. Okay, normal Sudoku for the 6x6 grid gives a 3 anyway. I think that's referring to the 3 that I found. So yeah, one of these is a 2, which is going to shake out all of this stuff. And these 4 5s are not yet resolved. Let's see. So this is the same cell as that cell, just by the fact that this cell has to go somewhere in this box, and now that's the only place it can go. Let's see, is there anything I can say up here? One of these is 3. Let's see, these are from 1, 2, 4, but I don't think I know anything at all. These are from 3, 4, 5. I know that one's not a 5, so I technically know something. Let's see, this is not from 5, 6, or 3, so this is 1, 2, or 4 again. Okay, so this cell, I think this cell's interesting. I think this cell is a naked single. Oh, maybe not quite, but I think it's close. Okay, so it could be 1. No, sorry, it can't be 1 because it sees a 1 below it. I think it's a 2. It can't be a 3 or a 4 or a 5 or a 6. So this cell is a 2. Okay, so that's going to be very helpful because that means this isn't a 2. So that means this is a 2 because I need a 2 in this cage. Now that 2 is going to give us a 2 over here. That 2 is maybe not going to give us anything else. Let's see. I guess I can strip off the corner marked 2 as well. So this is a 3, 5 pair. Yeah, that is one of the craziest naked singles I've ever seen. I have to look across 4 different puzzles to see that it's a naked single. A rare combination. Okay, so 2 and upside down L, Josh says, is placed. Okay, well, it's not there. And it's not here because one of these is the 2. So, sorry, it's not there. So that's the 2. Excellent. So these are 3, 4, 5. Let's see. I don't think I immediately know anything about those. This is 3, 4, or 5. I don't think I immediately know anything about that. This is 1, 3, or 5. I know this is not a 3, so I got something out of writing that in. Yeah, I am somewhat gratuitously pencil marking in hopes of finding things where it's looked at by multiple grids. Not that I need a lot of excuse to gratuitously pencil mark something. Okay, so what about this cell? What can it be? It can be a 3, 4, 5, I think. Let's see, this can be a 1, 3, 4. Ah, this 2. A long time ago, I placed a 2 here, and that means this is a 1. And that's a 2. So this is not a 1. That did surprisingly little. I was very excited when I saw that I had resolved this 1-2 pair, but I think it did as close to nothing as it is possible to do. Let's see, what are these cells? These cells are a 1, which goes there, and a 6, which goes there. Yeah. And then what? Yeah, sure, why not? Only 1 6 remaining in the northeast, 6 by 6. Sadly, I found that. Let's see. Oh boy, now we want to look at the 25 diagonal again. Okay, so the 25 diagonal. And the question is, can it have a 5 on it? So let's sum these things. So that's 6, 9, 10, 12, 15, 16, 17. So we need these remaining things to sum to to sum to exactly 8, right? Because that was just the ones that I already know the exact value of. So these need to sum to 8 somehow. And so can any of them be 5? And the answer is actually no, because I would need 5, 1, 2, and I can't get any 2s in any of these cells. So these cells are not 5. That is a good spot. What if I just make them 5s instead? Will that work out too? It seems like it should work out equally well, right? So in fact, these cells are, to borrow a rank schism, an unorthodox 1, 3, 4 triple. And I think that given that these are across 2 different puzzles, I think you would say that this is an even more unorthodox 1, 3, 4 triple than the usual 1, 3, 4 triple. Okay. But in particular, the fact that one of these is a 4 means that one of these two is a 4, so that's not a 4, it's a 2. So that finally breaks all of our stuff. So that's that. Let's see. So yeah, so this is a 4 or a 5. Let's see, this 2, okay, this 2 comes over and undoes that. That's a 4, that's a 2, so that's a 5, that's a 4. So that's a 4. Let's see, so what are these 2 cells? These 2 cells are a 5 and a 6, and I don't know the order. These are a 5 and a 6, and I don't know the order. This is a 4 or a 5. Oops. These are 5, 6. Yeah, I think this is still not done. But hey, we got one more piece of this puzzle filled in. Oh yeah, this is great. I was given that I'd done the first orb, I was pretty sure that this was going to be just a riot to do. I really want to make a puzzle like this of some sort. This 2 looks over here and sees that 1. That 2, that 4, that 1. Okay. A journey of scanning is a good way of phrasing it. Let's see. There's a 3. If you, after I'm done streaming, if you send me the code, I will happily claim it on LMD. I will forget otherwise. And the same goes to all setters whose puzzles I do. I am happy to rate and claim them. You just have to remind me, because I will not remember if I do them on stream. Okay, so that's not a 2. Okay, there's a 3 that sees up in, I don't know how to describe it other than column 4 from the right. Let's see, which is maybe this? I'm assuming I got that at some point. Hey, T, welcome. The 25 diagonal is complete. Ah, yes, because we needed a 1, 3, 4 triple. So this is a 3. This is a 1. Let's see. So that finishes the 25 diagonal, and we are never obligated to think about the 25 diagonal ever again, which is glorious. Let's see. This is not a 1. Okay, this is a 4 or 5, right? Yeah, this is a 4 or 5, which gives us a 4 or 5 pair, which means this is the 1. Let's see. So this is a 3, 5 pair. That's a 3, 5 pair. Let's see. I can now place some 1s in the northwest. Interesting if true. Yeah, so this 1 now it has to go here. So this 1... Oh, yeah, where's the 1 in column 6? The 1 in column 6 is here. Let's see. This isn't a 5, by the way. Yeah, and then there's a 1 over in one of these places. This isn't a 1. This isn't a 5. The 4-5 pair gives me more love. I could always use more love in my life, I suppose. Let's see. Oh, this isn't a 1. Okay, so this is a 4-5. This is the 4-5 pair, so that cell's the same as that cell. Let's see, I want to look at column 3 again. The 4-5. Oh, the 4-5 pair in green. Sorry, I was over here finding other 4-5 pairs. I suppose I should not have assumed there was only one 4-5 pair in the puzzle. So this is a 3. So that's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 3. That's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 5. Okay, so that's progress. So now bouncing into this grid, that's a 5. So that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 5. Okay, so 4, 5, that's a 3. That 4 means that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 5, that's a 4, that's a 6, and that's a 5. So that blue grid is done. In fact, all our blue grids are now done. This 4 looks up and sees that's a 3 and that's a 4. This 6x6 is done. Let's see, where are other 6x6s? We have one down here that's got some 4-5s floating around. This 6x6 is done. I didn't even notice. All we have left in the middle one is a deadly pattern, which is going to get resolved by the outer ones. So I keep wanting to use the fact that these 4-5s are different. I'm trying to decide if I think DiMono really needs me to, really wants me to color 4-5s in this box. Because don't think I won't. If I have an excuse, I will color the 4-5s in this box. But I would need to scroll up, and I want to avoid scrolling up if I can. Oh yeah, this box, so this box can only get resolved through here. So the only thing going on is actually in this. Northwest column 6. Ah, yes. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, this column was done. I would say, how could I not have seen that? But given the puzzle that we're talking about, I think we all know how I could have not seen it. So yes, so that finishes out that. So that places the 3 up in this box. So that's not a 3. Let's see, what are these two cells? These are a 2... and a 5. Yeah, these are a 2, 5. That's not a 3. Let's see, these are 1, 2, 4. Let's see. Oh, there's a 12 diagonal. Thank you. I had long since forgotten that there was a 12 diagonal, which was going to fix everything. And so the 12 diagonal now hopefully has fixed everything, because it needed to be 3, 4, 5. So that's a 4, that's a 5. So that being a 4 means that's a 5, that's a 2, that's a 5. That being a 2 means that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 1. This 2 looks up and sees that that's a 4 and that's a 2. Oh, that's right. I have a couple things left. Okay. So this 4-5 pair is now giving me a 5 and a 4 down here. And that 4-5 pair is giving me a 4 and a 5 here. Happy New Year 2022. Nice. Huzzah. Well, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was very smooth. So Orb 2 now? Not now. We'll see. I'll set it up as a Patreon reward. I'll set up a list of impossible puzzles, and I'll put them as like tiers on the Patreon or something to say like if the Patreon reaches this amount of money, then I'll do Orb 2, and if it reaches this amount of money, then I'll do Quite a Mouthful. And if it reaches this much, I'll do a Tallcat classic or something like that. Yeah, we'll figure out something for Patreon rewards. Alrighty. What's 2022 look like for me? So gloriously, I am on sabbatical for this semester. So I'm working on my YouTube channel, making videos about the Riemann hypothesis, which is the reason for the name zetamath, by the way. So happy New Year to you as well, Phil. Welcome, Martin. So I'm going to be working on streaming some more as well. So I'm planning to up my streaming to 2 or 3 times a week. I don't know the exact schedule yet. Through the holidays has been easy because it's just like, well, every holiday I'll just stream for 8 hours and it'll make life easy. I probably won't stream 8 hours at a time typically. But we'll see. I'll work out a schedule and see when people like me streaming. But I'll probably try and do a bunch of experimentation with what kind of streaming works best and what people like. But that is the first half of my year is that. And then sometime in September, I go back to teaching again. But for now, you're all my Sudoku students to keep me sane through my sabbatical. Let's see. So I'm going to take a short break. But when we get back, we're going to do something new, which is that I found this Whisper Arrow puzzle by Tallcat, this Whisper Arrow puzzle by OddlyEven, and this Whisper Arrow puzzle by grkles. And so when we get back, we're going to have a look at Whisper Arrow puzzles, and we're going to look at commonalities and differences between them. Basically, we're just going to do a number of Whisper Arrow puzzles in a row, because I've never done a Whisper Arrow puzzle before. And we're going to look at them and see how they're set and all of those good things. But I will, as I said, take a short break, and I'll be right back. Oops. Did reality come back? There we go. Reality came back. Oops, sorry. Wrong puzzle. Okay, so there was a recommendation that I start with this one. I'm not sure if that is a hint that this one is easier or harder or anything of that sort, but we'll start with this one per the suggestion from the stream. The reason, by the way, I saw chat was talking about streaming to Twitch. The reason why I prefer YouTube is that Twitch deletes your VODs, and I don't know, I like the idea that in 20 years people will be trying to find videos of me having solved Sudoku back during the late COVID era. I don't know that that'll actually happen, but who knows? And then someone else in chat was asking about how do you start making puzzles. Fuchsia suggests starting with classics, which is one approach. I find setting classics too scary, so I've actually never set a classic. But I do have a couple videos about how I approach setting. One is up on the Cracking the Cryptic site. And another is here on this site. I have a video of the setting process of me setting the puzzle The Usual Suspects, which is my most recent feature on Cracking the Cryptic, where I talk through a lot of what I'm doing and why and let you sort of see what it's like. So I recommend looking at those, but also Cracking the Cryptic beautifully has videos from tons of different setters talking about their approach. So fortunately, you can watch not just me, but tons of other people talk about how they've set various puzzles or how they think about setting. Clover has a particularly beautiful video, which I guess I would say is more aimed at intermediate setters, but that is probably the best of the setting videos in my humble opinion. Anyway, I recommend looking at those, and that is a great place to start. But fortunately, there's more and more content on setting being generated, and I've certainly been talking about doing a setting stream sometime, so if there's interest in me doing a setting stream, I'm happy to talk about how I approach it and talk to newer setters and more experienced setters and putting stuff together, all of that kind of stuff. So if there is interest in talking about learning to set and that kind of thing, I'm happy to help with that. Let's see. Oh, Fuchsia points out you can actually stream on both platforms and then have the YouTube VODs and still have the Twitch audience. Oh, that's interesting. That sounds complicated, but possible. Yeah, unfortunately, I have 1,000 subscribers on my main channel, so people could just throw money directly at me there, like whenever Cracking the Cryptic streams or whatever. But this is the side channel, so we don't have 1,000 subscribers yet. Although you can help us get there if you hit the subscribe button. You can get us one step closer, which will get us one step closer to monetizing this in a way that doesn't involve you. But anyway, all of that said, let's start talking about Whisper Arrow puzzles. So I will say, sort of philosophically, I usually don't like arrows. Oops. I usually don't like arrow puzzles, or I should say I don't usually like pure arrow puzzles. The conflict checker is on. I don't know why, I just find them, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of them, but I think arrows combine well with almost any constraint. And one reason for that is that if you look at these grids, you'll notice that between all three of these puzzles, there is a total of one given digit. And so you'll notice a lot of setters like setting puzzles that don't have given digits. And I think often the perception is that the reason why setters like setting puzzles without given digits is because it's harder. I don't really think that's the case. At least that's not the case for me. The reason why I tend to set puzzles with either 0 or 1 given digit is actually that it makes the grids look much cleaner. So as I throw digits around the grid, it'll get more and more cluttered and all of these sorts of things. And so I think just a lot of setters really just like the aesthetic myself certainly among them, just like the aesthetic of having a grid like this where there's no given digits to start. It just looks compelling. And you'll even notice here tallcat shoved the given digit here in the corner so that it would be the least obtrusive while still providing that tiny bit of extra information. And then this one does it. But if you try and set a puzzle without any given digits, you'll notice that with lots of constraints, you have an immediate problem, which is that you can't make it resolve uniquely. And so whispers, for example, which I should say, by the way, what whispers are. Whispers are these green lines where the difference between any two consecutive digits on the whisper line have to differ by at least 5. They have the problem that if you have a puzzle that only has whisper lines and no givens, it will never resolve uniquely. And that's because if I had this, and let's just say in the solution it filled out like this, where I've just filled in random digits here. If there's only whisper lines, I can reverse the 9 and the 1. So I can basically flip all the highs to lows and lows to highs. And so I could make this a 1, this a 7, this a 2, and this a 9, and it would give me another solution. So this is true of whispers. Any whispers puzzle that has no givens will have at least 2 solutions, or 0 solutions, but hopefully your puzzle doesn't have 0 solutions. And this is actually true of tons of constraints. If you have a puzzle that only has Renbon, it will have at least 2 solutions. If you have a puzzle that only has black Kropke dots, it will have at least 6 solutions. If you have a puzzle, in fact, at least 24 solutions if you really want to work it out. Lockout lines, between lines, sandwich. There's just tons of constraints that naturally can't quite disambiguate between highs and lows, or 1s and 9s, or 5s and 7s, or whatever. There's various sorts of problems that pop up. But arrows are one constraint that does not ever have this problem. An arrow puzzle can be unique with just arrows. And so one consequence of that is that any constraint you like, if you add arrows, you can make a unique puzzle that solves with that, with only arrows and that constraint and no given digits. And so no matter what the constraint is, you can make an arrow blank puzzle and it will work out nicely. Now you'll see lots of pairings that show up a lot. So you'll see, and this is something I do a lot, and 2 to 10th does it a lot, you'll see the pairing constraint plus black Kropke dot a lot. And the reason why you see that pairing a lot is because black Kropke dots can't make a puzzle unique by itself, but black Kropke dots are ambiguous in a way that is basically completely different than any other constraint is ambiguous. And so usually the combination of a black Kropke dot and another ambiguous constraint is sufficient. So just if you picture, for example, black Kropke dot plus sandwich, the black dot is enough to disambiguate the 1s and the 9s, for example. Or black Kropke dot plus whisper is a combination, which again, you could sort of sort out exactly how you flip the highs and the lows. Anyway, so that's why I think I was able to, without even trying, find 3 whisper arrow puzzles. And so that's why this combination shows up, and that's why we'll do it today. Okay. I should also mention, by the way, I didn't actually set out to find every whisper arrow puzzle that had ever been made or anything. Just I was flipping through my queue trying to form a coherent string of puzzles to do. And I happened to notice, oh, hey, look at that. I have 3 whisper arrow puzzles that all happen to appear. So I thought, it'll be fun. Let's do whisper arrow puzzles. Hey, OddlyEven, welcome. So, while we're at it, let's get started. So the thing I want to think about on all of these is where are the high and low digits going to be? And so a digit is high if it is if it is clicking the wrong button. If it's 6, 7, 8, or 9, and we're going to indicate it's high by putting it in orange. And it's low if it is 1, 2, 3, or 4, and we'll indicate that by putting it in blue. And so the thing about these collections of digits is that in order to make a green line work, that is, in order to make a whisper line work, I have to strictly alternate between blue and orange digits. And the reason for that is if I take a digit that's at least 5 away from 1, 2, 3, 4, I get a digit that is 6, 7, 8, or 9, and vice versa. So along this line, for example, we're going to have to bounce back and forth between high and low. Okay. So immediately that's interesting for this whisper line, because I see that if this alternates, whatever high-lowity this cell is the same high-lowity. Well, let's imagine these are both orange. Okay. Well, the universe is already pretty broken because both of these are at least 6, which means that if I add these 2 digits plus this digit, I get a number that's at least 13, and I can't put a 13 in a circle in a Sudoku puzzle. So these can't be high, and so what that means is they must be low. Sorry, not that one. These 2 must be low, so these 2 are high. Happy New Year, Sam. Welcome. Ah! Panic! There we go, like that. Okay, so these are at least 2 low digits. Now, note, this could still be a high digit. I have no idea whether this is low or high, because, in fact, these 2 could sum to literally 2. So this could easily be... In fact, this arrow could even have a 3 in the circle. But I want to look at this digit and what happens with this line. And now this digit is at least a 6. These 2 cells sum to at least 3 because they're at minimum 1, 2. And so that would make this a 9. And actually, I can't do any better. So the minimum is also the maximum. The circle can't get bigger than 9. So this is a 1, 2 pair. And it's about to be resolved in a second because the only digit that's 5 away from 6 is 1. So those are both 1s. And that's a 2 and that's a 1. Okay. And now, literally, the only thing I know about this digit is that it's a 7, 8, or 9. I don't know any additional bonus information. Okay. Now, if I'm diligent about this, I will note 1 and 2 are low, so I'll color them. And the 9 is high, so I'll color it. And again, the reason why I'm coloring is because I want to keep track of where I know there are low and high digits as part of trying to sort of solve the puzzle. And so I'll be taking advantage of the fact that there are 4 low digits and 4 high digits in every row and column. And yeah, I can take this away. I was debating if I wanted to put a screenshot up. I might make a standard screenshot for explaining the high and low numbers coloring just for people who are newer and don't necessarily immediately see orange and think 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess it would be really helpful for Simon, since he seems to not immediately think 6, 7, 8, 9 when he thinks of these, much to my chagrin, when he colors high digits with blue and low digits with orange. But it's supposed to be a temperature thing. You're supposed to think, okay, the low digits are cold and the high digits are hot, I think is the idea. Okay, so enough mumbling about this. What can this digit be now? Well, now this is at least a 3. So I guess this is at least a 5. That's not so exciting. So we'll pass on that. Okay, so row 1, column 2 is orange. Let's see. So this digit is at least 3, at least 2, and this digit is at least 2. Yeah, so this this cell, as pointed out, if I minimize this arrow, this is Martin's point. Welcome, Martin. This digit is at least 3. This one's at least 3, so that's at least 6. Plus this one's at least 2. So in fact, this is an 8. There's no... and in fact, that has to be exactly what happens. Because we said the minimum here is that this is a 3, and this is a 3, and this is a 2. And, well, 8 is the maximum this can be because it can't be a 9. So, in fact, we get more digits. And so we have a great dance to the digit gods who have graced us with this many digits in the puzzle so quickly. And we are happy about it. Woohoo! Okay. So, this digit's high because it's across a whisper from a 3. So it is an 8 or a 9, by the way. The only digits that are that many away are from 3 are 8 and 9. This is high because and is at least 7 because it's across from a 2. Okay, so now I want to think about this arrow. So this digit's at least 3, 1, 2. If I just write those down, 3, 1, 2 would be the minimum. So this is at least 6. So this is also orange. It's no surprise, by the way, that the circles are orange on these cells because the circles are going to tend to be higher because they're adding lots of things. And now, as is pointed out by Nicholas, this has also become orange because now 1, 2, and 3 are gone from this cell. So this cell's at least 4. And so this is a 6 or... Sorry, so this is orange and is a 6 or 7. Okay. Now, because that's a 6 or 7, we actually know this cell's a 4 or a 5, and this cell's a 4 or a 5 just to finish the box. Ah, welcome back, tallcat. It has been revealed that you are in the queue with one of your puzzles, so you can be excited about that. Okay, so now this being a 6, 7, could I put a high digit, or even a 5 on here? No, because neither of these can be 1, so these two cells sum to at least 4. Sorry, these two cells sum to at least 5. So yeah, so this cell can't be orange because those sum to at least 5. So this digit, in fact, has to be a 1 because these two, as I said, sum to at least 5. This is at least 3. This is at least 2. So this is a 1. In fact, this just is a 1. Yep. So it is blue. That's orange. Now, what about this cell? This cell's at least 3, so these two cells together sum to at least 4, which makes this cell at most 3, so this cell has to be a 2. And now this cell is a 3 or a 4, and so it's blue. And now notice that that is going to give me the coloring of the rest of this line, like that. So, voila. Okay, so this is just any high digit. That's another high digit. So this is a 4-5 pair. So, in fact, we can note that 4 and 5 live in this strip over here. Now, here's a really weird thing that I don't think I'd get to do very often. But these digits can't be 4 or 5 or 1 or 2 or 3. So these digits are orange. Likewise, these digits can't be 5, and they can't be orange, because this has to be a... Oh, actually, fascinating. While I'm doing that, these are blue for the same argument. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to notice this can't be a 6. And it can't be an 8 or a 9. So this is a 7, which makes this a 6, which makes that a 3 in order to make the arrow work. And so we've got colors. We've got digits marked. So we've got all the good things. So that's a 6 now because that taking a 7 made this an 8-9 pair. So that's a 6, which makes that a 7, which makes that a 5, and that a 4. There's always the problem of what to color 5. So I think it's my mathematicianiness, but I really don't like deciding that 5 is high or low. So I usually make 5s gray, unless Casey is around, in which case I make them green because he prefers the color. But lots of people will just decide based on the puzzle whether it is more convenient to make gray low or high. And so some people will include it in one of the other batches. But anyway, I'm just going to put it there like that. Okay, now this 3 on a whisper line can only go next to 8s or 9s, which is interesting. This is a low digit in a box where 1, 2, and 3 are gone. So that's a 4. 4 only goes next to 9, in fact. So that 9 sees that 8, and that's a 9, and that's an 8. So how can you, of all people, not color something, Eric? That just seems wrong. You are the OG color master, after all. Okay. Well, it didn't need coloring, but coloring isn't about need. Coloring is about life and fun. So these sum to at least 3. So that with 4 means this is at least 7, which means it's orange. Let's see. This 4 is looking up here, giving us a 5 and a 4. So that's gray. This is blue. I'm expecting that this is going to, in a moment, turn into like a difficulty 5 puzzle because, as I'm always suspicious of with setters like grkles, anytime the opening of a puzzle is easy, it usually means something horrible is coming. So don't be fooled. Okay. This whisper line needs a high and a low on it. The low has to be a 4, which means the high has to be a 9, which means this is a 4-9 pair, except I can't put a 9 on this arrow, because if I put a 9 on this arrow tip, then I'd add at least a 1, and this would be at least a 10. So in fact, this is a 4 and a 9 in that order. So 4 and 9, like that. So now the 5 is in one of these two cells, like that, which does not tell me anything yet about these cells. Okay, let's see, there's a 1 over here somewhere, which isn't too surprising. Let's see. These are opposite parities. This can't possibly be high because it would make this arrow at least a 10 before I even added in that cell. So that cell has to be low just for the sake of this arrow not breaking, which makes both of these cells high. So let's see. I'm supposed to take a closer look at box 5. Okay, so okay. So this is a hilarious naked single. This cell sees 1, 2, 3, 4, and it sees 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is a 5. Beautifully. So that can inherit its grayity. Let's see. And so these are a 7, 8 pair. They're both high. Like that. I don't think I know the order yet. But this being a 5 is quite interesting because it again means I can't possibly put a high digit here. Because then this arrow would suddenly total to at least 11. It also immediately oranges that cell, but it blues both of those, which makes me think of Arrested Development. But I'll go ahead and then orange these, and let's see, and orange that. Okay. So yeah, this is all kinds of chill. Alrighty, so these can be at most 3, I suppose. Anyway, this is also 7, 8, or 9. This is 1, 2, or 3. This is 1 or 2. Just by maths on this. This could... No, this can't be high. For the same reason. If I put a high here, then that would make this arrow at least 10. So, in fact, neither of these can be 4. So these are a 1, 2, 3 triple, which is very interesting. So the total of these arrows is 6 plus 9 is 15, plus whatever this digit is. So the total of these is either 16 or 17, which means there's definitely a 9 in them, but actually whether this is a 1 or 2 dictates whether this is a 7, 9, or an 8, 9. Okay. As is pointed out by Aaron in the chat, this is an orange cell that's not 7, 8, or 9, so it is a 6. So let's see. Now this digit is more than... Okay, so this digit can't be high and it can't be 5, so it's low. What are its options? Well, it's not 1 or 4, so it's 2 or 3. So this is always orange regardless. And so it is 6 or 7. And it can't be 8 or 9 because it already sees an 8 or 9. Oh, it couldn't be 8 or 9 regardless. So don't mind me. So yeah, so this is a 6 or a 7. So that gives me all the lows in the row. I don't know if that's super exciting. I have all the lows in this column, and there's a 5 here, so this is high. That's always fun for me. So now I have all the highs in this row, so these are low. So this is the 1, owing to the fact that it's the only place 1 can go in the row. So this is a 2, 3 pair. So I now have a 2, 3 pair in the column here. So the only low left is a 4, which has to go here. Let's see. And so now I need a 9 in this column. It can only go here. What is this now? So now this is a 6 or a 7. Okay, this is a 7 or an 8. And by virtue of the fact that this is a 7-8 pair, this is a 6-9 pair, which means one of these is a 1. But I don't think that is at all helpful, that I can see at least. Let's see. So in this column left, what we have is a 3 and a 4. They're blue. Let's see. This is a 7 or an 8. This is blue. And is 1 or 2. Got it. Okay, so these are 2 oranges and a gray. Oh yeah, hey. As soon as this became a 6, this became a 1, because it's the only digit that's far enough away from 6, so that's cool. So that's a 2. Thank you, likewise. That's not a 1. Let's see. Now... Yeah, this could still be a 6. Probably is. Yeah, so I've got all the lows, but I don't know where the 5 is yet. The 6-9 pair. Ah, yes. Okay, this can't be a 6 anymore, because as soon as this isn't a 1, as soon as this can't be a 1, this can't be a 6, because it can't be 5 away from 6. So that's a 9. That's a 6. So this is not a 9, so this is a 9. Let's see. And now I know what this digit is because of our math before. So the sum of the two arrows is 9 plus this digit, but it's also 5 plus 4 plus 1 is 10 plus 6. So this is a 7. So that's a 6, which makes that a 2, which makes these a 1 and a 3, which makes that a 2. That doesn't resolve the 7, 8 immediately, unfortunately. We can ask about 9 in row 8, as some people in chat are doing. It has to go there. So let's see. This being a 6 means that's a 7. Let's see. I need an 8 in this box. It's not going there. I guess it could still go over here, potentially. Let's see. This 7 is fixing that 6 and that 7 up there. That's telling us the 6 over here is placed here, which is telling us this is an 8. The 4 in this box has to now go here by Sudoku, which says this is a 5. Oops. This is a gray 5. This is not a 4. This is not a 5. Let's see. I can place 7 in box 8. I can place 7 in box 8. Thank you, tallcat. Wait. Oh, yes. Sorry. I can place 7 in box 8 correctly as well. 7 has to go here. So that's an 8. That's a 7. This 4 gives us that's a 3 and that's a 4. Now let's see. And so people like me finishing this box. This box needs an 8, which can only go there, and a 5, which now is forced to go there. So that's 8. That's 5. So I can finish this row. This is a 3. So that's a 2. That's a 3. This is blue. This row needs an 8, which is orange. Let's see. This box needs a 1, which has got to go there. And a gray. So there's the 1, there's the 5. This column needs a 7 and an 8. Well, this 8 tells us that the 8 doesn't go there, so that's a 7 and that's an 8. Alternatively, if you prefer to do it with fancier techniques, you could use that. So there's the orange. Okay, this box needs a... No, it does not need a 1. That was a lie. This box needs a 6, which has to go here. And a 5, which has to go there. Note, I got really lucky and I hit 6, and it turned out that 6 is the orange color. So I just got lucky and got to hit 6 twice, which was glorious and exciting. So we can come over here, where we need a 2, a 3, and a 5. And over here, where we need a 4, 7, and 8. Okay, so that's not a 7, and that's not a 7, so that's a 7. This is not an 8, so it's a 4 and an 8. This isn't a 2. Isn't a 2. This could be anything. This can't be a 5. So the aftermath of that bloodbath is that these are blue and these are orange. So this being a 1 means that's not a 1. This is not a 4, so the 4 is placed here. It's there, which is the last of the blues. I still need a 9 in this box, which has to go here, and 5 has to go here. So orange and gray. That's not a 2. Let's see, in this column I still need a 5, so that's a 5. That's gray. So this is not a 5, so it's blue. And we've got our coloring. And we just have to try and find a clue that will resolve whatever's left over. So let's see. Let's look closely at what's going on. Let's see. Let's see how long I can wait and make chat frustrated with me for not looking at the arrows. So that's a 1 in order to make this add to 7. This is a 3 in order to make that add to 9. So that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 3. Alrighty. Nice puzzle. Okay, so that was a good introduction to the arrow whisper genre. So let's look at another arrow whisper. So next up, we seem to have tallcat's arrow whisper. So we get to do all the same things. And this one probably... Oops, sorry. I circled that. Do we want to make the 7 the bet cell? We could make this the bet cell. How about that? Since chat sometimes likes to have bet cells. I suggest that you wait for tallcat to bet and then bet the same as him. But you do you. So the first thing I notice, and so actually this never came up in the previous puzzle, but one key thing about whispers is you can't put a 5 on them. So the 5 in this box is actually shunted onto one of these places. Likewise, the 5 is placed into one of these. So if you bet 5, you've already got a 1 in a 3 chance of winning. Let's see. So one of these is high, at least. That is one conclusion. Okay, so this has 2 highs and 2 lows on it. So there's 1 high digit on these arrows. Okay. So let's do that again slower. So I don't know how, but I know that this alternates high, low, high, low. So that eats up between the whisper and this 7, 3 highs and 2 lows. So there's a high in here somewhere. Now the high cannot join the 5 because 5 plus high is 11 or more, which is not going to work. So one of these arrows has a 5 and the other has a high digit, which means definitively these are both high, because even the lowest digit I can add to 5, unless I add Playmaker's 0 to 5. Even the highest digit I can add to 5 is going to get me to a high digit down here. Okay. Now I'm going to mark it because I see some potential for geometry floating around. I'm going to mark that there's a 9 on here somewhere. Yeah, and I could put even a 4 with the 5, so I don't know what low digit I'm looking for just yet. Okay, but I do know that these are both high. Okay. And so, yeah, and I could even put an 8 with a 1, so I don't think I know a lot about this whisper off the bat. Okay, this whisper is length 6, which means it has 3 highs and 3 lows. So these digits are a high, a low, and a 5, which is not immediately the healthiest thing I've ever had happen to me in my life. Let's see. I'm really hoping that I did not accidentally settle into a set puzzle again. Let's ask where 7 can go in this box. And so 7 could annoyingly go on one of the arrows. Let's see. Fuchsia says I can't have 1 and 8 on an arrow in box 3. Okay, so let's think about that. So if I try and put 8 on an arrow, then I also have to put 1 on it. And now what do I have to do with this line? Hey, Luis. So I think this is correct. So if I try and put 1 and 8 off of this, now I have to fill this line with the lows 2, 3, 4, and with the highs 7, and 6. Okay. And so 7, sorry, not 7 and 6. Sorry, 6 and 9. Okay, and so where is 6 going? 6 now has to go on an arrow. It has to go on the other arrow. The green circle is a bet cell, so people have placed bets on what digit goes in that cell. It was probably a particularly terrible choice of bet cell. So now if I do this, now the 6 has to go at one of these ends. Next to a 9. No, not next to a 9. Sorry, next to a 1. Yeah. Sorry. Boy, I made this way more complicated than I needed to. Happy New Year, pause. So the point is... Okay, so let me back up and explain this coherently. So the point is I can't put an 8 on an arrow. Because if I put an 8 on an arrow, then I have to put a 1 on an arrow. And if I put an 8 and a 1 on these arrows, I now can't put a 6 here anymore. So I have to put a 6 on this whisper line. And wherever I put the 6 on the whisper line, I have to surround it by digits that are at least 5 away. And the only digit that's at least 5 away from 6 is 1. So in this instance, I would need to put 3 1s in the box, which is problematic. But even here, I would need to put 2 1s in the box, and that's still too many 1s. So the upshot of all of this is Fuchsia's comment, is that 8 is in fact up here on the whisper line. And so my digits that go on the arrows that are high and 5 are 5 and 6. Yep, so we know there's an 8 or a 9 here. There's an 8 or a 9 here. Okay, now... I'm trying to decide if it's possible that there's not a 1 on one of these arrows. Okay, so I want to figure out what the minimum sum of these arrows is. So in this case, the minimum sum was 11 plus 3 is 14. But 14 I could get as the sum of 2 highs in lots of ways. Oh yeah, we do get to play this geometry game. Okay, sorry, I'm going to now play the geometry game. So the geometry game is, where can 9 go in the corner boxes? 9 can't go on an arrow, so 9 goes in one of these cells. And so I need a 9 here, and a 9 here, and a 9 here in this column, and a 9 here in this column. And if you've not seen this before, the takeaway is going to be I can never put 9 in a corner. And the reason why is that if I put 9 in a corner, let's just say I put a 9 down here, now I need to still put 9s in the corner boxes, and so I need 3 more 9s, but those 9s in the corner boxes can now only come from this row and this column. And spoiler, I can't put 9, I can't put 3 9s in a row and a column total. So I can never put 9s in corners. So that's not a 9, that's not a 9, and that's not a 9. So the 9 here in this box, no, sorry, that's a lie. The 9 here in this box goes in one of those. So the 9 here in this box cannot go in these cells. And the 9 here can't go in these cells. That's the upshot. So the 9 in these boxes now goes in one of these places. The 9 in this box goes in one of these places, and so on and so forth. Okay, so good point, Fuchsia. That was... When I first looked at the puzzle, I was thinking I was going to have to do that trick, and then I didn't squint long enough to see that it was actually useful. Okay. Unfortunately, knowing that there's a 9 on a whisper line is not super exciting. If you tell the people that Simon posted a cool looking video, they're all going to leave instead of liking the channel, subscribing to the channel, and joining the Patreon. You should deny the existence of Simon. And then we'll get more subs, right? Is that how it works? I think that's how it works. Okay, so this digit, I think, can't be too terribly high, can it? And maybe it can. Okay, so good night, Nicholas. Sleep well. Okay, so there's a high up here, a high up here, a high up here. So there's, amongst these digits, there is one high, two lows, and one high, two lows, and a 5. Oh, Lord. That doesn't sound fun. Okay. So can this digit possibly be as high as 5? It seems very unlikely. So if I make this digit not low, that is, if I make this digit, say, a 5 or higher, now these two digits both have to be low, which eats all of the low digits for the box. So it would make these digits both 5 or high, and that does not work. So here's our first coloring in a bit. This digit has to be low, because if it's 5 or higher, we break the bank on how big we can make these. Now, it is worth pointing out, we do only have 2 low digits in this box. And I have to put one low digit here and one low digit here. But by the same token as we did over here, once I only get one low digit, that means the sum of both of these has to be high. And that's all of the high digits for this row. So this digit, which can't be higher a 5, is now low, which by our high-lowity alternatey who's a what's it, these two now are high. So that is some amount of progress. We got some coloring going on. I'd love to know that 5 can't go in one of the corners. That would be way more useful than knowing the thing I actually know. Let's see, does 5 have to go on one of these arrows? So let's say I try and make these arrows with, say, a 6 and a 7. I could use a 6, a 7, a 1, and a 2. Will that work? Okay, so here's an interesting point. I know the total sum of all of these digits. The total sum of all of these digits is 30. It's 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6. Okay. So this one has at least a sum of 5 and 6 and 1 and 2. So that is to say it has at least a sum of 14. Likewise, this one has at least a sum of 5 and 6 and 1 and 2, which is at least 14. Okay. Which means this digit has to be a 1 or a 2. And so we actually only have 1 degree of freedom across all of those things. Because if this is a 2, these have to be exactly 14, etc. Okay, so I did actually remember, but thank you for reminding me just in case. So one of these cells is a 6. It's not that one. One of these is a 6 with a 1. A 6 on the arrow, just because there has to be a 6 in this row. So one of these is a 6 with a 1 and a 5. And in that box, where does the 6 go? By Fuchsia's point earlier, in that box, the 6 goes on the other arrow. And so in that box, the 6 goes on the other arrow with a digit that's at least a 2. So it goes with an 8 or a 9. Ambrose with a clutch point. These can't both be exactly 5, 6, 1, 2. Because if they were both exactly 5, 6, 1, 2, I would, by Sudoku, have all of 5, 6, 1, and 2 in these cells, and they would not fit. Which means this can't be a 2 anymore, because if this was a 2, they'd have to both be 5, 6, 1, 2. So that is a 1. This, by the way, can't possibly be a 4, because that would make both of these 9. So this is only 1, 2, or 3. I'm going to go ahead and note while I'm at it. Let's see here. So yeah, so one of these goes 5, 1 with a 6 below it. Okay, so now we should ask the question, okay, so if these aren't both exactly 5, 6, 1, 2, what are they? So one of them uses a digit that's 1 more. And so that means they're both obligated to have a 1 and a 5, because I can't get away from the 1 or the 5 without adding 2, and I only have 1 degree of freedom. So in fact, there's definitely a 1 in here, and there's definitely a 1 and a 5 in here. And then to the 1 and the 5, we add... So one of them is exactly 1, 5, 2, 6. Sorry, I'm going to write that down again. This is just my Zeta notes for what's in these. One of them exactly is a 1, 2, 5, 6. And then one of them is either a 1, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, one of them is 1 more than that. Oh, and the one that's 1 more than that has to be this one. Because there's the 1 more. Wait, no. Sorry, that's wrong. That's backwards. But I need to think about that. Okay, so one of these has a certain total, and the other one has that total plus 1. Which one does the 1 go with? I don't think I know. Sorry, I think that was a stray thought. I don't think that was helpful. Now, I do know, because there's a 5 here now, that there has to be a 5 up here. So that's something. Which means if I look across here... Let's see. Is this going to be high or low? There's going to be exactly 1 high digit in here. Yeah, there's 1 high digit in here. Okay, so, sorry, I feel like I'm not being at all coherent in this puzzle. But no matter how I distribute these, there's either a 6 or a 7, and that's the only high digit in here. There's 2 high digits on this whisper line. So there's 1 more high digit in the box, and that high digit goes there. Okay. So what is this high digit? Well, it has to be a 6. Why does it have to be a 6? and this is going to be huge. It has to be a 6 because I can't put the 6... Oh, wait, maybe it doesn't have to be a 6. Sorry, I recant my claim that it has to be a 6. I will definitely say it is a 6 or an 8. I'm certain of that much because it sees a 7 and sees a 9 in the row and column. So if this is not a 6, then it would be an 8. And the 6 would definitely be on the arrow. Yeah, so this would be the 1, 2, 5, 6. Ah, okay. That doesn't work, but it's complicated. Okay. Hey, Jessica, welcome. So I have to put a 7 somewhere in this box. And so in the hypothetical that this is an 8, I have put the 6 here because I can't put the 6 on the whisper line because it would need to go next to a 1. And so now I have to put a 7 here on this whisper line. But what does 7 go next to? Well, 7 only goes next to 1 and 2. Oh no, but maybe I've used 1 and 3 down here. And so the 7 goes next to a 2. Sorry, no, I think it still might work if this is an 8, annoyingly. Oh no, it works for it's a way simpler than that. It's about 6 in this row. Where does 6 go in row 1? Well, it's definitely not on one of the whisper lines because it would go next to a 1. But that's it. That's all the highs. There's 1 high here, 1 high here, 1 high here that's not a 6. So the 6 has to go here. Okay, so I really overcomplicated that. But anyway, this has to be the 6, which means this is the one that's 1, 2, 5, 6. Over here. Which means this is the one that's not 1, 2, 5, 6. It's one more than 1, 2, 5, 6. Okay. Which means that the sum of these two arrows is 2 greater than the sum of these two arrows. So the sum of these is 14, and the sum of these is 16. Because their total sum is 30. And so that means that this is a 7, 9, and this is a 6, 8. So that feels like significant progress. Okay, so one of these is a 1, 5, and one of these is a 2, 6. Okay, and so now what's going on over here? So either there's a 7 in here, in which case this would be 1, 2, 5, 7. Could I make that work? Could I make this 1, 2, 5, 7? In which case I could put a 9 here, a 1 and a 7 on here, and then a 2, 5 here. Wait, sorry, that didn't work. 1, 7, 1. Oh, no, that worked. Okay. It looks to me like I could make 1, 2, 5, 7 work. Could I make... The other option would be that it is 1, 3, 5, 6. Could I make this work? So I need... So let's see. So one of these has to be 7. So the 7 would have to be... Oh, no. I obviously can't make that one work because there's a 6 in the box. Okay. I way overcomplicated that. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 5, 7. Exclamation point. I can get rid of these notes now because I now know what that is. Yes. There was a 6 in the box. Somehow this 6 is tempting me into all kinds of complicated, unnecessary logic. Uh, I will blame the 6 for always. Hey, Bremster, welcome. Okay. And so that means the other digit that goes up here is a 2. So this is a 2-5 pair because there's 2s in both of those. Okay, so I'm not sure what you mean by that doesn't work. So the 7 certainly has to go on... the 7 has to go on the 9 arrow. So it could be 7, 2 with 1, 5 on the 9 arrow. Or it could be 1, 5 on the 7 arrow with 2, 7 on the 9 arrow. I don't think I know how this sorts out yet. Hey, 11 Tickles, welcome. Yeah, I don't think... I don't think I know how these arrows break down yet. Someone in chat claimed they did know. Oh, no, they just said it has to be 1, 2, 5, 7. Okay. Sorry, I thought I was going to get this because someone in chat did, but not quite. Okay. So 1 and 2 are both gone from this row. So there's a 3, 8 and a 4, 9 in one of these. And the 4 has to be in one of these 2 cells. So the 9 in this row is actually not in either of these 2 cells. Because if the 9 was in one of these 2 cells, because I need a 4, I'd have to put a 4 next to it and then put another 9 in the same box. So the 9 is not in either of those places. How do I know? Oh, I just haven't marked the 8. So there is an 8 over here hanging out somewhere. Oh, and the same logic goes for the 9. Oh, sorry. The same logic goes for the 4 that is in the other box, because I also need a 4 in the other box. And the 4 in the other box must go with a 9 and only a 9, so the 9 can't go here either. Okay. So there's a 4 in one of these 2 cells. Sorry, I did that backwards. There's a 4 in one of these 2 cells. And so there's no 9 there. And then there's a 9 in one of these. I think that's right now. I think I confused the ever-living daylights out of myself for no reason. Okay. But one of these is a 4, so one of these is a 9. So there's a 9 up there. And the 9 is up here, so there's going to be a 9 here. And now the 3 has to do the same... No, the 3 could play... the 3 could hang out in the middle, because I could go 8, 3, 9, 4, for example. So I don't actually know where the 3 goes. I just know the 4 goes in one of these 2 spots, which means I can fill in that there's a 4 in this middle row. I should probably pencil mark those whisper lines. Okay, so... So one possibility is this goes 4, 9, 3, 8. And the other possibility is that it goes 4, 9, 3, 8. Okay, yeah, this is okay. So I agree with Tallcat's suggestion that I should probably pencil mark these. Okay, so that was the only way that this was ever going to work. Okay, so these cells now are locked out of being 4 or 8. And so that's going to be interesting because now that means that these cells are from 6, 7, 9, which means this can't be a 3 uh, because 3 doesn't 7 across a whisper. Oh, and I've not pencil marked a 3 in this entire row yet. And so as a result, the 3 goes here. Sorry, apologies to Panthera and Bremster. But that's a 3. Okay. Uh, yeah, so if this is a 9, it makes that a 3. So let's see, is this being a 9 at all interesting, or is this being an 8 at all interesting? Those are the questions that I have to ask myself now. If this is an 8, that becomes a 2, 6, and that's a 4. I don't see that yet. If there's some deep connection. How can the arrow in column 2 have a 1 on it? I agree. This arrow cannot have a 1 on it. That is a good point, Max. If this had a 1 on it, it would be either 1 plus 2, which is 3, 1 plus 5, which is 6, or 1 plus 7, which is 8. None of which work. So there is a 1 on this arrow. Yeah, that was a nice pickup. I'm thinking about, is it possible to make this Renbon work without, sorry, not this Renbon. Is it possible to make this Whisper line work without putting a 9 on it anywhere? So I'd like to know we have to put a 9 on it somewhere. But I think, unfortunately, see, if we can't put a 9 on it, we can't put a 4 on it. So we'd have to have 4, 5, 9 over here. And then we'd have to put 7 at one end. I think it still works. I don't really want to think about it at the moment, but if someone in chat is convinced that it's not possible to make a 6-length whisper line without using a 9, I'll think about it. Let's see. Okay, Eric has done what I assumed was possible, which is to write one down. So I should not think about that. No 2 on box 1, column 3 arrow. Oh, yes, there can't be a 2 here because now it's got a 1 with it, and so that wouldn't work. Okay, yeah, that's the follow-up to Max's point. So good job, Ambrose, for following that up. So there's a 2 here. Remember the geometry you did with 9s. Am I supposed to now do it with 8s? Let's see if I can do it with 8s. Okay, so 8 is definitely around here. 8's around here. Yeah, and none of these can't be 8, so 8's around here. But I don't think I know that one of these can't be a 1-8. Oh, I bet I do, because of the column. Oh, that's sneaky. Okay, so I think I can't put an 8 on one of these arrows, but I'm just going to try it just to see what happens. So if this is an 8, this is a 1, that's a 9. And this is a 6, but 6 had to be 1-5, and I can't. So yes, so thank you, tallcat, for the reminder. So 8s actually are locked into exactly the same sort of weird collection of cells around the grid that 9s are, which means there has to be an 8 in one of these cells. It can't go in the corner. There has to be an 8 in one of these cells. It can't go in the corner. So now, that means there's both an 8 and a 9 in row 9. That was a very tallcat step. Insidious. So now I can't put an 8 or a 9 on this, which means that I can't go... These can't be high. These have to be low. This is high. These are high. This is low, and this has to be a 7. Because it can't be an 8 or a 9, and there's no way it's a 6. So this is a 1-2 pair. That has a 1 looking at it, so that's a 2. That's a 1. So... yeah, so it can't have a 6 on it, as is pointed out by T, because there's just nowhere to put it. So that's a 6. Sorry, so there's a 6 there. Okay, so this is an 8-9 pair, which means these aren't 8 or 9. Which means these are an 8-9 pair. Because I need the 8s and 9s in these boxes, so those are orange. And this is a 3 or a 4. Yeah, let me go over that real quick. So Cableby has this question. Let me pull up a blank grid in F puzzles. So the thing we worked hard to get is that 8 was restricted to these cells in these boxes. This is still showing up on camera, right? Yes. Okay, that shows up. Okay. Now, I'm going to highlight some rows and columns. Okay. Now, box 1 needs an 8. Box 3 needs an 8, like every box of the Sudoku. Box 7, box 9, they all need 8s. So I need 4 8s total that all go in yellow, blue, red, and pink together. Okay. But if I were to put an 8 in one of these cells that overlaps, so say I put an 8 here, now I've removed my ability to put in another 8 in yellow and another 8 in pink, and so now I can get at most 2 8s in this outer ring. And so that doesn't work. I have to get an 8 from each of yellow, blue, red, and purple. And so the upshot of that is that none of these are 8s. And additionally, I know that none of these can be 8s, because if I made any of these 8s, it would remove my ability to put an 8 in that string, which would then, again, make me unable to put 4 8s. So I know that, in fact, exactly one of these yellow cells is an 8, exactly one of these pink cells is an 8, and exactly one of these red cells is an 8. And I think I didn't say blue, but also blue. So that's how I sort of think about this when I try and visualize what's happening. But anytime you see something restricted to an L shape, especially an L shape in a corner, it's a good idea to sort of wonder if this kind of trick is going to come up. Okay, so these are, let me just write in candidates. They're 3, 4, 5, 6. These aren't 3s. So these are from 4, 5, 6. Okay. You can place 7 in box 7. Oh, let's see. Can I put 7 on an arrow? If I put 7 on an arrow, it would need to accompany a 1. And 7, 1... Well, I can't put it there, so I'd have to put 7, 1 here, which would then break because of column 2. Yep, okay, yeah, because it would interfere with this arrow. Okay, so that is a 7. Good spot, Sam. You must be an experienced tallcat solver. Or alternatively, you point out the much easier way than the way I explained it, which is that there's an X-wing on 7s. The 7s in this box and the 7s in this box have to go to the same place. Okay. Yeah. Or alternatively, where does 6 go? In column 9, 6 can only go in one of these 2 cells. Oops. Sorry. Again, 6 is the orange color, but I can't place it now. So yeah, I think the column was an even easier place to look. So one of these... So I'm curious if it's possible for me to put 6 on an arrow. Seems hard, but I might be able to. Well, I have to put 7 on an arrow. That's interesting. Just by Sudoku. And so the 7 on the arrow is going to have to go with a 2. So one of those is a 2. And it's going to make one of these a 9. The 7 can't go with a 1 because it would make an 8, and there's already an 8 in this box. So 9 in the central box is now being pushed. Well, 9 can't go on the arrow tip, so 9 is in one of those two cells. But there's an X-wing on 9s between these. So 9 in column 4 is taken care of by one of these two, and the 9 in column 6 is taken care of by one of these. So that's not the 9. This is actually the 9. Again, somewhat disappointing that it went there and not in the circle, but what can you do? Yeah, so one of these is a 9. Oh, yeah, so where is 2 in box 7? One of these is a 2. Oh, but we know which one. Thank you, T. 2 goes here. It is kind of disappointing, I have to admit. Although it's much more depressing when a 9 goes in a circle of a between line. Although I don't strictly mind 9 going in one circle in a between line. It's really when there's 9 in one end and 1 in the other, that's when it gets really disappointing. Row 4, column 3 can no longer be... Yeah, I don't think that was correct. So let's see. What can this be? I should write out candidates for it, though. Can't be a 1. Can't be a 2. If it's a 3, it makes this a 5, which seems plausible. If it's a 4, it would make this a 6, which seems plausible. It can't be a 5 because it would make this a 7. It could be a 6, which would make this an 8. So this is... what is it? So this is 5, 6, or 8. Does the 8 do something cute like break this up here? I don't think it does. And if this is a 4, it makes that a 6 and makes that an 8, which all seems fine. Now, interestingly, via Ambrose's point from earlier... Hey, Alvaro! Are you Jetty, or are you a different Alvaro? Just curious. Interestingly, by Ambrose's point earlier, I actually know these aren't all orange. As much as it would be nice for these to be all orange. But they can't all be orange because that would put 4 oranges in the middle of this box. So one of these actually does have to be either 5 or lower. Let's see. Do I have a lower bound on how low the lowest one can be is? I don't think so. Let's see. In column 8... No, column 5. There's only one place for 8. Beautiful, beautiful. That's a great spot. That's a great spot, Luis. So yeah, I can't put an 8 here anymore because of the 9. And so the 8 can only go here. And Happy New Year to you as well. And thank you for all the work you have done for me. Greatly appreciated. Which annoyingly doesn't resolve that, but hey, it's a start. Let's see, so what are these digits? These digits are 2, not 3. Could be 4. Sorry, they're not 2. Could be 4. Can't be 5. Could be 6. Could be 7, can't be 8 or 9. Okay, that was not super insightful. That one can't be 1. Oh, neither can this one because there's a 1 in the box. That was a somewhat advanced technique. The empty rectangle 1 technique that Tallcat employed to help eliminate these. Eliminate 1 from both of those. Quite sophisticated, but Tallcat is a rather advanced setter. Where do 6, 7, 8, and 9 go in box 5? Asks T. That is a good question. Well, one of them is there, even though I didn't orange it. One of them can certainly go on this arrow, I think. In fact, actually, I should note one of these 2 cells is a 1. So I can't put both on here, but I can put 1 on here. So I could do, for example, that combination. I don't think I'm too restricted on where I put my other 3 oranges. I guess the question is, can I not make this orange? And the answer is no. Because if I try and put these oranges without using that as an orange, I can't. So at the very least, and so this is a good point, this cell has to be orange. And so this is a 6, 7, or 8. Row 4. Can you elaborate on row 4? Hey, Joaquim, welcome. Yeah, they don't go here. We knew that. I was just highlighting cells down here. Uh, yeah, so I can pencil mark 8 can only go in one of these places. 7. Eight, yeah, 8 can't go on the arrow. It's still a lot of places. It seems like to me. And 7 can go any of these places, I think. Let's see. Where does 1 go in this box? 1 has to go on here. That's something. So the 1 in this box goes over here. See, I have a virtual 8-9 pair in this column. Yeah, that's not going to be helpful. That's just going to tell me that I'm going to get a 9 here with a 7 and a 2. Which is something I already know. let's see. So what's above the 9? So I'm going to have one of these weird instances, again, very tallcat oriented, where I'm going to know exactly what one of these columns is. Because I'm going to have a 9 with a 7 and a 2, which means it can't have the 2 here, and the 2 goes with the 6. So I'm going to go 9, 7, 2, which is then going to go 6, 1, 5. 972 615. So what am I going to be missing? I'm going to be missing a 1, a 3, and a 9. No, not a 9. You're missing a 1, a 3, and a 2? Is it a 2? Sorry, I think I need to write this out. Okay, so if this is a 972, oops. If this is a 972 arrow vertically, then the arrow above it can no longer be 8 because it will want to be 862. So it would have to be 615. And so what are the digits that are missing there? It is 3, 4, and 8. So, okay. So that actually gives me a digit. Okay. So yeah, so where's the 8 in the column with a 9 here? So the 8 in the column with a 9 here. Oh, crap. It could be that one. Oh. Okay, so if this is the 9... Okay, let's continue our fantasy. If this is the 9, then now that has to be a 3 exactly. This has to be a 4 exactly, and this has to be an 8 exactly. Whereas if this is the 9, then now this could be a 4 or an 8. And then this could be a 3 or a 4. And this could be a 3, a 4, or an 8. Doesn't seem as useful as I could have hoped. Tallcat is hinting I should think about the whisper there. Or one of the whispers. Yeah, that was like a very useful, or like very nearly useful, but then it didn't quite work because this was a 3-9, but this wasn't a 3 or 9. Okay, so are we supposed to think about the number of high digits or something? If this is an 8 and that's a 6, then we've used 2 high digits already in the column. So yeah, if this is an 8, 6, about the arrow above the 9. Yeah, I know there's a 6 down here somewhere. Oh, okay, so we want to think about this. So if this is a row 6, column 8. So if this is a 9... Oh boy, okay, so if this is a 9... This is a 3... And so this is an 8. Oh, but that's a problem. Okay, so yeah, if this is a 9, it both forces both of these to be 6. Because if this is a 9, then I get a 2 down here, which means this is now not 2, 6, so it's 1, 5. But also this is a 3, so this is an 8. And then, yeah, so yeah, that does not work. Okay, progress. Okay, so I just did not go... I did not go enough steps ahead in my look ahead. I needed to look one step more ahead and then see what this whisper did. So yeah, so that's a 9, 7, 2. Okay. Yes, even tallcat ear. The like keep chasing as long as it's forced is the usual tallcat extravaganza. Okay, so these are orange. Okay, so now that's blue. That's not a 2, so now this is a 1, 5, making that a 6, making that an 8, making this a 2, 6. So let's go ahead and chase some more. What did that get us? So that's not a 9. Oh, that's blue. That's been blue for a long time. That's probably been what's holding us up. So should I just look at what's left for the possibilities for this arrow? Let's see. So this arrow could be a 7. If it's a 7, what would this be? Okay, so this can't be a 7. That's the point. If this is a 7, what's this arrow going to be? Well, it's not going to be 1, 6. It's not going to be 2, 5. Oh, crap. It could be 3, 4. Never mind. This could be a 7. Let's see. Maybe I should look further ahead. So if this is a 9, 3, 4, if this is a 7, 3, 4, that forces this to be a 9. So that's an 8. Sorry, no, that's a 9, so that's a 4. No, I don't think I want to look that far ahead yet in my life. There's a 2 over here somewhere via that 2, which I could have noticed before I even figured this whole thing out. Okay, so if this was a 5... Okay, so is the point there's always a 4 on this? I don't even know what that would get me, but I think it's true. So if this was a 7, we said this had to be 3, 4. If this is a 5, this has to be 1, 4. Oh no, this could be a 4 if this is a 1, 3. Okay, so the actual thing is there's always a 4 in these 3 cells, which feels like a completely ridiculous thing to pencil mark, but it feels like the thing I'm supposed to be focusing on. So this cell's never a 4, for example. Let's see, I'm trying to see if there's like an X-wing or something I'm supposed to be seeing. Well, I can note that 7 definitely goes in one of these cells, for what it's worth. So if the 7's not here, then the 7 is there. Just by our friend Sudoku. Let's see. Can this really be 413? That seems a little ridiculous. If this is 413, then that's like all of the low digits for the column except for 2, which is up there. And so this would, of course, be a 9. This couldn't be 8 or 9. What digit would this be? Can't be 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, I'll take some tea. What digit would be left over? Can't be 6. There's a 6 up here. So if this is 413, I've used 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I've used 6. Yeah, and that's got to be the 7. That's the 7. That's the 8. And that's the 9. So that, yeah, this would be 5 in that instance. This would be 5. Seems totally fine. Okay, where is 6 in this row? I am asked. So it's not there. Could it be here? Well, that would be a 1, 6, which would make that a 7. That does not work. So good point. So there's a 6 here. So that's not a 6. So that is progress. So now where is 6 in this column? It's either here, or could it be here? If this is a 6, this would have to go 6 here, 2 here, 8 here. Six here, 6 here, 2 here, 8 here. I don't see a problem with that. Let's see. Cable B asks what the full candidates are for the arrow in column 8. Okay, so yeah, we can write it all down. So this can't be a 3. It could be a 4 if these are a 1, 3. It could be a 5 if these are 1, 4. It can't be a 6. And it could be a 7 if these are 3, 4. So yeah, so these actually come from a pretty tiny range of digits that are all low, so that's actually worth noting. Let's see. Is there any hope of doing a similar thing for this arrow? I do not think so. Oh, I did want to leave my 7s pencil marked there. If 5 went with 1 on this arrow, it would make this a 6, and there's already a 6 in the box, T. If I understand what you're talking about. Bye, Panthera. Or are you talking about this one? Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, there is a 1 on this arrow. So, okay, sorry. I think I was being silly. Okay. So we can have a 1 and a 3 and make this a 4. A 1 and a 4 and make this a 5. A 1 and a 5 and make this a 6. We can't have a 1 and a 7 to make this an 8. And so that is all that we get here is from 1, 3, 4, 5. We are oh so close to having a triple. Let's see. Do any of those break what's going on up here? Oh, well, here's a point. Oh, no, I don't think that's a point. Is there always a 9 in one of these two cells? Yeah, what's the relationship between these nines and where they go? Because I think they might rule a 9 out of like at least that cell down there. Uh, Not that I know what that would do, but it seems possible. Three cannot be in row 7, column 2, or row 7, column 8. Okay, yeah. So if this is a 3, it makes that a 9. Oh, sorry, we're looking at row 7. Sorry. It's the same story though. If this is a 3, this is a 9. That's a 7. This is a 2, 5. Uh, this is a 1. Uh, that's a 4. I haven't said 8 yet. What other digit haven't I said? Oh, by box 8. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So this is just the observation, yeah. 3 is only in one of these two cells in this box. So yeah, as Jetty says, this is really about 3 being locked into one of these cells in this box, so it rules itself out of the row. Okay, did that remove anything from down here? If this can't be a 3... No, because this not being able to be a 3... 3 here could have gone with 1 and 4 here. Wait. Yeah. Nope, that's still fine. And over here, even finer. Let's see. I only get one more high digit in this whole column. But there are lots of places it seems to me like it could go. 4, 1, 4, 5. Yeah, we know one of this is a 6. Hey, Alima. Okay, I am stuck in Madoodle in this. Let's see. So the 6 and 8 over here. Yeah, only the 6 gets pushed into this collection. 7 gets pushed into that collection, which isn't very useful. Yeah, the what happens if this is 9 thing interests me, but it doesn't seem like it quite does enough to actually help. Uh, so maybe I should ask what happens if this is 3. If this is a 3, then that's a 9. 4, 3, 8. Let's see. I might as well mark candidates for the rest of this column because there aren't that many of them. I have a 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops. Yeah, I have 1, 2. I need a 3, 4. I've got a 5, 6, 7, and I need an 8. The arrows in box 7, particularly if one of them has to be an 8. Okay, so I don't see how I'm going to get that one of these has to be an 8. Like, am I minimizing the sum and looking at the sum of these together or something? That seems sophisticated. Uh, row 5, column 7 is not an 8. Yes, I agree. Not an 8. Progress. Let's see. Row 9, column 8. Ah, yes, that is not an 8. Okay, so indeed, we have 8s in these places. I don't actually know this isn't an 8, though, do I? I don't think I know the symmetrical thing over here. Should I color 4 8s? No, I don't think I have enough 4 8s to color them profitably. See. If neither of these is an 8, then the maximum sum of these two arrows is 11, because they'd be at most 5 and 6. What's the minimum I can... Sorry. Yeah, what's the minimum I can make these sum cells add up to? I could go... I don't even see why I can't make this sum to 11. It looks to me like I could make this sum to 11. Uh, yes, I agree. 11 is 1, 2, 3, 5, but can't I make this 1, 2, 3, 5? Oh, okay. So if this is 5 and okay, so this is oh, okay. So it's not as sophisticated. Okay, so these can't be okay. So if neither of these is an 8, the maximum they can be is 11, but I can't actually make an 11 because I'll have used a 5 here and a 6 here. And then that would give me two fives because there's a 5 up here and a 5 down here. And so I couldn't use a 5. So in fact, 10 is actually the maximum that these could sum to. And so they would have to be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4. And so if these want to be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, then this couldn't be a 3. Oh, yeah, and that doesn't work. This couldn't be a 3. It'd have to be bigger than 3. And then it doesn't work because it can't total to 5 because then I'd have 5 plus 5 equals 10. Okay, so I believe Tallcat's claim that if you really think about it, actually this has to be an 8 because otherwise these numbers work out to be too small because one of them turns out to be a 5 and you can't have 5 plus 5 equaling 10. Okay, so that's an 8. That's a 6. Okay, and this being an 8 is going to give us a 4, 9, 3, 8 over here, which is going to give us an 8, 3, 9, 4 over here. Let me go back and color some of that. So those are all high. These are all low. Oh, that's low too. Let's see. I'm also encouraged to pencil mark 2s in box 4. But yeah, let's yeah, I think 2 can go any of those places, but let's continue looking at what this has wrought on our grid. So that's not an 8. So these are both low. And so now the 8 is over here. And that's a 9. Now I need a 1 on here. So this can't be a 7 anymore. It's a 4 or a 5. Let's see. Yep. Oh, and it's not a 3 on it anymore either because of the 3 up there. So this is a 1, 4, and so that's a 5. It's our first gray digit of the puzzle. Okay, so this is high. And it, in fact, is the 9 for the column, because it's the only place a 9 can go in the column. So this is now a 7 for the column. So these are all low and are 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, which means this is 4, which means that's 3. I could have done that in a less convoluted way, I'm certain. So now 3 is placed in this box here. So this 3 means this arrow certainly isn't 6 anymore, and this can't be 4 or 5, so it is 1, and that's a 4. All of those are low. Let's see, so that being a 1 makes that a 4, makes that a 1, makes that a 3. These aren't 4 or 3 anymore. So these are a 5, 6 pair to finish the row. So that's a 4. and is blue. Okay. We are getting there. Slowly but surely. Bet cell is 4, yes. Bet cell is 4. So there's now an 8 down here somewhere, and I know where. So the 8 has to go there, because it can't go here anymore. So that's an 8. Let's see. We've got the 8s over here. We need a 6 down here. The 6 has to go here. I'm so glad 6 is the orange color today. This is the 5 for the row column box. Let's see. So what are these digits? These digits are a 4, which goes here, and a 5, which goes here. Gray, blue. Let's see. These digits are now a 1, 2, 5, I think. So what are these digits? So these digits are a 3 and a 6. So this isn't 6, this isn't 3. This is 1, 2, or 5, and it's not a 1, so it's 2 or 5. Okay, so if 2 or 5 wants to make friends to make a 7 or 8, well, if it wants to make a 7, this would have to be 2 or 5. If it wants to make an 8, this would have to be 3, which it can't be, or 6, which it can. So I think this is 2, 5, or 6, which gives us a 2, 5, 6 triple in the column and tells us that can't be a 1. So in any event, either way of those that you want, that's a 1. Also, as pointed out, the arrow is not 7 because there's a 7 looking at it. So it's 8, which is nice because there was only one way to make an 8, which was 2 and 6, which makes that a 5 and that a 6, which makes that a 1, that a 5. Okay, so those are low, gray, low, high, not 8. Okay, the tip top of this is a 2. That's a 5. Gray, blue, gray, orange. Okay, so now that 3 looks up here and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 3. Blue. Let's see. Oh, I need a 5 in this column. So there has to be a 5 on this arrow. I feel like there has to be a better way for me to see that. But maybe there isn't. But anyway, oh, there's a 9 up there. That's the easier way for me to see that. How about that? I was just being completely blind to Zeta. So this is a 2, 5. This is a 1, 7. So what does that buy us? Let's see. That 1 gives us a 2. Gives us a 2 and a 3 and a 1 and a 2 down there. So these two digits are a 3 and a 7. I don't think I know the order. These two digits are a 4 and a 5, and I do know the order. which is going to place the 4 up here. That's the 4. It's blue. That's not a 4. So it's orange. This 8, looking down here, tells me that that's a 9 and that's an 8. Which is fancy. So that that 9 looks up there and says that's not a 9, so that's the 9. Ah, yes, this 3 down here has appeared to give me the 3 and the 7. So that's a 6. It's a 2 and a 6. And a 5 and a 2. Let's see. This is probably known. It's a 7. A 1 and a 7. And a 5. And I've got to color everything before it goes off. So let's see. We will orangeify those. We'll bluify these, because, spoiler, that's going to turn out to be blue. Gray that. And then put a 1 there. Very nice. That one step here was a real snag. I don't know exactly. I suspect there was probably a better way to see it, but I did not see the better way to see it. But nice puzzle. All right. Hopefully OddlyEven is still here for the third part of the trilogy of Whisper Arrow puzzles. Oh, oops. I had out the pen tool, so I was tracing this. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so these are both at least 6 because they are on arrows of length 3. So these are both high, which unfortunately doesn't immediately give me the high-lowity of this arrow. Yeah, it's got to be a trilogy, right? But it does tell me that these are all lower 5. Yeah, we can make this the bet cell. These were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because I know there's 2 highs in this row. And this really could be a 5 if these were 1 and 2, regrettably. Oh no, I'm a little concerned that I'm going to have to be using Odd Vendervatering's trick here, although it looks hellish. So maybe not. But the structure here worries me about what I'm going to be expected to do in this puzzle. Let's see. So I know there's a 5 down there somewhere. Annoyingly, this could be a 5. Let's see. Row 9, column 6. Ah, yes. Okay. Yes. The ye old trick. So this arrow would normally be able to be as low as 3. But the way to think about this is to look at all of these cells that I've highlighted in yellow, which are all in column 5. So they are all different. And by virtue of being all different, they have to sum to at least 15. And so since they sum to at least 15, this digit has to add to at least 15 with this digit. The largest this one can be is 9, because, well, it's a digit in a Sudoku, so this has to be at least 6. So that is also high. Let's see. So I'm going to get rid of the coloring, though, and try this set that people are suggesting. Okay, so these are 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9. These are 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9. And so the yellow cells and the blue cells each contain 27 digits, which are each the digits from 1 to 9. So they contain the same digits. And the nice thing is, since they contain the same digits, I can also plonk out these cells. And so these cells contain the same digits. Now, I'm going to switch tech, and I'm going to now, instead of wanting them to have the same digits, I'm going to only want them to have the same sum. And so the reason why that's useful is that this blue circle and these 2 yellow cells have the same sum, so I can take those out. And I can do the same there, and do the same there, and do the same here. And so blue and yellow have the same sum. Now, what do I do in order to get rid of these arrows? Because I'm pretty sure I can do the right thing to get rid of these arrows. Let's see, so these yellow cells, that's the thing. These yellow cells sum to the same as that. So I can make that yellow instead of these. And I can make this yellow instead of these. So my set autopilot is definitely petering out now for what I think I'm supposed to do based on seeing Simon do it. Let's see. So okay, so what am I supposed to do now with my life? Okay, so I think chat is suggesting that I abandon this plan and that I instead only look at these and these. I should include that one as well. Cancel out these. Again, I'm only going to care about the sum, so I'm going to wipe away those. And so now, the sum of these arrows is the same as the sum of these whispers. So this is very interesting because I want to think about, okay, so the sum of the arrows is just double these 2 circles. So the maximum, I don't want to think about the sum? You want me to go back to here? So, well, if I take those out, I can't think about the digits. I have to think about the sum, right? Yeah, there's 4 high and 4 low. I agree. Yeah, but the high and low have nothing to do with the highs and lows over here because I took out these things. But let's just try and max it out and min it out and see what happens. And then we'll reconnoiter. I don't actually do set either. I just play it on TV or whatever. So the maximum that yellow can sum to is 34. And the way I know that is because I could take these to be 9 and 8, and then that would sum to 17, but they'd be doubled, which would be 34. And the minimum that the yellows could sum to is 13 times 2, which is 26. Now, what if I look at the whispers, and I minimize the sum of the whispers? So if I want to minimize the sum of the whispers, I'd want to take the lowest high digits possible. And so I could take something like 6172 and 6172. I certainly can't get lower than that. So that is 9. That's 16 times 2. So that's 32. Okay, so the minimum I can make the whispers sum to is 32, and the maximum I can make the arrows sum to is 34. So I have 2 degrees of freedom in total over these being minimums and these being maximums. So let me write in what minimum looks like for this. Sorry, let me write in what maximum looks like for the arrows. Maximum looks like this. Now, I could eat both degrees of freedom by replacing the 8 with a 9. And 1 has to be a 9. Yeah, that is correct. Okay, so there's no 9 anywhere on here. And there's 2 highs. Okay. So I think that's enough to tell me what has to go on here, because I can't use a 9. So I have to use either a 6, a 7, I have to use 2 of 6, 7, and 8. Which is going to mean, oh yeah, actually, just by earlier work, 6 has to be on the whisper line. Perfect. Good. Thank you for reminding me of that, Sam. Because neither of these can be 6 anymore. We can't put 6 in either of these places because there's too many high digits. And so the only place on this whisper line 6 can possibly go is here. And so that gives us the coloring of this whisper line. Those are high. Oops. I'm going to make these green just because blue would be confusing. And I know that, in fact, that's a 1. And this is not a 9, so it's a 7 or an 8. So this is a 2 or a 3. These aren't 1s. And now Joaquin points out completely correctly that actually breaks our minimum on green. Because to minimize green, I had to make one of the ends 6. And now this end can't be 6 anymore. And so if I want to replace it, I would have to make this instead a 7, which now pushes this up from 7 to 8. And now that is our 2 degrees of freedom gone. And so now, in fact, these are minimums at that, and these are maximums. So these are an 8-9 pair. Excellent spot, Joe. So that's a 7, and that being a 7 makes that a 2. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, this can be a 2. I didn't actually know the order of the 2 and the 1 anymore. It's going to have to look like that. Okay. And so now I don't actually know which of these is which. I just know that they look like this. So this is 1, 6, 1, 8, 2, 7, 2, 7. And so this one is the same. It is also 16182727. Yeah, this, even as someone who usually says I don't like set, this is really cool. Oh, and I can swap the 7 and 8. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, so... Oh, but I can't because of this 7. There is a 7 forced into the grid there. I think, Joe, I think they are because this 7 won't let me swap that 7 and 8. So I think I was right. I won't claim that I was right in a way that was verifiable or anything of that sort, but I think I turned out to be right by sheer force of will or something. So this digit can't be a 1 anymore because of the 1-6 pair, and it can't be a 4 because I would need to put 2 9s in the column. So that's a 3. And a 3 can only be surrounded by 8 and 9. Yeah. And so these are an 8-9 pair. And I don't think I know the order on this 8-9 pair. But that was pretty potent as far as set break-ins go. So these aren't 2. They are, in fact, literally a 3, 4, 5 triple. Okay. This isn't a 7 anymore. Okay. So that was an exciting start. Okay, this arrow has a 3, 4, 5 on it, so these cannot be very large. I guess these can be as large as 5. Because this is at least 3, so these need to sum to at most 6. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which interestingly means the high digits in this box... Uh-oh. Why does the puzzle look broken? Where am I putting 7 in this box? Because I've got a 2-7 pair looking up here. I think I screwed something up. I mean, 7 was never going on either of these arrows. Why is there no 7 on the right arrow? There's no 7 on these arrows because we lost our degrees of freedom. And when we lost our degrees of freedom, there's a repeat on the right arrow. Yeah, but the digit here is a 3, 4, or 5. The right arrow in box 2. I missed an option for the green German whispers. Okay. I am being told by the setter that I just screwed this up, so we're going to just go on and just remember that they add to 34. Oh, I know what I did. So let's go back to when we looked like this. Okay, so here's what I did wrong. I assumed that because we had to add, because we knew this had to be a 6, That meant this had to be at least a 7. And now I assumed, so we have to add... so I assumed, okay, so we've got to add our degrees of freedom up here. So this is now forced to be at least 8. But I think I assumed that both of the degrees of freedom got eaten up on the same whisper line, and I think they don't have to. So I want to try and sort of keep in mind, this was the minimum, and I want to try and think about this now. Okay, so that's a 6. It's high. This has to be a 1, which is low. Now, these still can't be 7, because this digit the sum of yellow is even. So I do need to eat up 2 degrees of freedom. So the 7 is gone. So there really still is not an 8 or a 9, which means this is a 7, which is high. It's low, high, low, high. These are getting colored green as before instead of blue to avoid confusion. Okay, but the question I should still ask is, where is 7 in this box? And I absolutely cannot put 7 on any of these arrows. So there is for sure a 7 here. Now what that means is, if I want to make one of these high, then in order to do it, I'd have to use a digit that's at least 8. Or, instead of doing that, I could go the other way, which is to put this as 7281, something like that, is the suggestion of chat. Because the only reason why they had to go backwards from each other, the reason why they had to go backwards before, is that I was trying to make them have exactly the same digits to minimize them. But there's no reason once they're different that I have to have them go in opposite directions. So in fact, they basically have to go in the same direction now, I think. I don't want to claim we've proved it, but I think something like this will work. So that's how I screwed this up. So I'm not going to assume that I have done any of this right. I'm just sort of proving to myself and to you that this is plausible, at least. Okay, so this is 2 or 3. This is 2 or 3. So this is 8 or 9. This is 8 or 9. Oh, yes, and this is next to a 7, so it's got to be a 2. That's a 3. Okay. But I think we're going to be able to figure this out without having to, like, really convince ourselves that we've exhausted every possible orientation. As Alvaro points out, for example, I could swap the 7 and 8 if I also swap the 7 and 6. And I could swap the 1 and 2 in each of these. So there's lots of various combinations that could happen. So I don't want to try and prove that I have exhausted them unless I absolutely have to. Okay, but we're back to this. This arrow now has at least a 3 on it. So these digits sum to at most 6. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so now, if I look at where the high digits in this box are, I know the 7's over here, but where's the other 8, 9? It's also here. So this is actually an 8, 9 pair. Sorry. These are 7, 8, 9. Okay, so apologies for those of you who are now getting to the audio of me saying this incorrectly, but I fixed it. These are from 7, 8, 9. Now, these cells sum to at least 10 plus 3 plus 1. So these two arrows sum to at least 14. I guess that's not helpful. But I can ask myself, okay, the minimum, this is now 6, 7. Oops. This arrow does have to be at least 6 just based on that 3. So this is orange. Let's see. If this was 1, 2, no, that's fine. Okay, we can't swap 6 and 7, so you also can't swap 7 and 8. That sounds right to me. But I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. And yeah, like, is it completely clear I can't have one of them that starts with 8 on this side? That's not completely clear to me. Okay, so Yeah, my question is really, can I put an 8 in one of these cells and then run the other direction? And maybe the answer is no. Oh, I can't because there's a 7 here. Gotcha. Okay. And I certainly can't get one of these lines that doesn't have a 7 or an 8 on it. That's it. Okay. Uh, so, yeah, I agree. So, okay. The fact that 7 can't go here and 7 can't go here uh, means that when I look at my amount over the minimum, yeah, so I couldn't put an 8 here. Yeah, so this can't be 6 or 7. So this would have to be an 8 if it wanted to be high, and it can't be high anymore. Okay, so now I think I'm now convinced that, yeah, this is now, I think, the only way for these to work. 7, 8, 1, 2. It may come back to bite us later. We will see. So we need a 1. We don't need a 2 or 3. We need 4 or 5. Okay. Well, this isn't a 1. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not a 1. Let's see. If this is a 4, it would make that a 1. Yeah, so once this wasn't a 1, sorry, once this isn't a 1, this can't be a 4. And so now neither of these can be oh yeah, this can't be a 1 either because of the 1-2 pair. This isn't a 1 or a 2. And then that's not. Yep, so that's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 1. So ergo, that's a 4. That's a 1. That's a 2. The 2 has to go with the 7 and the 8 and the 1. And the 1 goes with the 6 and the 7 and the 2. And so we've got all of those. This isn't a 6 or 7 anymore. Let's see, what digits are we missing in here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing an 8 and a 9, and it's actually even resolved. So that 8 gives us that's a 9 and that's an 8. This is an 8. Okay, I can get rid of my set coloring now. Yeah, this is a very nice setting. Yeah, the other oddly even puzzle I did on channel was just amazing as well. So I think, like I said last time, I don't think I'd really come across oddly even puzzles until I was looking back through the archive. But I know they've been posting for a while because they have stuff going back in the archive for a while. I had just never come across it before, so I'm very happy to have discovered it. Okay, so what is left in this box is 4, 5, 6, 9. These aren't 9. Okay, what's left in this box? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well, this one's not a 5. Could still be a 6. This one's not a 3, though. That one's not a 3. See, could this be a... This can't be a 6 either, because if this was a 6, it would put a 1 there. So this is definitely low, regardless of whatever else comes of it. So this is high, and it's the last high cell of the column. And it is an 8 or a 9, which I guess we knew, because we knew there was a 7 up there. So let's see. Yep, so these are a 3, 4, 5. Bazonk. The 9 in row 4 looks across. Yep, that's not a 9 anymore. So once this can't be a 9 anymore, these can't be a 5 anymore. 9 sees the 6. Okay, yep, got that one. Let's see. This we know is high as well. This we know is high. This we know is high. Might as well mark it. Let's see. How are people doing on the bet cell? Whose bets are still alive? Sorry to those of you who bet 2, 3, or 5. If you like the prime numbers, you might not be doing so well. This arrow is at least 3, 4 because of that. So yeah, so this is 7, 8, or 9. Good catch, Ambrose. So that's high. And I can fit at most 1 high digit on this, of course. Okay, let's see. There's the arrow in box 9. Yes, exactly the same story for the arrow in box 9. This has to be at least 3, 4. So this is at least 7, except it can't be more than 7 because of the 8, 9. So gorgeous. So this is a 3-4 pair. Those are blue. Do-dee-dee-do-do-da. Da-da-da-dee-do-do-da. Or however it goes. Fortunately, I don't think I'm a good enough singer to be demonetized from humming that song. Let's see. So that was an even better iteration of the idea from earlier. Okay, so these are from 5, 8, 9. The 2 in this box is over here in one of those 2 cells. There's an 8, 9 pair in row 9. I don't see it yet. 3, 4 pair in column 7. Oh, this can't be a 5 anymore, can it? Because if this is a 5... Now, this could be a 5 if these were 1 and 2, couldn't it? There's already an 8, 9 pair. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Thank you. Already an 8, 9 pair in box 8. So that's not a 5. So it gets to be orange. This gets to be blue. And purple. Sure, it can keep the purple. Why not? So one of these 2 is 5. Let's see. The last arrow circle is also high because of the column 9 arrows. Yes. Tallcat pointed this out at the very beginning of the puzzle, but then we got sidetracked onto a whole, set theory diversion. So these 5 cells have to total to at least 15. So this has to be 6, 7, or 8, or 9. And it's not 7 or 8, so it's 6 or 9. There's also a 4 in row 8. Interesting, if true. So this is a 3. These aren't 3. They're a 4, 5 pair. Let's see. So the rest of this box is... Oh, no, I don't want to do that. That's kind of heinous. Well, there is a 2 in this box somewhere. And a 3. Yeah, I still don't want to do it. Let's see. 5 in row 1, column 6. Yes, I can't put 5 anywhere else in this box, so that's a 5 now. Good catch. So these aren't 5, and they can be blue. So now 3 and 4 are forced into this column in this box. Purple is just a random color that I didn't want to take away because I put it there accidentally, and I was afraid it would make the 3 feel bad. There's a 4 up here by Sudoku. Let's see. Can I put a high digit in here? Oh, hey, that's really cute. That's a great spot, Barbie. This can't be a 4 because what would go with it? And so if it wanted to be 8, I'd need another 4, which I can't do because there's already a 4 in the row. And if I wanted it to be a 9, it would have to go with a 5. That's gorgeous. That is very clever. So yeah, so that is where the 4 goes. So these aren't 4. And so this 4 actually goes on this arrow. So this is either 1, 3, 4 or 2, 3, 4 now because it has a 4 on it. And so there's only one way to make both 8 and 9 with a 4. Of course, this one isn't a 1 or a 4. This is a 2 or a 3. But all of these are low. Oh, I guess we kind of knew that already if we were paying at all any attention to what was going on in this box. But we'll move on. Those aren't threes. Yeah, these are from, numbers. Let's see. 7 in box 8. Yep, good spot, Sam. 7 in box 8 has to go here, which means this is a 1 or a 2, but it's not a 2 by my pencil marks. So that's a 1, and that's an 8, and that's a 9. So let's see. Oh, and that's a 9, and that's a 7, and that's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's an 8, and that's a 6 or 7. Okay, so got a little bit of coloring to go back and do after that. That was a very good spot, Sam. Paid off a lot of dividends. Maybe not so much in terms of coloring, but at least in terms of filling in digits. We plonked a ton of digits in there. Let's see. Yeah, this could still be 6 if this is a 3 and a 1, 2, I think. Let's see. If this is a 1, 2, would it break this? No, this could be 3, 4, and 2. Oh, there isn't a 1 on this. So this is, oh, yes. I realize now I'm saying the same thing in a different way, which is that I knew there's not a 1 on this arrow, so this is a 9, but I already knew this was a 9 from Sudoku on 9s and stuff. So things and stuff. What is left in this column? It looks like a 6 is what's left. So that's a 9. That's an 8 because that was a 9. It is not a 1, 3, 4 arrow because there's one of the 3 4s is not on it. So it's a 1, 2, 5 arrow. Those are the only ways to make 8. So this is a 3, 4 pair. So that is not a 3 or a 4 in particular. Let's see. If this were a 3, this would need to be a 6. If this were a 4, it would need to be a 5. Well, this can't be a 5, so this is a 3 and a 6. And that's a 4. These both get load. This gets hide. Let's see. So we are missing in this row a 1 and an 8, it looks like. So let's see. Are there other Sudoku-y things hanging on? I bet there are. Well, let's see. I hope these 2 digits add to 8. Because if they don't, we're going to have a problem. They are 3 and 5, which fortunately do add to 8. And I know the order, which is going to be huge. So that's a 3. It's blue. That's a 2. It's still blue. That's a 4. That's a 3. So that's a 1, 2 pair. Let's see. What's missing in this column? Well, I need a 9. It can only go here. I guess for the box, the 9 can also only go there. This is a 6 or 7, except it's not a 7, so it's a 6. 6 is the orange color, remember? So that makes that a 4 and that a 3 and that a 4 and that a 3. Life goes on in splendid arrowy goodness. Let's see. There is a 2 here and a 5. I don't know the order. I don't think. Oh, I do know the order because there's a 5 there. I'm trying the patented 2 to 10th technique of leaving the 5s white so that they stand out. I'm deciding if I prefer that for my solving style. So far, I'm not sure. Let's see. That 3 sees across. That's a 4. So that's a 5 and that's a 4. So it gets to be blue. That's a 6. So these aren't 6 or 4. So it looks like that's a 5. And that's a 3. These aren't 6 or 5. So they're a 4, 9 pair. These aren't 4, they're 4. So they're a 5, 6 pair. Surely that must be resolved. But if it is, I don't see it. These two are a 2 and a 7. That's resolved. So that's a 7. That's a 2. Uh, oops, not 7. 9. 2. Blue is the ninth color. I will learn eventually. Or probably not. I don't learn lessons, Francine. Let's see. These are both orange. This is blue. These are a 6 and an 8. Let's see. If this was a 6, that would have to be a 1. Looks fine. Let's see. Okay. Let's fill in these digits, and then we will have a sense as to what is happening in our lives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 9. This is not a 9 or a 7 or a 6, so it is a 1. It gets to be blue. That's a 2. That's a 1. These are a 6, 7 pair, so they're orange. And that's an 8 and a 6. And that 8 makes that a 1 and an 8. So congratulations to those of you who bet 8 for the bet cell. You are the lucky winners today. So that 2 sees that that's a 5 and that's a 2. So that's blue. That 7 sees that that's a 6 and that's a 7. That 6 sees that that's a 5 and that's a 6. You're orange. That 4 sees that that's a 9, which is orange, and a 4, which is blue. And there is our puzzle. Oh no, OddlyEven, you missed the bet cell on your own puzzle. Welcome to my world. Indeed. So 4 puzzles already today, not bad. I'm going to take a short break to consume a turkey stick, and I will be back momentarily. Oh, -2. That on DiMono puzzles, betting -2 is probably a good idea. Oh, by the way, as I put up my Be Right Back screen, big thank you to all of our patrons. Always appreciated. If you would like to become a patron and get your name on the Be Right Back screen, we are at patreon.com/zetamath. I will be back very shortly. And we're back. But yeah, to answer the question about the Patreon, we have it set up so we'll accept the minimum that Patreon will accept, which is $1 a month, but it converts based on whatever your local currency is. Uh, but then the number that they display is how much money we are currently making, which currently we're at $24 a month, which we are ecstatic with because we just started doing this yesterday. So I am again very grateful to all of you for your things. Uh, but yeah, we're not aspiring to make the $18,000 a month that Simon does on our Patreon. We're just trying to get nice studio equipment to make this as fun an experience as possible for everyone. Alrighty, so this puzzle is Around the World, and I can spoil for you that it is made by the Cogito. Uh, And so this was made as a Secret Santa present for Lucy Odrin. Uh, and so the people have been, Tristan Mike is high on the, a Tristan Mike and an earthquake-proof desk are high on the goal list. So the way Secret Santa works, if you've not done it before, is that on the Discord, the wonderful Punchy Shiado, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, runs a Secret Santa where any setter who wants to can enter, fill out a little form and say, okay, hey, what kinds of puzzles do you like? Oh, cool. And then everyone who enters gets the name of a random setter who entered, other than themselves. It is assured somehow that people do not get themselves, unlike that Office episode that everyone loves. And then everyone sets a puzzle for their giftee anonymously. And then everyone on somewhere near Christmas gets their present, which is a puzzle by an anonymous setter that was made just for them, and then they get to do it. And then once that passes, everyone starts sharing their puzzles, and then people reveal the secret of who made what puzzle and whatnot. I really liked the puzzle I received for Secret Santa. I posted that. In the Discord. The person who I set a puzzle for has not yet posted it, though I think the puzzle I made is quite cool. So if I know the person who I set it for does not use the Discord very often, so at some point I'll probably share my puzzle if no one else does. But I'll wait a while because I know they don't log onto the Discord very often. So, Tallcat, I'm not your Santa. If that is the secret theory. Actually, I think I showed Tallcat what my puzzle looked like, so I think Tallcat knows that I'm not his Santa. Okay, so all of that background stated, and with the full encouragement that you participate in Secret Santa next year, if you have not yet up until now. Then let's look at what on earth is going on in this puzzle, which I think I was both encouraged to do and warned was impossible. So some combination of those things. So let's see. So we've got normal Sudoku rules. We have X rules, which says that these two digits sum to 10, and these two digits sum to 10. And normal V rules, which says that any two digits which have a V between them sum to 5. And you have to be careful not to confuse the V's in this puzzle with the less than equal to signs that we've seen in previous puzzles. So the V's mean the two digits sum to 5, not that one digit is less than the other. It might be less or it might not be. But then the key thing is that all the X's and V's are given. So there's a negative constraint on X's and V's. And so then we have outside the grid a clue that tells us, and let's read this very carefully. Hey, Sam, welcome. Oh, I thought... someone recently told me that they wanted me to do one of their puzzles, and I said, okay, I'll do it. And then they said that, well, the average person takes 4 hours or something. I thought that was you, but maybe not. But yeah, I'm happy to look at this one. I hope Tristan pinged Lucy too to tell her that her Secret Santa puzzle is getting done. So clues outside the grid indicate the sum of the digits from the edge of the board to the nearest sandwich digit, which does not include the sandwich itself. So the sandwich digits are 1 and 9. And so if, say, in this row, that was a 1 and that was a 9, then this would be saying that these two digits sum to 18, which seems unlikely. But if I put the 1 here, I'd be saying these three digits sum to 18. And in some of these rows, maybe, possibly, actually, I don't think we have, oh yeah, some of them we have 2 clues, so we could have a 1 and a 9 here, and then we'd be saying that these 3 sum to 15 and these 3 sum to 15. So that's like a lopsided sandwich or something? I don't know. Lucy's Discord name is @LucyOdrin. Okay, and notably, 1 and 9 sum to 10. So 1 and 9 can live together in harmony on an X. Okay, so let's get started. Lucy _Odrin, I think, with some capitalization. I think the right place to get started is with this column. And so one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to green cells I know can't be sandwich digits. So I'm just going to pretend this is a sandwich puzzle. So the outer digits of this sandwich sum to 15, and I can't get to 15 in fewer than 2 cells, and I can't get to 15 in fewer than 2 cells. So I know these are not bread. Likewise, I can't get to 14, I can't get to 12, and I can't get to 18 in fewer than 2 cells. I can't get to 13 in fewer than 2. I actually can't get to 20 in fewer than 3. I can't get to 17 in fewer than 3. 13 and 11. 18 takes 3. 12 takes 2. So ergo, if I understand the rules, I get a whole bunch of not crust stuff. Okay, so all of that, not crust. Okay, so are any of these actually longer than I think they are because of the fact that it's sandwich? But 7 and 8 is 15, so anything larger than 15 requires more. Okay, and I don't think we have to worry about that. Okay. Now, funnily enough, normally in a sandwich, I would talk about the outies. That is the sum of the things that are outside the 1 and 9. But here I actually want to talk about the opposite. I want to talk about the innies. So I want to talk about the sum of the digits that are inside the 1 and 9. And in this case, the sum of the digits that are inside the 1 and 9 is a total of 5. And the reason why it's 5 is because the total of the digits in the column is 45. Minus 30 minus 1 and 9 would give you 5. Question mark, question mark, question mark is Sam Oswalt in the chat. This was for a Secret Santa thing, so it was anonymous at the time, but I have on good authority I'm not spoiling any secrets at this point by revealing that it was Sam. Okay. So I'm looking for places where the X's would cause problems if I put a sandwich piece on the X. Because as soon as I put a sandwich piece on an X, I have to put both sandwich pieces on X's. Yeah. Hey, Lucy. Well, good to have you at least half here. But I figured since it was your puzzle that it was a good thing to invite you. Okay, so... But I don't see why this can't be thingy. Yeah. So either 5 has to be between the 1 and 9, or 2 and 3 have to be between the 1 and 9. Unless there's some complicated thing where I can't make 15 twice without a 2 and a 3, but that doesn't seem likely. In fact, I'm certain it's not true. I can make 15 and 3. Yeah, so the... Okay, so row 2 and row 8 look useful. Okay, so yeah, what's the maximum number of digits that I can make 18 in? So can I make 18 in 5 is the question. It would have to be... Oh, yes, I've already completely forgotten about the negative constraint. Yes. Unless there's a V between the 2 and the 3, I can't put a 2 next to a 3. So you're right, there is a 5 in one of these cells. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, can I make 18 in 5? And the answer is no, because if I try and sum 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then I get 20, which is more than 18. So this has to be a crust. And so it is a 1 or a 9. Actually, we're going to make crusts purple because it's a little flashier, a little showier, and it's a Christmas puzzle. So now, as soon as I know that this is crust, I know these aren't crust because they would need another 1, 9 on them. And yeah, 1s can never go next to 4s. 2s can never go next to 3s, etc. Okay, so now 13. Now this is forced, because now I can't make 13 in 5, because we just said if I try and add 5 digits together, I'm always going to get at least 20, and 20 is more than 13. So that is also a 1, 9. Hence is also a crust, and hence these are not crust. Okay. What is the most cells that I can make 20 in? I guess that's not actually helpful. Maybe it's helpful? I'm not sure. I want to wait to think about it until later. Let's see. Look at the digits next to the 19. Oh, next to the 1, 9. Oh, and now where's the other crust in column 3? That's a good point. Fuchsia has this point. So yeah, the 11 clue is certainly not an 11 clue in 6. I won't even do the math. That's too big of numbers for me to figure out what that would be. So this can be things like 5, 6, or 4, 7, or 3, 8. I probably don't want to write out all the possibilities just yet, but there's a lot of them. Okay. Now, so in box 4, do I know for sure that this isn't... yes, I do know for sure. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Josh with the immediate catch of the negative constraint in this box. So where am I putting the 1 and 9? Well, if I put one of them on the x, I have to put both of them on the x. But what if I don't put them both on the x? Well, then I put them both here. And, well, then there'd need to be an x between them because of the negative constraint. So that is gorgeous. Very well spotted. So none of these are green. Sorry, none of these are crust. Okay, so 17. I can't do 17 and 5 either, so this has to be crust. So that's not crust. And now this just has to be crust, crust 5. No choices anymore. So these aren't crust. In fact, none of these are crust. Those aren't crust, etc. Crust, crust 5. Sounds like it could be a movie. Let's see. So making good progress on identifying the crusts, at least. This 12. This 12 certainly can't go past the X. I probably could have done that one, like, very first. Oh, I guess that was plausible. Anyway, whatever. This certainly has to be a 1-9. So this is 5-7 or 4-8. I guess I'll write that in. I'm not thrilled about it, but I will. So these aren't crust. Let's see. Yes. And as people in chat are pointing out, crust is never next to crust unless it's marked. So none of those are crust. Not doing great on the negative constraint today, I will fully confess. So one of these is crust, but I don't know which one. Let's see. This 14 clue, I'm certainly not doing 14 and 6, so that's got to be crust. So that's not crust. By the previous argument, that's not crust. Let's see. That's not crust. Let's see. Oh, 12. Okay, yeah. The 12 now can't be in... well, it would have to be in 7 if I put them down here, which I couldn't even do. So that's my 1-9 pair. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Alrighty, and do we have all of our sandwich clues set up now? Okay, now where in this column? Okay, that one's a 1-9. Let's see. This one's a 1-9. And we've got a little crust X-wing over here. And I think we've got a little crust X-wing over here. So that means it's time to color the crusts. So one crust is getting a black flash. One crust is getting a gray flash. So I'm just going to track where this particular 1-9 is. So I'm just labeling them as I go along. So black goes over here. That's gray. That's black. Oh, that was a terrible place to start. That didn't do anything. The sigh. So retreat. Oops. Let's see. This one is that one. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can actually figure out what is going on here. Okay, so let's think about something else. Interesting. Column 714 clue. Oh yeah, this is just, there's the only way to do that in sandwiches with 6-8. Good point, chat. A few people were saying 6-8. So this is 3-7 immediately, just for free. So then the rest of this column is 2, 4, 5. Yep, 2, 4, 5. That's it. Okay, so we have a virtual 2, 4, 5 triple here in this box. For what that's worth. So these two cells are not 1, 9, 2, 5, or 4. So they are from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I will just note for the future. I get a digit in row 3. Isn't the 12 clue in column 8 forced now? Let's see. Okay, so it could be 2, 3, 7. Could it possibly be anything else? Like, yeah, it can't be 2, 4, 8. Let's see, and if I don't use a 2, then it would have to be 3, 4, 5. Why can't it be 3, 4, 5? I think it could be 3, 4, 5. Row 7. So I don't know anything about the digits over here in this row, I don't think. I just know that the sum of all of these digits is 23. But I don't think that helps me. Row 2, column 7. Can't be 8. What do you mean by the other cells are forced to add to 10? Which other cells? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Uh, wait, no. This isn't a sandwich puzzle. Uh, this isn't the set of digits that sum to 13. This is the set of digits that sum to 13. Perfect. Okay. Got it. Okay. Now I see this thing with the 18. Okay. So, not sure who originally saw this, but this is genius. If this is 8, now to make 18, I need 2 digits that add to 10, and there's not an X between them. So, it doesn't go that way. It goes that way. So, beautiful. No, it doesn't have to sum on both ends. Only the end that's indicated. Let's see. That was really clever. Okay, these need to sum to 12. Yeah, it was either 3, 4, 5 or 2. Let's see, and then 2 digits that add 10, 2, 3, 7. Yeah, got it, got it. Okay, yeah, so that's gorgeous. Okay, so this can't be 2, 3, 7. And the reason why it can't be 2, 3, 7 is because at first, at least the way I saw this was, oh, so I've got to put something between the 3 and 7 because they add to 10. So this would have to be the 2. Except now the 2 is next to a 3. So this can't possibly be 2, 3, 7. It must be 3, 4, 5. And that's not the 4 because it's next to the 6. Okay. And so now We actually know the value of this digit because it's got to sum to 12 with this, and I can't make this a 9. So this is a 5 and a 7. So that is some amount of progress. So that's not 5. So that's not 7. And that's not 4. And these aren't 3. So this being a 7 or 8 means this is a 4 or a 5. And in fact, I have a 6, 7, 8 triple here. So I've actually placed 2 in the column. 2 in the column has to go there. And 2 in the column going there immediately tells me that that's a 7 and that's a 5. So this is a 6, 8 pair. Yeah, that string of things was very cool. Okay, now one of these, whichever of these is a 4 is telling me where the 9 goes, but I don't know which yet. It might be the 4 or something that lets me pachinko through this box. Okay, so this is not a 2. So one of these is a 2. Oh, this is not a 5. Just by, Sudoku. So what's left down here? We've got a 1, 9. We don't know which one. And a 3 left over. Yeah, if the diagonal cells are different, this would be a 3. That would be cool. That would be one way that it's all gets sorted out. Let's see. So what's left here? Oh, this is just a naked single. It's a 2 as well. So now in this column, what do I have left to put? Oh, well, this 5 places itself in this box, so that's a 5. So what are these 3 digits? These 3 digits are 4, 6, and 8. Okay, that's not the 8. That's not the 8, so that is the 8. Okay, so this is a 4, 6 pair. So that's a lot of stuff. Let's see. Okay, so this 18 clue, let's look at it now. And by the way, apologies, I have not been following chat. I've been just following this a little bit. Okay, so these sum to 7, so I need these to sum to 11. So if this was a 4, this would be a 7. If this was a 6, this would be a 5. Well, that's not going to work. So this is a 4, and this is a 7. And that makes that a 6. Okay, the 2 in box 3 disambiguates. Ah, yes, this does. Okay, so this 2 does a lot of work. So this 2 tells me this can't be a 3, so it's a 4. That's a 3. This being a 4 tells me that's a 9, so that's a 1. This being a 4 tells me that's a 9, so that's a 1. That being a 9 tells me that's a 1 and that's a 9, which tells me that's a 1 and that's a 9. That being a 9 tells me that's a 1, and that's a 9, and that's a 1. That being a 9 tells me that's a 1. So that was a whole lot of doohickery there really quick. So let's see. The 3 in box 5 has to go in this column somewhere, because it can't go next to a 3, 7. Yes, the 2, 4 in box 9 is also resolved by this. So that's a 2, that's a 4, so that's a 6, and that's an 8. Just by the negative constraint there. Yes, yes. The X in row 3 is now finished. Okay, so it's not a 1, 9, a 2, 8, or a 4, 6. So it is a 3, 7, and I know the order. And that's not a 3 anymore, because it would be next to that. So yeah, so one of those is a 3. So let's see. So now I should be able to do this 13 clue. Well, it's definitely not 4, 9. It was never 4, 9. It could be 5, 8. And it can't be 6, 7. So it is 5, 8 now. Oh, did I mistype something? Ah, no! You meant to type 4 in row 9, column 7. Row 9, column 7. This one? I meant to type 4? No. Row 9, column 7. Oh, I meant to type 4 there, not a second 7. Apparently, I don't have my conflict checker on. That is what I am learning. That's row 8. My ability to get on the first, second, or third try what row is row 9 is not great. You'd think that would be an easy one, but it turns out I can make anything complicated. Let's see. This is now a 6. Let's see. I can remove pencil marked 1s. Oh yeah, exactly. But sadly, this does not get shaken out by anything that I can see. Let's see. So what's going on over here? Let's just fill in these candidates. These are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 3, 6, or 8. So this cannot be a 3, actually, because if this is a 3, it would pair up, it would make a 7 that paired up with this 3. So this is actually a 6 or an 8. So this is a 2 or a 4. So either that's a 3 or that's a 3. Okay, the 20 clue Barbie is saying I can do. So let's see. So the outies here need to add to 15. So 6 plus something. So these two need to add to 9. And so they're either 7 and 2 or 3 and 6. Well, they're not 3 and 6, so they're 7 and 2. So that's the 3. By good old Sudoku. That's not the 3. Thank you, Barbie. Let's see. Can calculate it. Yeah, so now we know the sandwich in row 4. Let's go ahead and write in candidates. 3, 4, 5, 8. See, that's not a 4. That's not a 4. These aren't 8, so that is 8 because of the 6, 8 pair. What are these two cells? These two cells are 4 and 6. Yeah, 4 and 6. So that's a 2. That's an 8. That's a 6. This isn't a 3 because of the 2, so that's a 5. So this is a 3, 4. What digit is this? This digit is a 7, which tells us that that's a 4 and that's a 3. So that's all wrapped up over there. Let's see. I'm being instructed to look at row 5 at negative constraints, maybe? I don't think I see it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Sorry, it's not a negative constraint. It's just Sudoku. Like that. Okay, so these two need to add to 12 now, without being 5, 7. So if they're not 5, 7, they have to be 4, 8. So these, therefore, have to be 2, 6, 7. Yep, so that's not a 7. Let's see, if this were a 2, this would be an 8. If this were a 6, this would be a 4. Oh, this can't be a 4. Oops. This can't be a 4 because it would be next to a 1. So that's an 8, and that's a 2. So these aren't 2. They're 6 and 7. And there's a 6 in the row, so that's 7, and that's a 6. Let's see. So what else have we done? Okay, let's look at this row. So we've got a 3, a 4, a 6 left to place in this row. Let's see, this isn't a 3 or a 6, so it's a 4, which tells us that that's a 9. So that's a 3 and that's a 9. So not crust, crust. So not crust, crust. So that's a 1. That's a 9. So this is not crust because it's not a 1 or a 9. So this is crust. So it is a 9. So that's not crust. And so this is crust and is a 1, which disambiguates the 4, 8, which is, I think, what people were trying to get me to see was that if I did all of this, I could disambiguate this 4, 8. Or maybe they were trying to get me to see that I could disambiguate it by looking at that 8 over there, but that was never going to happen. Let's see. So these are a 3 and a 5, I think. I should certainly know the order, right? Can I possibly not know the order? Yeah, there we go. That's a 5. That's a 3. So this is a 2 and a 7. So the 2 goes there, 7 goes there. It is a very nice arrangement of 1s and 9s. These cells are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these aren't 4. That 6 tells me this is a 3, and that's a 6. This 6 tells me this isn't a 4. This 8 tells me this isn't an 8. This 2 tells me this isn't an 8, so it's a 5. That's a 4. That's the 8. That's the 5. That's the 8. This column is missing a 5. This column is missing a 2. This column is missing a 3 and a 6. This column is missing a 4 and a 7. And this row is missing a 2. Yeah, that was very smooth. So you said after we solved it, you'd explain why it was around the world, and then Tallcat made this unrelated comment about it looking like a globe, but I don't quite get it. That was super smooth. I somehow thought it was advertised that this is going to be a very challenging puzzle, but I thought that was very smooth and very nice. Hey again, Alex. Alrighty, let's play a game of telephone with Memeristor or Purple, depending on their preferred choice of the day. So this puzzle has a few things going on. So we've got Renbon. We also have me and the pen tool for... Nope. We also have me and the pen tool, which probably also means my... No, my conflict checker is on. Okay, I have no idea how I was on the pen tool. Whatever. So... Ooh, there was a setting video for this? Nice. So these purple lines are Renbon, which I think we have not seen a lot of today. I think there were some very early in the stream today. These have to contain a string of consecutive digits in any order. So, for example, they could be any order of 3, 4, 5. That would be a perfectly acceptable Renbon. These are thermos. And all this tells you is that this digit is bigger than this digit. That's it. That's the end of the story. These X's tell you that the sum of these two cells is 10, just like in the previous video. Previous puzzle. But unlike in the previous puzzle, we're explicitly told at least one X in the puzzle is not given. So at the very, very end, when we have a deadly pattern and we don't know how to resolve it, someone remind me that we were told in the rules that at least one X is not given. Because that will probably be the way that we resolve it. Hey, Apple Tree! And then we have two little sets of between lines, which tell us that all of the digits on the line are between all of the digits on the end. So, for example, I could do that, and that would be fine, except for all the other problems. Oh, no, I'm not going to complain about easy puzzles. So this would be a fine way to fill this in, because 2 and 3 are between 1 and 5. So whatever you like. Same deal over here. No, it was a very nice puzzle. Let's see. So where to get started? Part of me is inclined to ask where 1 and 9 are in column 1. Sorry, in column 7. This is column 7. But I don't know that I love that. Let's see. There can't be 5s on X's. Okay, so this line has to have a 5 on it. Because if it doesn't have a 5 on it, then what happens? Then this has to be either 1, 2, 3, 4, which is, I guess, technically possible. This could be 1, 2, 3, 4 if that's a 1 and a 4 and everything on here is a 2 and a 3. I don't think that breaks annoyingly enough. So I think it is... I think it is perfectly fair to do that and then have 2 3s all along this thing. I mean, I don't think it's very likely, but I think it's technically possible as far as I'm able to see at the moment. But what I can't do... Oh, in fact... Sorry. It has to be that. Because these two things are on a renbon. So, in fact, all of these digits are the same 2 digits, and these 2 digits, whatever digits they are, they're those 2 digits. Okay. So the green digits show up in all these cells. Okay. So... In fact, the thing I just goofed off and put at the beginning of the puzzle turned out to be true, basically. Okay, so what do I know about this number? Well, I know it's not 5, but I think all I know is that these two numbers are exactly 3 apart. So it could be 1 and 4, it could be 2 and 6, and so on. It can't be... sorry, I'm trying to figure out what is the answer where these would turn out to be the same cell. I'm trying to rule that one out. X plus x plus 3 is never 10. So it's never going to turn out to be the case that these accidentally work out to be the same digit. Okay. T says this can't be 7, 8. Or what can't be 7, 8? Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. So Barbie suggests, hey, maybe instead of coloring these in one color, maybe I should color them in 2 colors, which is a very smart idea because it's 2 cells. So probably a good idea. So we can play Sudoku on yellow and green. So green is somewhere on this renbon. Yellow is somewhere on this renbon. Oh, that's going to be fun. Okay. And yellow and green are consecutive. So whatever digit this is, I'm going to call it blue. Well, green and yellow are consecutive. So this has to go green, and since it can't take yellow, it must take blue. So blue ends up pushed up here. And so blue gets pushed over into one of these 2 cells. And just the same, purple here is the only other thing yellow is adjacent to that's not green. So purple gets pushed over here, and then purple gets pushed up here somewhere. So we've got a colorful grid already. Let's see. So Don't think green and yellow can be 7 and 8. Why aren't yellow and blue adjacent? Because blue sees this whole line, and uh, so I need a digit that's adjacent to yellow. And that digit can't be blue and it can't be green. So it had to be purple. So yeah, so we actually know this whole string of numbers in order. I'm going to do this at the bottom as best I can like we did yesterday. Maybe not. I don't know. I might not have enough room here. Okay, so where is yellow going in box 2? Can yellow go on this renbon? So yellow is adjacent to 2 digits. It's adjacent to... yellow is adjacent to green, and yellow is adjacent to purple. So if yellow is on this renbon, that would be yellow and purple. And this would be some other color. Unknown. So the order of these is exactly as... So these are actually in order on this renbon. Purple is next to yellow, which is next to green, which is next to blue. So there's... A renbon wouldn't have to be in order, but because of the geometry here, we're actually forced to have this in order, which is a little weird, but it's cool. Okay, so... The X's are certainly going to be relevant, but I haven't yet figured out. Okay, so let's think about this. So if blue is 4, then this is 6. And so this would have to go 4, 3, 2, 1. But unfortunately, that's possible. And if this was 6, then it would have to go... then this would be a 4, and so this would have to go 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so what if this is... So these things... One of these is at least 3 from the end. So I think this can be 4 or 6. What happens if this is 7? If this is 7, then that's a 3, and this would go 7, 6, 5, 4. And that would be a 3, and that seems totally fine to me. So this can be 3 or 7. What if this is a 2? I think that's just even more fine. Yeah, I don't think that is a useful avenue of approach. This blue equals 4, we're saying is not possible because of the renbon in box 6. Let's look at that. Okay, so let's just imagine this universe. So this is a 4, 5, no, sorry, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now 4 and 3 are up here. Didn't purple have 2 neighbors? Does purple have 2 neighbors? Yes. Right. Okay, so that's the point. Okay. So yeah, I get it now. So this has to go... So I'm going to delete these just to make this more clear. What is the string of digits here? It's yellow and purple, and it's not green, so it's got to be the digit next to purple. And so, in other words, neither of these is a 1 or a 9. And so the fact that neither of these is a 1 or a 9 tells you that neither of them is a 4 or a 6 either. So these are either 3... Oops. So these are either 3, 7... Sorry, not 3, 7, sorry. So this is either 3, 7 or 2, 8. I guess. That's still not super helpful. The 5-cell Renbon in box 2. Oh, sorry, the 3-cell Renbon in box 2 must have a 5. Let's see. So, yeah, if I try not to put a 5 on this. Yeah, I break too many X's if I don't put a 5 on this Renbon. Trying to think if there's an elegant way to say why that is. So if I don't put a 5 on this, what can I do? I could do something like 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'd have to pick either 3 high digits or 3 low digits, and each of these X's needs a high and a low. So yeah, so this definitely has a 5. Okay, and so now where is 5 in row 3, Barbie asks, and that is exactly the right question, because 5 has to be in one of these two cells, so it's on this Renbon. And so this digit is 4, 5, 6, or 7. No, 4, 5. No, sorry. 3, 4, 5, or 6. No. How could I not do this? This digit, it's not a 5. It's a 3 or a 4 or a 6 or a 7. And this is a 3 or a 4 or a 6 or a 7. But I don't know if this is actually blue or anything like that. But that's definitely true. Okay, so for the same reason... No, I guess not. Yeah, so Apple Tree says these things can be 3, 6, 4, 7, or 5, 8. That sounds correct, but if I try and pencil mark that, it's a nightmare. Which is why I have not pencil marked it yet. But it does mean the 1 and 9 in this box are in the corners, which might be relevant at some point. Let's see. I don't think I did all of my due diligence on yellow and green. So yellow and green are both up here with something else. Yellow is up here. Green is up here. Yellow and green are over here. Okay, so I'm trying to decide, would it mean anything if this yellow-green were there, or if this green were on this X? Is there a reason green can't be on this X? Okay, so now yellow... Okay, let's look at yellow on this Renbon. If yellow is... Yeah, we've looked at this before, but I don't think I've sort of thoroughly understood it at the time. If we put yellow on this Renbon, well, we can't put a green over here or over here. So it would have to go yellow and then purple, and then whatever the thing after purple is. We don't know what the thing after purple is, but there is a thing after purple, and it's the other thing over here. Yeah, I kind of miss having my string of colored digits down here so that I could refer to this, because I have this whole string, but I don't have anywhere I can mark the digit after purple yet. I guess I could mark it over here, because it's the last thing here is the digit after. Okay, so we'll... Oops, I did that wrong very badly. Okay, so red is over here as well. It is the digit after purple. And we're also going to come over here, and we're going to put orange into this cluster, and orange is going to be the digit before blue. Yeah. So these are our strings. And so these go... This is a string of how long? This is a string of... Yeah, this is a string of 6 long. Have a good night, tallcat. Have fun visiting home. Okay. Do these X's in this length 3 Renbun tell me anything? Like, do these have to be 1, 2, 8, 9 or something? No, I don't think so. Let's see. These can't be 3, 7, though, right? Oh, no. If one of them's 3, 7, that's fine. And they can even... neither of these is 4, 6. That's a... at least a somewhat meaningful note. So there is a 4 or a 6 on this Renbun. So that's something. Okay, Carl notes that blue plus orange is not 10. So orange in box 5 is in row 6. Okay, so how do I know that blue plus orange is not 10? Okay, how much bigger is orange than blue? Oh, orange is 1 bigger than blue, right? Yeah, orange is 1 bigger or 1 smaller than blue. So yes, they're definitely... Orange and blue are opposite parities. So Carl's point is brilliant. They do not add to 10. So orange is in one of these 2 cells. And so that means that orange joins its friend blue over here. There is no negative XV constraint in this puzzle. So now what is this cell? Because it's next to either blue or orange. So if it were the thing next to blue, it would be green, but it can't be. So it's got to be the thing after orange. Oh, sorry. The thing's next to blue. Yeah, so this can't be blue. I think I know what this is, because this can't be blue, because blue is next to 2 different things. Blue is next to green, and blue is next to orange, neither of which can go here. So this is not blue, it's orange. And so this is blue. And so, as stated, we get a new color. So this is a brand new color for us to relish in. Okay. Now let's check, is this the same parity as blue? Okay, so we go blue, orange, gray. Yeah, unfortunately, these are 2 apart. So gray... Oh, wait, gray has to go here, doesn't it? No, gray can't go here. Because if gray went here, gray would have to go on this. Sorry. Woohoo! Brain. Okay, gray... Where does gray go in box 6? Over here. Somewhere. So gray in this box is up here somewhere. So this is going to be gray, gray. Can I mark an order somewhere? Well, these are in order. So let's see. I can try and make it down here. So let's go... Let's try doing this. So we have... Okay, so we have red, purple, yellow, green, blue... And then after blue is orange. Yeah, we're going to clean this up for a second. After blue is orange. And then after orange is gray. So this is our order so far. Let me take a screenshot of that. Okay, so this is what we know of our order so far. One moment while I paste this into OBS. Let's see. One moment. Oops. No, I lost it. It went away. Can I paste? What if I do that? Will it like that? It will not like that. Okay, one moment. Uh, uh, so I am very cognizant of the fact that this becomes completely impossible to follow if I don't actually include something like this. Let's see, is this the right one? Yes, this is the right one. Okay. I'm going to put this, I'll put it over here over the rules. Okay. Okay, so these were still yellow-green. Okay. So now I want to look at the order. So now, I'm being told that red plus blue. Yeah, where is red? Yes, okay, perfect. Yes, people saw this before, but I did not. I was busy making this. Where is red in box 4? Well, red in box 4 is up here somewhere, which means that red in this box is here, which means that red plus blue is 10. Okay. So we come to our handy dandy chart and we figure out, okay, so blue and red differ by 1, 2, 3, 4. Blue and red differ by 4, and their sum is 10. So we solve x plus 4 equals 10, which gives us 2x equals 6, which gives us x equals 3. And so that means blue and red are a 3-7 pair. Okay. Now, I am somewhat terrified to try and now keep track of anything other than that. So I think I'm just going to leave it as those are 3 or 7 for the moment. And then work from there. Oh, and so, yeah, we know there's... So gray, if you look at this, because blue is 3 or 7, gray is 1 or 9. So... And by gray, I mean the gray that's actually a color, the sort of like the darker gray. That has to be 1 or 9. Orange is 2 or 8. Let's see. And so... so that means... Yes, halfway between blue and red is 5, regardless. So yes, yellow is 5. Thank you to the generous donations of chat to tell me that yellow is 5, which is perfect. Okay, so there's a 5 over here. This is a 5. Actually, we get lots of 5s. There's a 5 over down here somewhere. This is not a 5. So it's not yellow. One of these is 5. And one of these is yellow. Okay. Fixes the 3-cell Renbon in box 2. Okay, let's look at that. So we've got yellow. Sorry, I'm trying to look at both the grid. Oh, I can look at it this way. Okay. So yeah, so there's a yellow there on the Renbon in box 2. And then how far can we go? Well, we can't go towards green at all, so it must be yellow, purple, red. So, so this is yellow, red. And this is purple. Yeah, and green, purple are a 4-6 pair. is correct. Ah, and so that places, yeah, so if you look at this, you can see that the 4-6 pair is the things one in from blue and red. And so that means this X doesn't have a green on it because green and purple are 4 and 6. And so I'd need to have a purple and I can't. So these are not green. This is green. Okay. So this is not green. So this is just green-yellow as a pair. So these are from 4, 5, 6. And yeah, okay. Okay, so now the question is what's going on in this Renbon? Well, this Renbon is the same story as this Renbon, which is that it's a yellow Renbon that doesn't have any greens on it. So it is also yellow, purple, red. And so okay, so what's the 4-6 pair again? I've got to look at my little handy line. So the 4-6 pair is sorry, red blue is 3-7. So purple green is my 4-6 pair. Yeah, so this X could be purple green. Okay, or this X could be red blue. Oh, those are the only two options. Okay, so this is interesting. Sorry, I've got to always on top my myself for a second, so that I can keep track of this, because this is somehow very difficult for my brain to keep track of these colors in this order. Yes, this is a beautiful Mondrian. Okay, so 3, 4, 6, and 7. What colors are 3 and 7? 3 and 7 are blue and red. So these could be a blue-red pair. If they're not a blue-red pair, then they're a 4-6 pair, which would be purple-green. And what that means is there's definitely not a yellow one here. And also, there's not an orange, because orange is 2 or 8. So that's not orange. So we have improved our coloring situation. Let's see. I am being told that we can place blue in box 2 because it is not on an X with red. Ah, yes. Okay, so yeah, blue can't go on an X without joining red. So this is blue. So one of these two is blue. This is a 3 or a 7. Okay, so what are these X's? They're not 4, 6, and they are not 3, 7. So these X's are 1, 9, and 2, 8. Which color was 2, 8 again? 2, 8 is orange. Oh, but I don't know where orange is to know where this is. 9 is not orange. I agree 9 is not orange. I'm not sure what that does for me. I believe it does something, but I don't see it yet. Let's see. Okay, purple is over here somewhere in one of these two cells. So do a purple-gray flash like that. row 4, column 3 is not red or purple. Okay, so let's verify. So if this was red, it would need a blue up here. So it's not red. If this was purple, it would need a blue. No, not a blue. If it was purple, it would need a green up here, which it can't have. So it's not purple either. So this is actually a purple orange. Sorry, this is actually a red purple pair. Okay, so in this row, we have red, purple, yellow, green, blue, orange, and gray. And so this is an unknown color. Does that mean this is 1-9? I think that means this is 1-9, but I'm not 100% sure I'm comfortable enough with that. Actually, wait, the 1 or 9 has to already be one of the colors. Because it can't be that these are a 1-9 pair, because that would break the X. So what color is 1 or 9? So red's not 1 or 9. So it must be that dark gray is 9, right? Yeah, light black is 1 or 9. Because that's the only way that this could work, is if this is 1 or 9. Okay. So, and the reason, again, just to reiterate for this, is I know red is 3 or 7. So red is not 1 or 9. And so I can keep going for a long way from red. Now blue is 3 or 7. So it can have 1 or 9 2 after it. In fact, I guess it has to have 1 or 9 2 after it. So I didn't have to do this in this convoluted way that I did this. That's the moral of the story. But anyway, gray is 1 or 9. Yep, so this is one of the 1-9s. And then there's another 1-9 and another 2-8. There's another 1-9 and a 2-8 that have yet to be named. So the things before red or after red or whatever. Yeah, so there's a gray over here somewhere. Let's see. I can place purple in box 8. That sounds exciting. Here's box 8. Yeah, so the purple cannot go on the X, because if purple wants to hang out on the X, then it has to hang out with green, and green's already there. I'm going to go ahead and force 6 these, just so that I can keep track of this. And hey, Memeristor, the setter's here. So purple is here. Okay, and we have verified our claim that not all X's are given, so we no longer have to worry that the resolution of the puzzle will rely on us disambiguating a deadly pattern with the absence of an X. Which is always my greatest fear. Okay, so now if I have a 4 or a 6, let's see, I can't go down to below the 4 down here, right? So say, imagine purple is a 4. I need at least 3 different digits in this direction. So this has to go the opposite direction. So this thing has to go, and if you look at the picture, this thing has to go to the right from purple, at least 3. So we need at least in here. Oh, and we can't have both yellow and green. So that means we actually have to go even further. So we have a yellow, green, and then a blue and an orange. And so this has to be gray. It's the only possibility. By careful keeping track of our colors. So this is a 1-9. This is the 1-9 that doesn't have a name. This is not a 1-9. This is not a 1-9. So let's see. So this is gray. This is a 1-9, so it's not orange. Let's see. This is a 1-9. Now, I think that means I can place orange here, because orange is not 1 or 9. Orange is, in fact, 2 or 8. Okay, and I know what this is a pair. This is a blue-orange pair. And so blue and orange look up, resolving that this is not blue or orange. And so it is green, which looks down to say that this is not green. So this is yellow. And so these are... Oh, there was a missing gray in there, but whatever. So here we've got our yellow. Now yellow looks up at both of these. And this is actually a 5. No one is screaming that I've broken the puzzle yet, so I'm happy about that. So neither of these is a 5. Oops. Neither of those is a 5. And in fact, this is now a 5, so it's yellow. And this is a purple-orange pair. And so yellow looks down. This isn't yellow. It's not 5. This is yellow. And is 5. Why can't yellow be in column 8 or column 9 in row 9? Because in order to make this between line work, I needed as many things on it as I could. And so I needed to have purple and orange. Sorry, blue and orange needed to be on it. And then as soon as blue and orange needed to be on it, it looked up here and saw that this was green. Which then meant that the only of yellow and green that could appear on the between line was yellow. So these aren't green. And so that's blue. So this isn't blue. Blue is 4, 6. Sorry, blue is not 4, 6. Blue is 3, 7. I love this kind of puzzle, by the way. So this is right up my alley of these things. It was, but I needed one on the between line. If I didn't put a yellow or a green on the between line was broken. Oh yeah, blue and red pair up on the this. Yeah, this was a really clever setup. I don't think I've ever seen this before, but where when you were counting how far apart these two circles had to be, you had to take into account the fact that you had two colors that wanted to be on the between line pencil marked over here, which is just amazing and cool. I don't know if that was a necessary step, but it was certainly a step that I took. So this is now red because it is V3-7s that pair up. So this is now not red. It's purple. So it's a 4 or a 6. This is red. So it's a 3 or a 7. So this is purple. So it's a 4 or a 6. Okay. And so this is our unnamed 2-8. So we have the two unknown colors that are over here that we have to contend with. Okay. So this Renbon we now know a lot about because there aren't three digits to the left of red. So this Renbon has to start to the right of yellow. And so this is actually everything to the right of yellow. And so we actually know that this Renbon must include a blue and an orange. And this cell can be neither blue nor orange. So this is a blue-orange pair. And we actually know the order of the blue-orange pair. But just by usual Renbon logic, but through unusual mechanisms of coloring stuff, we know there has to be a blue and an orange on this Renbon. And so that's the orange, and that's the blue. And so the orange is 2-8, and the blue is 3-7. Oh, the X in column 3. Ah, yeah, what is it? It's not 5-5, it's not 2-8, it's not 5-6. Oh, and it's not 3-7 because blue sees it. So yeah, good Good catch, Jetty. This has to be 1, 9. There are no other possibilities. And so that has to be the gray 9. This, by the way, is 1, 9. I should fill in. Okay, so that's all good. Yeah, so what is, so going back here, what's the last cell on here? It is either, green or gray. I don't think I know which it is yet, but it's one of those. Someone in chat tells me they know Sam A says it can't be gray, but I'm not sure how. Let's see. So everything in this column has a color that's not already written in. Can I identify what color any of it is? Maybe not. Look down into box 6. Oh, I even looked for a gray and a green in here, so yeah, this can't be green. Thank you. So this is gray. It is a 1 or a 9. So my gray 1, 9... Oh, I know this isn't 1, 9 because it's got a gray looking at it. So this is 1, 9, and my gray 1, 9 is there. So I could have done this all kinds of ways. So this is my none-colored 1, 9. So yeah, so this is a 2, 8x to finish the row. And it is orange that is 2, 8. So this is orange. Just because the orange has to be one of these, and it's not that one. So my orange down here is in one of these 2 cells. I don't know if I want to pencil mark that yet. Sure, why not? People like it, right, when you do that? I think people like it. Okay, what's left in this column? The things left in this column are the uncolored things. So the things left in this column are the uncolored 1, 9 and the uncolored 2, 8. Okay, so what's left in this row? The uncolored 1, 9, the uncolored 2, 8, and what colored cell is missing from this row? Gray. Gray. Okay, so this is uncolored. One of these is gray. They're all whatever. Box 2, orange, I am being instructed to think about. Ah, yes, that is the orange in box 2. Thank you. So that's going to push orange down into one of these 2 cells, which is like the most useless combination, but we'll put it there anyway. But this is actually the colored 2, 8 and the uncolored 2, 8 that is down here. So they're both 2, 8s. We just don't know which 2, 8 it is. Let's see. This is a 2, 8. This is the uncolored 2, 8, where it lives. This is a 4, 6. This is a 2, 8. 2, 8 in column 6. Got that. 2, 8 pair in row 2. 2, 8 pair in row 2. Excellent. So this isn't a 2 or 8. It is the uncolored 1, 9. Thank you, Ransk. And so the uncolored 1, 9 is not here. This is the uncolored 2, 8. And so this is an orange... Wait, no, not orange. This is a gray / uncolored 1, 9 pair. So this is a 1, 9 pair. We just don't know the order yet. Let's see. Sadly, there's only 9 colors, which seems like a huge oversight in the construction of this. But if we like, we could go ahead and make something black. Oh, let's see. There's some junk in the top right of the screen, I hear. Okay, so, the uncolored 2, 8 looks over here. So this is the uncolored 2, 8. And so then this has to be green because I haven't put green in the box yet and it's not anywhere. So that is green, which is going to go ahead and place green down here for us. So that's green. Okay. So what's missing in this column? we have two colors missing from this column. They are purple. And the purple is placed. Aha! We have it! We have it! Oh, the crazy wonkiness is just the guide to what order the colors go in, because we had to, in the purposes of figuring out this puzzle, we started with knowing like these four colors go in this order, but then this color's one more or one less or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to it was intentional. It's about to be unnecessary very shortly because we now know that purple is 4. And before I lose my mind, I'm going to fill in that purple is 4. Green is 6. Even that green is 6. Let's see. Gray is... Oh, no. Yeah, gray is 9. Orange is 8. Sorry, not the oranges that are fleshed. Only the other oranges get to be 8. Blue is 7. Not these two. Green is 6. Yellow is 5. Purple is 4. Red is 3. We don't actually have that many. I missed a purple in box 8. So I did. Thank you. I'm going to suspect that's going to be a 1. Okay, that's going to be a 2. That's going to be a 2. Yeah, the uncolored 1, 9 is a 1. So those are that. That's a 1. It's a 2. That was an 8. I missed that 8 as well. Let's see. This is the uncolored 1, so that's a 2. Okay, box 6. That's a 1. And now we are cooking with gas, quote unquote. So this is a... Oh boy, this is a blue. Blue was 7, orange was 8, so this is a 7-8 pair. Green in box 1. Excellent, excellent. This is green. Which means this is yellow, because this was a green-yellow pair. And so this is a 6. This is a 5. Okay. 5 is unfortunately bigger than purple. Okay, but this I can fill in. This is now red. It's not yellow. This is yellow. And so yellow is 5. Red is 3. So now what is going on in this case? I have a 4. Well, 4 is the only thing that can go here because I have a 1, 2, 3. So that's got to be the 4 and be purple. This is not purple anymore. What is it? It is... It's blue. It's a blue 7. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe I could have gotten by without using this. I never used it. I don't think. Well, we didn't actually need it, because we needed to place blue and purple in this row, but this blue would have told us where the blue and purple were. Is, I think, Rank's point. Let's see, so this is purple. This is red. So it's a 3. But maybe I secretly used it earlier. Like, maybe I ruled out that something was a 1 or a 9 or something. I don't remember ever using it, but you'll have to carefully consult the VOD to discover for sure. Let's see, this is the 1. Let's see, this is the 2, this is the 8. What's missing? Oh, 3, the red 3 is missing. Okay, so the The 3 in this column is missing, as is the 7. Okay, so this is a red-blue pair, which is not yet resolved. Recording the process of setting puzzles is quite an adventure, but I think it is quite useful for people who are trying to get into setting to be able to see it. So in this column, we are missing an orange and what? And orange and a purple. Still not resolved. Okay, this column, what are we missing? We are missing the uncolored 2-8, so the 2, and we are missing the 9. Yeah, so that's the gray 9. This is the uncolored 2, which tells us that this is the orange 8, and this is no color. So this is now purple. This is orange. So this is a 4. This is an 8. If you send Tristan the link to you setting this, he can probably put it in the chat for you. Oh, maybe not. He can put it in the Discord channel, or if you go to the Discord, you can share, because there have been some people who've asked about setting stuff. So if you want to advertise your video of you setting this puzzle, I think this is a very cool puzzle, so I think it is well worth people watching you setting it. You can advertise it in the zetamath Discord. So this is blue and a 7. Let's see. What do we need in this column? We need the uncolored 1, which we don't know where it goes. And we need a red, which has to go down here. Red's not 3. Or sorry, red's not 7, it's 3. It's a 1. Oh, I thought you couldn't link to off-site or something. But yeah, put the link in the VOD and in the Discord, if you don't mind. This is a 1, so that's a 9, and that's a 1. That's the gray one. Yeah, you don't... There's a certain point where the coloring is just recreational, rather than because it makes solving the puzzle faster. That's the uncolored 2. But I still like doing it anyway, so... And it gives me something to... Oh, that's the 9. It gives me a little way to relax my brain during the stream, and so that's the red 3. I think that's it. It's apparently not. Oh, because I never got that one. Yeah, I loved that one. That one was very cool. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove the my little color bar. But yes, that was very cool. I'm going to take a very short break, and then we'll get back and we'll do more puzzles. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to re-thank all of our patrons who have jumped on, been early adopters of the zetamath Patreon. Thank you very much. We very much appreciate your support. If you would like to join them and also have your name on the screen, you can go to youtube.com/zetamath and become a patron. And if you would like to do something to help us out that is far less involved, you can like the stream, you can comment on the stream, you can subscribe to the channel, you can go like other streams and other videos from the channel, and all of those good usual YouTube-y things that I should mention. I'm going to turn the conflict checker on this time. And we're going to get started with a puzzle from Jovial. We've not done a Jovial puzzle in a little bit. So we could be in for an adventure, depending on what she has in mind for us. But what we have here is a friendly Sudoku. So in order to be friendly, a cell has to match one of three numbers that are ascribed to it. So every cell in the Sudoku is addressed by three different numbers. It is addressed by its row number, which in this case is 7, its column number, which in this case is 6, and its box number, which in this case is 8. So this is box 1, box 2, box 3, and so on, up to box 8. So a cell is friendly if it matches any of those numbers. So I chose this cell, but this cell's actually not marked as being friendly. So I have no idea if this cell is friendly or not. But all green cells are friendly. So we can go and immediately mark every green cell with at most 3 candidates. And so, for example, this is in box 1. It's in row 1, column 1. So this is a 1 or a 2. This is in box 3. This is in box 1, and it's in row 3, column 3, so it's a 1 or a 3. This is in row 2, box 2, column 4, row 2, box 2, column 6, row 3, box 2, column 5. That one's got more candidates than most of them have had. Row 2, box 3, column 8. Row 1, box 3, column is 9, but we get a 9 for free to knock this out, so this can't be a 9. Let's see. Row 4, box 4, column 2. And so I'm going to guess, given that it's a Jovial puzzle, that we're going to be looking for something like a Y-wing or some sort of Sudoku-y thing on these various candidates, which is why I'm just writing them all in to start. So this is row 5, box 4, column 1. Row 5, box 4, column 3. Let's see, this is row 4, box 5, column 6. Row 4, box 6, column 8. Row 5, box 6, column 7. Oh, but it's not a 6 because there's a given 6 looking at it. Ah, yes. Ranks has the expert strat here, which is to mark everything at once rather than doing it a cell at a time. Mark all the rows, all the columns, etc. That would have been way smarter than what I have done, which has been not smart. Let's see. So this is a 6 for the row, a 6 for the box, or an 8 for the column. This is a 7 for the row, an 8 for the box, or a 5 for the column. 7 for the row, 7 for the column, 9 for the box. 8 for the row, 2 for the column. Given how quickly I go to it when people say row 9 and how often I get these wrong, perhaps this was not an this was not a wise puzzle to pick. Row 8, box 8, column 4, but hopefully I can do this. Okay, this is row 8, column 8, box 9. And row 9, column 1, box 7. Okay, so we got all of those marked up. Let me know If you think any of these are egregiously incorrect, or even just a little incorrect, I would like to know. And so now, what do we start looking for? We're starting to look for pairs, triples, and also any bent triples or Y-wings, if you prefer, because this certainly is a very Y-wingy looking grid to me, with lots of bi-value cells pointing around. I'll explain what a Y-wing is if I ever find one. Let's see. So Carl suggests that one of these has to be a 2. Okay, if neither of these is a 2, what happens? I don't think I see it breaking right away. The fact that these are 2, 4 is certainly interesting. Row 4. Oh, one of these two has to be a 2. Let's see, if neither of these is a 2, what happens? So then that would be a 1 and a 4. I don't think I see where that breaks. Oh, wait. That would be a 1 and a 4. So that would be a 3. Ah, yes, that does break. Okay. And beautifully, wait, is this not is this a bent quadruple? I think this is a bent quadruple. But anyway, the point here is, yeah, this is a bent quadruple, not a bent triple. So if neither of these things is a 2, then this is a 1 and this is a 4, which forces this to be a 3 and this to be a 4. And then that breaks this cell. So absolutely, I agree with the assessment. One of these is a 2, so neither of these is a 2. So that is glorious. And so the reason why this is called a bent quadruple, and I'm certainly not the one to explain how all of the logic works in a fancy way, but the reason this is called a bent quadruple is because if you imagine if these 4 cells were all in the same row, column, or box, you'd just call this a quadruple. There is no negative constraint claimed in the rules, and so I am going to assume that there is no negative constraint. If it turns out there's a negative constraint, well, then it will be the joke will be on us. Let's see. So, can we learn to find others of those? Darn it! I didn't get it. I thought I got the mic before I sneezed. Sorry about that. I tried. I hit a button. I just didn't hit the right button. Hopefully the button I hit didn't break anything. Okay, so there's no 4 in row 6, column 2. Okay, so if neither of these is a 4, does that break? If neither of these is a 4... Ah, yeah, that does break. Okay, yeah, so the same... Yeah, so the same... Oh, yeah, the given 9 shows that there's not one. Okay, yeah, but chat correctly points out we can get more out of this. We can, in fact, get a digit, because one of these 2 cells has to be a 4. Because if neither of these is a 4, then that's a 2 and that's a 3, which then makes both of these 1s, and that doesn't work either. So these aren't 4s, which means this is actually a digit. We actually get a digit. That's a 6. And so that's an 8. I can do that. Ah, and so that's a 9. And so these are not 8. Let's see. Oh, this 9 sees this 7, so that's a 7, that's a 5, that's a 1. Oh, this is going to be embarrassing, isn't it? Because this is going to completely collapse, and then I'm going to have to show you how bad I am at like Sudoku, where it's just Sudoku. Let's see. Um, this isn't a 7 anymore. Let's see. Yeah, I think I found the 789 bent triple that was referenced that is not useful, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, it's actually an XY ring? Oh yeah, I guess it is sort of like a weird twisted XY wing, isn't it? I I did not notice that, but yeah, I agree that this is so. The thing is, one of these two is a 3, one of these two is a 4, one of these two is a 2, and one of these two is a 1, is the way XY rings work. Okay, so where else can we spark joy in this puzzle? Uh, oh yeah, we don't have any other 7s. Uh, oh, this isn't a 6. I can do that. Let's see. I'll be looking for a 2-5 to finish that. Let's see, 5 in box 4. Ah, okay, that's good. So 5 in box 4. See, that would be that Sudoku stuff that I was talking about. Sam A points out is there, so 5 in box 7 is in one of those two places. Let's see, what about 5 over here? It's in one of those two. That's not super exciting. Let's see, can I do anything with these? They would need to look at a 2-3, and I don't think they look at a 2-3. Nope, that's not. It would be very jovial for there to be a second XY ring floating around in here. Yeah, feel free to speak up if you see something. I am always happy to take help from chat, uh, complex or less complex. Let's see, the 6s. I don't see anything with that. Okay, what am I missing? This 5 was really seemed very intentional and interesting at the time. Yeah, there's so many buy value cells. Uh, is this? Yeah, this is a worthless bent triple, isn't it? Let's see. So, yeah, one of these has to be a 5. But I don't think that does anything. It looks pretty. Sorry, not that. This is a bent triple, I think, but I don't think it's useful that I can see. I guess it rules. Yeah, it rules 5 out of all of the center cells here, but I'm not sure that that helps an enormous amount. Uh, The 5 in box 5 has to go in a corner. Yeah, so that with this, yeah, I might as well pencil mark one of these is a 5. And column 4 in box 8. Oh yeah, the 5 is eliminated from these cells. So the 5 is only in one of these 6 cells. Okay. If those saw each other, that would be close, because that's the same collection of digits, this 2, 4, and 6. But they don't see each other that I'm able to detect. Oh, is it that instead? No, because this doesn't see them. Okay, so this combination of 2 4s and 6s is very suspicious. I can't do literally anything with it, but the fact that it's shown up in these very symmetrical places is interesting. Let's see, is there some other place? Only one of the friendly cells in row 2 can be a 2. I agree with the assessment that only one of the friendly cells in row 2 can be a 2. But you're right that all of these want to be a 2. Okay, so Carl says, I think row 2, column 2 equals 2 breaks box 5. Let's look at it. Okay, so we're going to just fill it in just so that we can see it. So that would be a 5. This would be a 4. Am I broken yet? Let's see. See, am I supposed to look at like all of this, the rest of row 4? There's a 6, there's a 2. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, so okay, so let's try and find this in a way that is useful. So if this is a 2, it ends up making that be a 2 as well. So these are the relevant cells, I think. Oh, no, it's not even just those, because it also requires that. So these are the relevant cells. Yeah, that's intense. I don't think that's going to have a name. So yeah, I mean, I feel like there probably is a name for this, but I certainly don't know what it is. But anyway, the point is this can't be a 2, because if it's 2, it forces this cell to have no value, or forces this cell to have be a 2 again, or whatever, whatever you like. But that is fascinating. Okay, so that's a 1. That's a 3. It's a 4. So that's a 2. So that resolves our little ring that we started with. Yeah, that is a very epic spot. Okay, so there's a 1 in one of those places, 2s, 3s. I don't have any of those. Yeah, that is a really interesting conflagration of stuff. I'm I'd be interested if you figure it out. If you figure out something more about it, Ranks, I'd be interested to see a clean description of what's happening. The 3 sees right. Good for the 3. 2, 4. Okay, so now is this a useful Y wing? This is not a useful Y wing. This is a mirrored image of the Y wing we had before. But I think both don't do anything except rule 5 out of the center column here. Which we already did by the Y-wing down there. And technically it rules 5 out of here. Oh, I guess that's interesting. Okay, so this is... No, it does not rule 5 out of there. Sorry, I did that wrong. It rules 5 out of here. Okay, so actually, I think what's just happened, I think this Y-wing rules 5 out of these 2 cells. And I think this Y-wing rules 5 out of these 2 cells. So I think actually we've kicked 5 completely out of box 5. Sorry, out of column 6 in box 5. I think one of these has to be a 5. Okay. And just to explain that real quick, if you've not seen this before and are wondering what on earth everyone is talking about, the relevant thing that's going on is with these 3 cells. And in particular, I want you to pay attention to this yellow cell. And so the key note here is that this yellow cell can be 2, in which case it makes this cell a 5. Or this yellow cell can be 4, in which case it makes this a 5. So one of these 2 red cells is always a 5. And those 2 cells both see these cells, so neither of these cells is ever a 5. And exactly the same thing happens down here with these 3 cells. And so neither of these cells is ever a 5. And so where is the 5 in column 4? It's in one of these 2 cells. And so it's not in either of these 2 cells. So that is not a 5. Which gives us a 4-6 pair. Which is something. Let's see. So now Alex asks, doesn't that put 5 in row 6, column 3? Let's see. Okay, so the 5... Wait, what? Row 6, column 4. Okay, so if that were 5 instead, this would be a 4, a 6, and a 4. Okay, whatever the value of row 2, column 4... let's see. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so if this is a 5, sorry, if this is a 5, okay, saying if this is a 5, it breaks. So that's a 4, that's a 6, that's a 4, that's a 5. Okay, so yeah, so that makes this 4, makes that an 8, which makes that a 5, and that 4 makes that 2. Okay, so let's rewind again and try and understand what's happening. So the relevant pattern... So I think this is telling us we were supposed to look at this a little bit more closely. before. Because this is the same, like, this is the cells that were involved in our double Y wing before. And uh, so I think we were supposed to observe more carefully what that would do if 5 was here. So if this was a 4, yeah, then weird things happen. Yeah, both of these things become 5. So yeah, I'm almost positive there's a name for this. Uh, but anyway, the point is that can't be a 5. So this is a 5. So that's a 5. Let's see. I can start thinking about filling in cells when there's not that many options. Let's see, these aren't 8. These aren't 3. Okay, so what chicanery are we up to now? 2, 4, 6. Ah, yes. Okay, so these are a Y-wing, where one of these two cells is a 4. That's a 4, or that's a 4. And so the fact that one of these is a 4... Wait, am I looking at this wrong? Am I supposed to be looking at this? No, Hey, Chris, welcome. Yeah, this just can't be a 2. Because if this is a 2, I don't know if this is a thing, but if this is a 2, this is a 4, that's an 8, and that's a 5, and that's a 5. So this can't be a 2 either. So yeah, so this can't be a... Sorry, so this is the thing that if it... No, this is the thing. If this is a 2, it, through machinations, makes both of these a 5. So this can't be a 2. So it is a 6. I don't know if there's a way to see that. That's just as a result of a Y-wing. But possibly. So now 6 is placed up here in box 3. So now 6 is placed in box 1. 6 is in one of these two cells. Let's see. 4, 4. Okay, so one of these two is a 4. Yeah, we've got the 6 marked over there. Where's the 6 in this box? The 6 in this box is somewhat annoyingly in one of these two kitty corner cells, but the 6 in this box is definitely here. I am going to mark this just in case. Yeah, so Let's see. Row 2, column 8. Can't be a 2. Let's see, if this is a 2, what happens? If this is a 2, that's a 4. Oh, yeah, that forces the whole chain again, doesn't it? If this is a 2, this is a 4, that's an 8, that's a 5. Wait, no, that doesn't quite. Okay, yeah, where do I put 2 in box 1 is a good question. Okay, so 2 in box 1, if one of these two cells is a 2, has to go here. And so if either of these cells is a 2, I put a 2 here, and which puts a 5 here. But if I put the 2 here, it also puts a 5 here through this ricochet effect. And so this can't be a 2. So it's a 3, and that's a 1. So one of these is a 1. The amount of logic that's packed into the interactions of these cells is just amazing. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this before. Yeah, definitely. One in box 6. One in box 6 is in one of these two cells. Great, thank you, Barbie. Okay, so 1 in box 9 is down here. 2 in box 3. Let's see, are we saying I can't put 2... Yeah, I can't put 2 in one of these cells either. But I don't see why I couldn't put 2 in one of these other places. So what about 5s in this box? 5s in this box go in one of those two places, somewhat annoyingly. Where does 2 go in row 1? That is a good question to ask ourselves. Not there. Let's see. If 2 goes up here somewhere... Good night, Alex. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for helping keep track of the bots. Yeah, so if 2 is up here, it does the thing again. Boy, yeah, this is just yet again, because if 2 is up here, it forces that to be a 5, that to be a 4, that to be an 8, and that to be a 5. Yeah, so 2 can't go up here. So 2 has to be over here. Yep, so... so that means 2... Yeah, that doesn't quite nail it down. Yeah, and so if any other cell that's not one of the green cells is a 2, then it forces that whole... Calling it a chain sounds disrespectful. It forces that whole cataclysm to happen. So no such things happen here. So yeah, so one of these two is a 2. Oh, and the same thing happens with 8s in box 8. If there's an 8 off here, then that makes... yeah, okay, so same deal. Okay, yeah, so if there's an 8 anywhere other than one of these two, it forces the same cataclysm. And so presumably if this is an 8, that will do it too, right? If this is an 8... No. That will not, sorry. No, I need a... Yeah, so 8 in row 9 is restricted out of these cells, out of this cell. But as far as I can tell, 8 can go in one of these places. Oh. Yeah, these cells. So, yeah, so there's two universes. One where this is a 2, and if this is a 2, it goes 2, 5, 8, 4. And the other is where this is a 4, in which case it goes 4, 8, 5, 2. And so one of these is always a 2. So yeah, this is an XY ring. One of these is a 2. One of these two is a 5. One of these two is an 8. And one of these two is a 4. Okay, so it is the. I think maybe if we'd have looked at this sooner, we might have been able to circumvent all of this logic by saying, these 4 cells form an XY ring, and therefore the truth about the universe is known. I'm not sure. So the 5 in box 2 has to be in row 3. Yes, because one of these is a 5. So yeah, so there's a 5 here, which rules 5 out of this cell and makes this a 5, which makes this a 1-5 pair now. Gorgeous. Uh-oh. Sorry. Makes this a 1-5 pair now. I don't even know how I did that. We won't talk about it. It didn't happen. Let's see. So the rest of this column now is a 2. Oops, sorry. Is a 2, 3. No, not 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. These are a 2, 4, and a 7. This one's not a 4. Yeah, so one of these is a 7. Oh, but I have 2s pencil marked. What on earth is this 2 pencil marking? Is this just a stray pencil mark? This might just be a stray pencil mark. It might not have anything to do with anything. So yeah, so we have an X-wing on 5s in box 7 and 9. And that's going to break everything apart. Good spot to everyone who saw this. Yeah, so the 5 in column... I guess the 5 in this box can only go in these 2 places. The 5 in this box can only go in these 2 places. So where is 5 going? In row 8, it has to be going in row 8 in one of these cells. In fact, it has to go in one of these 2 cells. So it does not go in this cell. And in fact, we know it doesn't go in that cell either, but we'll see that in a second. So that's an 8. That's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 5. So this is not a 5. Oh, I had 2 limited to row 1. Oh, yeah, okay, because of this contraption. Well, now this is a 2. And so now 2 is in row 1. So 2 is in one of these 2 cells, just like before. Seems like past Zeta was smart about that particular thing, at least. Okay, so now 4s. Don't know quite what to do with 4s. Let's see. Yeah, these 5 corner marks are gratuitous. 4 in box 9. Yeah, 4 in box 9 has to be over here, owing to these pencil marks. So that's not a 4. So that is a 4, which now dislodged a 1 pencil mark, so that's a 1. And so now what are these digits? These digits are a 2 and a 7, of course, and a 3. So there's definitely a 3 amongst these cells, and so that places the 3 in box 9 here. So these cells are now a 2, a 5, and an 8. That doesn't sound right. A 2, an 8, and a 9? Let's try again. 2, an 8, and a 9. That sounds better. So these aren't 2, of course. So that's the 2. So that's the 2. So that's the 2. There we go. You knew what I meant. Okay, this is a 4-7 pair. Let's see. So Yeah, Alex Meadows would have moved on like as soon as he noticed the X wiring on 1, 2, 3, 4, probably. Uh, let's see. Let's see. This 4, 7 pair gives me that's a 2. Tells me these aren't 2. Uh, these are a 3, 7 pair. I don't think it's resolved yet. Uh, let's see. So what is left in this row? I am missing a 4, a 7, an 8, and a 9. Yep, so that's not a 4. And so I have a 7, 8, 9 triple out of nowhere. So this is a 7, 8, 9 triple. So what's left down here? It is a 1, a 2, and a 6. Yep, a 1, 2, 6 down here. So that's not a 6. Okay, so nice triple in row 6. Yep. Just out of nowhere, we've got a 3, 7, 9 triple. Good spot, Ambrose. So this is just a straight up 1, 2 pair, I think. So let's see. Thank you for the thing to the Discord. I'll probably be streaming one puzzle after this, and then I will probably call it good. That is my plan. But we'll see. I have been talked into weirder things before. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is those cells. Let's see. These cells are 3, 7, 8, 9. This one's not an 8. Look at row 8. I will happily look at row 8. Let's see. I need in here a 1, a 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is not a 6 or a 1 or a 7. This is not an 8. This is not a 1, a 2, or a 6. So this is a 7, 8 pair. So that's super helpful. So that's a 9. This is an 8. Sorry, no, this is a 2. So this is not a 2 or a 7. This is not a 2 anymore. So this is a 1, 6 pair to finish off the row. So that was huge and incredibly helpful. So let's see. So what's left in the box? We need a 3, a 4, and a 5, actually. Do we get any freebie eliminations on that? This can't be a 5. That looks like all I'm going to get. Let's see. I don't see anything there. Yeah, I've for whatever reason, my tradition has been that on holidays I'll stream for 8 hours. So I think I started that on Thanksgiving, and I think I have kept up with it since then. And then I have a normal stream time on Saturday when I usually stream for about 4 hours, and I'm going to start a second 4-hour stream a week at least so that you can not feel too deprived of Zetas. But I haven't exactly figured out the schedule yet. 8 in box 9. Yes, 8 in box 9 is there. So that's a 4. So that's a 3 and a 5 and a 4. Let's see. So this is not a 3 or a 9, so it's a 7. So that's a 9. This is an 8. That's a 3. Let's see. So that's an 8 and 9, so that's a 7. Let's see. That 7 says that's an 8, so that's a 4. So these are not 4s, at the very least. They're not 7s either, so they're an 8, 9 pair, so that's a 7. Which I probably could have gotten more elegantly. I do have a birthday stream coming up. Yes, that is the next big Zeta stream. So I should mention that, actually. I should have at some point mentioned, yes, my birthday is January 5th, so I'm going to do a similar 8-hour stream then. I will do birthday puzzles, so if anyone wants to make me a birthday puzzle, I will do it. That's a 1, that's a 5. This is not a 1. So let's see. So that's a 2, 6. Let's see. Oh, this 7 sees over that that's a 3, and that's a 7. This 7 sees over that these aren't 7 or 8. So that's a 3, 9 pair. These are a 6, 7, and an 8. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 6. That one could be anything. Let's see. 4 in row 3 is there exactly. Thank you, Skip, I think it was. No, sorry, it was T. My birthday is January 5th, so in 4 days I will be doing another 8-hour stream for my birthday where I will do puzzles people make for me and other puzzles as appropriate. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thanks for stopping by, Apple Tree. Always happy to have you. Okay. That's a 1 and a 7. I don't think I know what's going on with that yet. I'm sure I should know more, but I'm just going to fill this in. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, these aren't 5. Oh, there's already a 5 in the row, too. That's not a 4 either. This is not... Oh, there's an 8 looking up there, so that's not a 9. Sorry, so this is a 9. This isn't an 8 or a 9. It is a 3 or a 4. This... Oh, none of these are 9s, so that's a 9. That took me longer to see than it should have, that I put a 9 in the box, and so these things couldn't be 9s. So that 8 looks over there. That's a 9. That's an 8. This 9 looks down and sees that that's a 3, and that's a 9. That 3 looks up and sees that that's a 4. Let's see. So this is a 3, 8 pair of all things. Okay. What's going on with 3s? We have an annoying little X-wing on 3s. Okay, what are these cells? These cells are a 2, a 6, and a 9. Okay, well, that one's not a 9 or a 2, so it's a 6. So that's good. So that's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 6. That's a 1. That's a 9. Let's see. So this 6 is going to eventually give us some love up here, but probably I have to fill in these 3 digits first. Oh, yeah, if there's one more Y-wing, that would be beautiful. Yeah, somehow the very last 4 cells of the puzzle are an XY ring, and you need that to resolve the puzzle. 2, 3, 7. Okay, so this is not a 3. This is a 2 or a 7. Oh, this 1 is looking up here to see that that's a 2 and that's a 1. This 2 looks back down to see that that's a 7. That's a 6. This is a 7, 8 pair. This is a 2, 3 pair. Let's see. And I must be missing something. Either that or we're going to live the fantasy that Ambrose had, that we now have to find another ridiculous wing thing, but I can't imagine that we do. Okay, what's wrong? 1 sees 1, 7. Oh, 1 sees 1, 7. Yes, that is a good... that is an excellent point. It's an 8. That's a 7. That 8 sees that's 3. That's an 8. That 3 sees that's a 2. And that's a 3. Glorious puzzle. Lots of cool stuff there. Let's see. All right. Let's see. One moment while I snoop and see what puzzle I'm going to pick for my last puzzle. All right, here we go. So we're going to do the backwards X sums by PulverizingPancake. So this is a lot like a normal X sums, except there's a circle here in front of the 11. No. Except... sorry, I'm going to turn my conflict checker on. Except instead of counting the sum from this digit, including this digit, you count the other way. So this 24 clue tells me that if this is a 4, these 4 digits sum to 24. Which actually makes an odd amount of more sense, since it doesn't muck with this digit being involved. So it's almost exactly a regular X sums, except backwards, which is why it is called sums X. Let's look at this one and let's think, okay, how many is the fewest digits I could use to get a sum of 36? Well, I could do it in 8 digits, but if I did it in 8 digits, the digit I excluded would have to be a 9, which would have to go here. So this can't be an 8 or a 9. Let's see. So, but it could be a 6 or a 7, I think. So I can't make 36 in 5 cells, because that would be saying I was making 9 in 3 cells on the other side, so I can't do that. So, yeah, so this can be a 6 exactly if these are 1 and 2. Let's see. Someone said I think it's the other way around. Did I yeah, so if this is a 6, this is a 1 and 2. If this is a 7, this is a 2. So yeah, so it's always the case that there's a 2 in these 2 cells, which is, I think, what Barbie said, but then convinced themselves out of, but I think it's true. Okay, so 37. 37 actually could be done in 8 cells. Which would mean that this was an 8 and these were the digits that aren't 8. Probably it could be done in 7. Would mean that these two summed to 8, so that would be a 7 and a 1. And could be done in 6. Oh, I got the rule backwards. I see. I have the whole grid backwards. Sorry. Let me start over. I think it would be isomorphic to what I'm doing. Like, I think I would get exactly the mirrored grid. But let me restart and do it this way. Okay, so the way this is supposed to work. Oh no, I think this is completely different. Okay, so I'm supposed to look not at this first digit and then look from the other side. I'm supposed to look at the 9th digit. And so if I want to make this 36, I again can't use an 8 or a 9 here, but I could use a 7. Hey, it's Marcus. Or a 6. And if this is a 6... Wait, I think this is just going to work out exactly backwards of the way I was doing it. If this is a 6, I need a 1, 2 here. If this is a 7, I need a 2 here, right? So there's a 2 in those cells. Okay, yeah, okay. I want to do it the way the directions say, just because, yeah. So this, again, this could be an 8, or a 7, or a 6. If this is a 6, it's saying these 3 digits sum to 8, which is totally possible, but this can't be less than 6. Let's see. So Panthera is suggesting looking at the little ones, and the little ones are fun too. So this 11, I could just write it in. It's going to be a 4. but I'm not going to. But it could be a 2, a 3, or a 4. But I think it's going to be a 4 because the thing you learn about X sums, like the thing, is that you can't make an 11 X sum in 4, but you can make a wacky backwards X sum in 4. So these are going to be from 1, 2, 3. Actually, these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Per Panthera's advice. Yeah, so I can't make 1, 7, 8, or 9 in more than 3. So these are exactly a 1, 2, 3 triple. Okay. Someone asked if it could be a 6. I'm not sure, Carl, which you were talking about. Oh, this one. I meant to say 6, not 5. It can't be a 5. I see what the comment was about now. Yeah, so if this is a 4, this would be 1, 2, 3, 5, which is perfectly fine. Row 9, column 8. Yeah, I typed 5, even though I meant to type 6. Oh, and the same thing happens up here, where... No, sorry. I lied. Nope. Okay. So let's look at this 19 now. How many digits can the 19 sum have in it? If these have to be at least 4, 5, 6. Yes, this is backwards X sums. So, well, this digit certainly has to be at least 4. Let's see. It certainly can't be higher than... It certainly can't be as high as 6, because 6 digits would sum to at least too many. Okay, so this is a 4 or a 5. Let's see. Is 5 possible? If it's 5, then these would be at least 4, 6, 7. 4, 6, 7. These would be at least 17 plus 2. That doesn't work. Yeah. So if this is a 5, then I would break, because I would need to go at least 4, 6, 7. And then I need 2 of these, and that's too many. So this is a 4. And so if this is a 4, these are at least 5, 6, 7, which makes them 18, which means this has to be a 1 in order for it to work. Hey, Andrew, welcome. We're doing backwards X sums today. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was looking at, wait, I can't make a 10 without a 1, 2, 3, or 4. But that is the digit that goes up here, not the digit that goes down here. Yes. Digits. So 19. Okay, yeah, so the 19's done. I can't possibly make 24. Oh, sorry. Again, that's the digit I'm looking at, not the other one. Okay. The 16. I should look at the 16. I can't possibly make 16 in more than 5. So 16 and 5. And, of course, this is the obligatory making 16 and 5, because 16 is one of the ones that you can't do in 5 in an X sum. So you can only do 16 and 5 in a sums X. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., etc. So these are not 5. And so that means these digits are 7, 8, 9. Well, these aren't 7. So that's a 7. Okay. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the rest of row 9. Ah, yes. Okay, so that's an 8. And that's a 9. Okay, so that being a 9 means this is a a 2 and a 1 in order to make this sum to 10. What's wrong? Oh, thank you. Drink. That's not a 1. Now this is 37, and it is an 8, which is fine. This 2 means this 2 isn't here, so this 2 is here. Oops, not there. It's there. Unfortunately, that's not the direction that tells us something. Yeah, that's not the direction that tells us. Oh, but this can't be a 6 anymore because it would have to go 6, 2, 1, and I can't put a 1 here anymore. So this is a 7. And that clue's done. This 36. Oh, yes. This 1 down here says the sum of the first digit of this column is 7. So I can do that. Let's see. So 7's in one of these two cells. I'm going to note for posterity. Okay, got the 16 all done, got the 7 done, and so the 8 and the 9. So interestingly, that means the sum of these digits is 24, or the other way around, which means the sum of the remaining 3 digits is 21. 21 and 3 without a 7. I mean, I guess the 9 has to go be part of it, but whatever, that's not super exciting. Let's see. There's nothing weird like 8 and 2 would break, right? No, if this was a 2, this would have to be a 3, 5. That's fine. Is 21 and 3 without a 7 always 984? Because if it is, these cells are 984. Okay, so 984, chat tells me. Very believable. There's one more 489 that's in one of these cells, but I don't know which one it's in. And so the 9... If the 9 was in 2, it would not be... Yeah, so if the 9 is in 2, it wouldn't be 1, 8 or 2, 7. It'd be 3, 6 or 4, 5. That's fine. If the 8's in 3, it's 1, 3, 4. No, sorry. If the 8's in 3, it's 1, 2, 5. What does that leave me for the 9 in 2? That leaves me with... Boy, I have to write this in. I have to write this down real quick. Sorry, my brain is fading slightly. Okay, so if this was 1, 2, 5, this would be 3, 6. Okay, that's fine. I do know there's a 2 down here, though, so I'm going to mark that for myself. Oh, but this... Sorry, no, this... Yeah, what's this 11? Could be 11 and 2 over there. Yeah, okay. The fact that this 36 is in 7 tells us that these two cells sum to 9. I don't know how useful that is. I can't get to 20 in fewer than 3 cells. So let's go ahead and write that in. It's not 3... Sorry, it's not 4. So this is 3 or 5. Those are the only options. This 30 over here, I can't get to 30 in fewer than 4 cells. but I could use as many as 7 cells to do it. This 24, I can't get to 24 in fewer than 3 cells. Again, I can't use a 4. It could be a 5. Can I do 24 and 6? Yeah, I should be able to do 24 and 6. Yeah, that's fine. But not 7. So that's 3, 5, 6 for the 24. 19 I can't do in fewer than 3 or more than 5. Have I at least marked candidates on all of these now? I think I've at least marked candidates on all of these now. Let's see. I can't do 24 in 3 because of row 2, column 3. Yeah. If I wanted to do 24 in 3, it would have to be 7, 8, 9 exactly. Can't be. So this is 5 or 6. That is a good spot. Oh, I never marked the 23. 23 could be 3, 4, 5, 6, I think. Certainly can't be 7 for lots of reasons. The 24 in column 2, oh, I didn't mark that one either. So this one is going to be, okay, yeah, so this one definitely can't, this super can't be in 3. I don't think this one can even be in 4, can it? Because if I max this out, it would be 7, 4, 3. That is 14 plus 9. Yeah, okay, so this one can't even be in 4. So this one is in 5 or 6. Just to complete this xsum. Or backwards xsum, as the case may be. Okay, so if this was in 6, what would I need? I need these 3 cells to sum to 21. Which is possible, annoyingly. Seven and 2 in row 1 prevents 5 here. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So if this was a 5, what would it need to be? It would need to be... I'm not 100% sure I buy that. Let's see. Actually, because if this is a 5, this is a 6, I might start to believe that this breaks. Oh, also, this isn't a 2. So what do I need? If I want to make this a 5, I need these 4 digits to sum to what? If this is a 5, I need these 4 digits to sum to 26? Yeah, I need these digits to sum to 26. So if this is a 5, this is a 6. That's 11, 18. I need this to be an 8. So yeah, this can't be a 5. Because if this is a 5, then I'd need these to sum to 26, and I can't make them sum to 26. They're too small. So this is a 3 or a 4. Should look at where 9 in row 1 goes. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. 9 in row 1 has to go over here. Because 9 is not part of either of these, because these are more than one cell. So 9 is part of the 19 sum. So, let's see, we've got a 9 and a 2 at least. That would be 11. Oh, and this can't be an 8. Oh, but that could be an 8. So if this is a 4, then I've got a 2 and a 9 summing to 11. And I've got 2 more digits that have to sum to 8. But that seems... Oh, they'd have to be 3, 5 exactly. Just by the row. But that seems fine. Oh, where is 8 in row 1? We can now ask. Wait, why can't this go 8, 1 for the 9 and that be a 2? Oh, yes, because then I'm making 8 in 3 without a 1. Okay, yes, I agree. So where can 8 go in this row? So my naive instinct was, I could put an 8 here with a 1 here and a 2 down here, and that's fine. Except now this is a 3, and I'm making 8 in 3 cells without a 1. And you can't make 8 in 3 cells without a 1. That's like the first law of Sudoku. So this is an 8-9 pair. So, in fact, that being an 8-9 pair means that this is a 3, because those do sum to 19. And the order is resolved. Very nice. Okay, so what are the possible values? So this is not a 3 either, just for the record. What are these cells? So they are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the third cell and that triple isn't marked. Oh, yeah, that's right. Right. So, yeah, these can't be 4. And, yeah, I could have used the fact that I know there's not an 8 or a 9 because I know there's an invisible 4, 8, 9 triple down here. So, in fact, that places the 4 in the row. The 4 has to go there. So, thank you, chat, for reminding me of that. That's a good memory. That was something we talked about a while ago. Okay. Yeah, right. We have this invisible 4, 8, 9 triple. Okay, so this can't be a 1. Because that would, again... Oh, wait, no, maybe this could be a 1. Sorry, this could be a 1 if that's a 3, I think. Okay, so Alvaro says this can't be a 6. Because it would make this a 7. And then this would be too big. Okay, so let's see. If this is a 6, now I'm adding 7 digits here and try and get to 24. And so I'd be trying to make these 3 add to 21. So if this is a 6, I want these to add to 21. So I'd want these 2, in fact, to add to 15. But my ways of making 15 are 6, 9, which I can't do, and 7, 8, which I can't do because I put a 7 down here. So yeah, you can't do it with a 6 here. Wow, that's a little tricky to see, but I believe it. So that's a 5. And so now these 3 cells add to 16 for whatever good that does us. Almost none. So now this... yeah, this can't be a 2 anymore. Because either way this is a 2, it breaks. If this is a 2 with a 1 up here, I'd want a 7. If this is a 2 with a 6 up here, I'd want a 2. So this is the 3, this is the 2. That's gorgeous. So now if this is a 2 with a 1, that breaks because I need a 1 in my 8 sum. So that's a 6. That's a 3. This is a 2, 5. And this is my last 4, 8, 9 that I didn't know where it was. These are X sums, but a little backwards. So I read the length not from the cell up front, but from the back. So this is a 19x sum because this 3 makes those 3 cells add up to 19. Let's see, someone was mentioning me cleaning up pencil marks somewhere. You can clean up a lot of 3 pencil marks. That's probably true-ish. Let's see. That's not a 3. These aren't 3. So one of these is 3. It's that one. I really bet very early on that this had to be a 4. I could be wrong, but I think it almost certainly has to be. Although it would be the ultimate troll to make this a 2. Let's see. Are there more 3 pencil marks that I have floating around? Yes. These aren't 3s either. So one of these is a 3. There's a 3 hanging out over here somewhere. Okay, so if this is a 6, I need my outies to add to 21, which would mean I would need these to add to 15. Is that still possible? No, it's not possible. This can't be a 6. Because if this is a 6, I need these 2 cells to add to 15, and the 2 ways to get to 15 in 2 cells are 7, 8, and 6, 9, neither of which is possible with an 8 and a 9 in the box. So that's a 5. That's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 3. Oops. And so now we're making 20 in 3 over here. That's not a 3. That is a 3 now because of my cleaning up pencil marks. Thank you, chat, for reminding me to clean up my pencil marks. So this is a 3 by just Sudoku without pencil marks. Let's see, and we've got almost all the 3s now. We've got a little bit of a mystery of where the 3s go in. Yeah, we've got 3 boxes left to put 3s in, but we've got a bunch of 3s. Okay, so these 3 digits sum to 20. Well, this can't be a 1 or a 2 if these 3 digits sum to 20, because the most these could be is 8, 9, which is 17, plus 1 or 2, not 20. So that's a 6. These are not 6. So now these 2 need to sum to 14 without using a 6. And so 14 is either double 7, which it can't be because we already have a 7 in the box, or 6, 8, which it can't be, or 5, 9. So this is 5, 9, and it goes in this order. So that's cool. So that's going to place 9 up here in this box. So that's not 9. Let's see, this is not a 5 anymore for a multitude of reasons. We've got a 4, 6, 7. I was wrong. I was wrong the whole time. We have a 4, 6, 7 triple. You got me, Pancake. You got me good. That's not a 0, though. That's a 2. So this is not a 2 or a 4. It's a 1. And this is a write-in. What is the thing that's not a 4, 6, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's an 8. So these aren't 1 or 2. Okay, so got that one done. Okay, this 23 is in 4 or 6. Don't know about that yet. Let's see. Yep. Ranks was on this too. Row 2's 24. Has to be 1, 2, 4, 8, 9. Oh, brother. Okay, so let's look over here. So I'm going to look at this the other direction. So these 2 cells have to sum to 21 minus 8, because these 4 cells have to sum to 21. So these need to sum to 21 minus 8, which is 13. And what are my ways to make 13? It could be 6, 7. It could be 5, 8, which it's not. Or it could be 4, 9, which it's not. So this has to be 6, 7. So I know these digits exactly. They're a 1, 3, 4. That one's the 1. These aren't 1. So these aren't 4, and that is 4. This isn't 4. Is not 4. Let's see. So the 6, 7 there makes that a 4. I'll look at that in a second because that's going to make the 23 clue in 4. What are these? So these are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Which gives us a 6, 7, 8 triple in the column, which is, I suppose, not especially interesting. Let's see. So this is 1, 2 pair, and we know the order. Okay, so I'm hearing tell that it is possible to decide how this works. So these two things sum to 11. They aren't 2, 9. They aren't 3, 8. They aren't 4, 7. So they have to be 5, 6. And we know the order, which places the 2. Last digit in the column is 9. So that's cool. Okay, so this is 23 and 4, which means these have to add to 22. I should be able to do that one. Theoretically, I can figure out how to make these add to 22. So those are 9, 12, 16. So in order to get to 22, I need to add 6. So this is a 6. Okay, row 2, I'm encouraged to tidy, like the fact that I have the 6, 7 pair tells me that that's an 8, so that's not an 8, which I guess I could have also gotten from that business. That 2 tells me that's a 1, and that's a 2. Let's see, so lots of tidying going on all over the house or whatever. Okay, this one's done. That one's done. Let's see. Do I have more summing to do, or am I just doing Sudoku at this point? I might just be doing Sudoku at this point. I'm going to fill in what these 4 digits are. It'll be fun either way. 4, 5, 6, 9. Oh, well, none of these are 6. So that's a 6. So that's a 7, and that's a 6. So this isn't a 5. This isn't a 4. This is anybody's guess. Let's see. The column 2 clue is done. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we can just look at it and see what happens. So is this a 6 or a 7? Okay, if this were 6, we'd be saying that these were 12, 19, 27, 32? I think I did that wrong. I did that very wrong. Wait, no. 5. Sorry. 5. I read that wrong. I don't even know. I was doing the backwards X sum or something. When I first started doing the puzzle, I tried to do it wrong, and then someone in chat pointed out that I was doing it wrong, and then I did it right mostly, but then I did it backwards-y again. Okay, 11 plus 7 is 18, plus 6. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Okay, it didn't happen if we don't talk about it. These 3 digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, the disadvantage of this is I may never be able to do an X sums correctly again because I may have flashbacks to this, and then that may cause problems. It has been a pretty long stream. Let's see. It's 5 or 8. I don't know yet. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are 4, 5, or 8. Except this one's not 5 or 8, so it's a 4. This one's not 4 or 5, so it's an 8. So that's a 5. That's an 8. That's a 9. That's an 8. That 9 looks... Actually, this 4 looks up and sees that that's a 3 and that's a 4. This 9 looks down, sees that that's not a 9. I bet I could do these. So... It's definitely dwindling. At the very least, internally, my coherence level is dipping. 6, 7, 8. All the digits are already there. 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7. 7 wasn't really there. It was when I checked the first time. Let's see. So those are done. So let's write in these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's not a 7 or a 1, so it's a 2. This one's not a 1 or a 2, so it's a 7. So this one's a 1. Great. So what about these digits? Sure, why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think the one thing that that really stands out if you watch the stream is that for the first part of the stream, I can, in my head, decide what digits are not there, like by saying the digits in my head, not out loud. But by the end of the stream, I've lost the self-control to not out loud say 1, 2, 3, 4 as I count through them. Like, I can think it or not say it, but those are the options. I can't both think it and not say it. That is too taxing for my brain by the time I get to late in the stream. Okay, so that's a 9, that's an 8, that's a 9. So that's a 4, that's a 7. That being a 4 makes that a 9, that a 5, that a 4. I have a pretty good guess that things will go okay from here. 5. Oh, grading finals is always always a good time. I know my tradition for grading finals is that I always put, at least in the fall, my tradition for grading finals is that I always put on like Jonathan Colton music and listen to particularly Chiron Beta Prime, which is my favorite Christmas song. Which may say things about me, but anyway, if you want a good Christmas song while you're still in the Christmas spirit, Chiron Beta Prime is a good choice. Ta-da! I'm glad I could make you feel better, Aaron. That is part of my goal, is to make you feel better. But yeah, I basically, like the gas puzzles, I basically could never do in the one hat time, because it just I am so slow doing that. So speaking of so slow, let's do this, I'm told, very fast tallcat classic Sudoku. Now, someone claimed that I could do this in 5 minutes, which means they've never seen me do anything in their life. But let's try it. Let's see if we can do this puzzle together in 5 minutes. Spoiler, we cannot. But let's start by writing in. If we use the pen tool, it will definitely help with our doing this classic Sudoku quickly. That's assuredly going to help. Okay, so this is the first classic Sudoku that tallcat ever set. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well, this one's not a 7. This one's not a 5. This one could be anything. Yes, starting with using the pen tool is always a great way to start your quick Sudoku streams. Let's see, I see that there's a 5 over here. I don't know, maybe I'll try and go digit by digit, but that doesn't look great on ones. Let's see, what about 2s? There's a 2 in one of these 2 cells. Let's write in 5 on either side of the 5, that'll help. 3s. There's a 3 and... there's a 3 here. I have a digit! Woohoo! We have a digit! We succeeded at the tallcat classic. And then I think we can take one from Alex and say it's Sudoku from here and just call it done. Let's see. I know that was a little less of a digit dance and more of a digit cheer, but I'll accept digit cheers for this late in the stream. So let's see. So what about fours? There's a 4 in one of these two cells. There's a 4 over here. Who knows where? Oh yeah. What about 4? 4 in this box can only go in one of these places. That's a tricksy one. So 4. Oh, and not in that one either. 4 in this box can only go in one of these places. That one, namely. So 5s. We don't have a whole lot of 5s. 6s. Oh, the 6s get pushed into the same place as 5s, so that's a 5-6 pair. Beautiful. The 6 up here is placed now, thanks to our placed 3. The 6 in this box is in one of these two places, I guess. All right, what about 7s? This 7 is placed here, owing to our multiple pencil marks now. The 7 here... Damn. Let's see. I don't see any great 7s. What about 8s? 8 doesn't look great, I'm going to be honest. 9. Let's see. One of these is a 9. Sure. Okay. So that's it for our digits. So we can, as a reward for ourselves, pencil mark these columns. So this is a 1 or a 2 or a 4 or an 8. That one's not an 8. This one's not a 2 or a 2. This one's not a 1. That one looks like it could be anything. These could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, these aren't a 9. That one's not a 1, or that one's not a 4. That one's not a 9. Oh, that means there is a 9 down here. That's a 9. Okay, so what about that one? That one's not a 5. Is that helpful? That tells me the 5 is up here, which I guess tells me the 5 is down here, which I guess I kind of knew. Let's see. Does that give me anything interesting when I combine it with these? Like I haven't pencil marked a 6 anywhere in this box. Oh, but I can't put a 6 here because there's already a 6 there. Darn. Let's see. 7 in box 8, I'm hearing tell. 7 in box 8 goes there, which gives us a 3. Great. Let's see. We just need one more digit somewhere, and we can do some more pencil marking, which will assuredly solve... Oh, we can pencil mark but row 1. Perfect. Okay, so row 1 needs... Oops. Row 1 needs a 1, a 2, a 5, and an 8. Let's see. Let's start here. Great. That can be anything. That can't be a 5 or a 1. How can this be anything? That's just not even fair. What about these cells? These cells can be a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this one can't be a 4 or a 5. This one can't be... Actually, this one can be anything. But we have a 2-8 pair, which is fantastic because it means we can pencil mark the box and the column and get goodies. So in the column, we still have a 1 to place, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 9. That's too many, isn't it? That's too many. What did I screw up? Oh, there's already a 7. Okay. Well, that one's not a 3 or a 1, so it's a 9. So it's a 9. Take 2. So these aren't 9. These are 1 or 3. That one's a 1. That's a 3. So now these two are known. So these are only 5 and 6 is all they are. So that's going to go ahead and bounce over here. 1, 7, 5. It's going to bounce back over here. That's not a 1. Okay, I've heard something about 7s, so let's go ahead and look for the last 7s. 7 there. That might be helpful. Oh, 3s as well, I'm hearing about. Let's see. There's a... Oh, there's just 1 3 left. Okay, so that's a 3. So let's pencil mark this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 1. Or a 9, so it's an 8. That one's not an 8 anymore. That one's not an 8 anymore. But it looks to me like it could be anything else. But now we have 5 rows, and so the general rule I go by is if you have 5 digits in a row, column, or box, then as a reward for yourself, you can pencil mark everything else. And I try to stick by that and not pencil mark otherwise. So those are 1, 2. These are 8, 9. So that's a 1. That's a 9. I realize I could have seen this better by starting with pencil marking the box. But I didn't. Let's see. So, yeah, this is 1, 4, or 8. Oh, wow. An 18 given classic that can solve with only naked singles? That's amazing. Let's see. Well, to be clear, I said I wanted to see if chat together with me could do this. So if I'm not getting a good time, I think it's mostly chat's fault. 4, 5. There we go. 6, 7, 8. Okay, there we go. So this is 1, 2, 4, 5. This is not 1 or 4. This is not 2 or 4. That's something. Oh no! Oh no! It was probably me doing this. Okay. 1 in this row has to go here because of the 1 there. So these are not 1. We will miss you, whoever unsubscribed. So 1's not here, which I probably could have figured out some other way. This is not a 5, so this is a 5. Let's see, what are these 2 digits? 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, one of these has to be a 6. Can I really not know which one? And one of them has to be an 8. Oh, it's not that one, so that one's the 8, that one's the 6. So I can probably figure out what this digit is. So 9, 8, 9. Go in this 8, looks up and sees that these aren't 8. Let's see. Oh, 6 in this column now has to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Tallcat asked if I would do all of his classics on stream. And I will see after he sees me doing one of his classics if he really wants me to do the rest. He may change his mind and decide that that he does not actually. Okay, after seeing this. Okay, these are a 2 and a 6. Let's see. These are 4, 5, 9. This 9 says that this is a 5 and a 9. That 5 sees that this is a 6 and a 5. That 6 sees that this is a 2 and a 6. This 2 sees that that's a 1 and a 2. Let's see. Well, you need the pencil marks before you can follow the new digits, don't you? I thought that was how it worked. Let's see. Okay, so this is not a 5 anymore. Probably if I highlight 5s, I probably know where the 5 is. No, I do not. Sad times. Let's see. Oh, what about over here? No, sad times. I still don't know where the 5 is. I thought if I highlighted a random digit, I would be able to place it just by doing things. Okay, the 1. I can place the 1 up here by just doing things. So the 1 over here is there, and that 1 sees this. So by pencil marks, that's a 4, and that's an 8. And that's a 5. Let's see. And now I should know where the last 5 is. So that's the 5. Let's see. Is that all the 1s now? That is all the 1s. What about 2s? Do we have all the 2s? Do I have any 2s? I do have a 2. I don't have all the 2s yet. I don't think I can do 2s yet. 3s we got all of. I think people walked me... I think people shepherded me through getting all of the 3s earlier. 4s. 4s looks bad. 5s. Oh, 5s we did, like literally just a second ago. 6s look done. 7s look done. What about 8s? Hopefully we can do something with 8s. Like this box, 8 can only actually go here. So that's a 2, and that's an 8. And that's a 2, and that's a 4, and that's a 2. And that's a 4. And that 4 sees that 2. And that 4. Voila! We have succeeded at the classic puzzle, and in a reasonable amount of time to finish the stream at about 8 o'clock, as I had intended. So, so not bad. I will confess I'm bad at appreciating classics unless someone explains them to me. But I got there. I got there. Yeah, it did seem to be largely classic based. I actually thought Jovial's friendly Sudoku was really well set up to force me to appreciate the classic stuff that was going on, because all the buy value stuff is just handed to you. So you then have to look for the buy value stuff. Whereas for me, it's very hard to find the buy value stuff without just sort of throwing pencil marks everywhere, which then makes it really hard to appreciate if, like, I'm using something fancy floating around. So the best way to make me to appreciate classic Sudoku is to put it in not a classic Sudoku, I suppose is what I'm saying, somewhat oxymoronically. But anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. I've had fun. Hopefully you've had fun, and hopefully your 2022 is off to a good start. I'll be back again in a few days. So let's see. So Sunday will be the 2nd. So Wednesday. I'll be back Wednesday at the same time as today. So it's already scheduled, I think. So we'll be back then. And we'll have more fun. If you want to give me a birthday puzzle, just send it to Tristan on the Discord, or feel free to email it to us if you're not on Discord. Although if you're not on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord, you should be on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord, and you should be on Rank's Discord as well. The links to all of this is in the doobly-doo, as they like to say. Ta-ta for now. Have a wonderful morning, evening, whatever time it is where you are.